million. £9 million for one book. Interesting. Okay, and let's check out a few more before we leave this morning. On this day, Sirhan was also convicted of assassinating Robert F. Kennedy. On this day, 1969. Now, interestingly, Robert F. Kennedy is the younger brother of John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy was assassinated in 1963, and Robert F. Kennedy was a senator. He was assassinated in 1968. So the shooter was Sirhan, or he was the one who was convicted of assassinating Robert F. Kennedy, who had been declared earlier that day as the senator, as the presidential candidate. Yeah, he had been declared that day as the winner in the South Dakota and California presidential primaries for the 1968 elections, but he was assassinated before he could go on to contest. So that would be the second Kennedy who was assassinated. Sad one there. Sorry. And finally, still on the movies, George Lucas begins writing the treatment for Star Wars. On this day in 1973, Star Wars has gone on to be one of the greatest movies ever made. If you play snooker, you should also know that it was on this day in 1875 that snooker was invented by a very bored British officer in India called Sir Neville Chamberlain. He invented it on this day in 1875. It's one of the most popular games played now. Finally, on the birthday segment, today is the birthday of Victoria Beckham. Yeah, the wife of David Beckham, and she turns 46 today. All right, guys, we got to go right now. Coming up next is News Dawn. Stay with us.
KUFM.
My people, make an open our ears.
On Twitter, according to the agency, of the 35 cases, 19 were found in Lagos, 9 in the FTT, 5 in Kano, and 2 in Oyo State. A total of 152 persons have, however, been discharged, while 13 deaths have been recorded. Lagos State has the highest number of cases with 251 cases, followed by the FCT, which has 67. Osun has 20, while Edo State's figure now stands at 15. Oyo State has 13, Ogun 9, Bauchi, Kaduna, and Akwa Ibom have 6 cases apiece. Katsina has 7, Kwara 5, Kanu has 21. Ondo has 3, Delta 4, while Enugu, Ekiti, Rivers, and Niger have 2 cases each. Benue, Anambra all have the least infectious figures of 1 case each. Meanwhile, the global infection rate is now about 2.1 million, with more than 140,000 deaths, while over 550,000 people have recovered so far from the disease. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, has urged Nigerians to be patient with the government, especially the residents of Lagos, Ogun, and the Federal Capital Territory, where the lockdown is being enforced. The NCDC Director General, Dr. Chikwe Ihekwazu, made the appeal on Thursday. He said although the government was working hard to curtail the spread of the coronavirus pandemic, the objective of the lockdown was to end the outbreak. The NCDC boss insisted that there were indicators that there have been fewer contacts among individuals by 60 to 70%. Dr. Chikwe Ihekwazu said tackling COVID-19 was easier said than done in a complex country like Nigeria, which has population density and unique challenges. The federal government is to embark on community testing for the coronavirus disease and social mobilization at the grassroots to ensure physical distancing and advisories on the use of masks or improvised face coverings like handkerchiefs or scarves over the mouth and nose to reduce the risk of transmission. The decision followed available evidence of community transmission presently in the country. Minister of Health, Dr. Osage Hanire, said this on Thursday at the press conference by the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 in Abuja. He warned that any private practitioners engaging in unauthorized treatment of COVID-19 runs the risk of being shut down for decontamination. Anyway, insisted that private facilities must obtain accreditation to treat this highly infectious disease.
I use this opportunity to again strongly advise my colleagues in the medical profession against secretly or privately managing people who have COVID-19 infection outside of accredited health facilities. We cannot afford to have avoidable morbidity and mortality. Private facilities must obtain accreditation in order to be allowed to treat this highly infectious disease.
He appealed to health workers to adhere to all government instructions and regulations by always utilizing personal protective equipment.
To adhere all government instructions and regulations, to always utilize personal protective equipment as the situation demands, to maintain a high index of suspicion of COVID-19 infection, and to protect themselves, their loved ones, and their colleagues.
Anyway, lamented that COVID-19 outbreak has provoked social stigma and discrimination against anyone thought to have been in contact with the virus, as well as people of certain backgrounds. He pointed out that stigma can prompt social isolation of persons or groups and drives people to hide the illness, prevents them from seeking healthcare immediately, and discourages them from adopting healthy behaviors. Also, the Presidential Task Force on the novel coronavirus pandemic has charged cloth makers across the country to commence mass production of protective face masks as part of the national effort to defeat the outbreak. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, who is also the chairman of the PTF, made the call during Thursday's edition of the daily media briefing by the task force. The SGF also charged the public to be more civil and cooperative whenever interfacing with law enforcement agents in the period of the lockdown, noting that they had been deployed for the protection and safety of all Nigerians. Edo State government has placed a total ban on all forms of street trading as part of measures to curb the spread of coronavirus disease in the state. Edo State Deputy Governor and Chairman Edo State COVID-19 Response Technical Committee, Comrade Philip Shaibu, announced the ban during a press briefing on COVID-19 in Government House on Thursday. According to him, the measure is to further restrict movement and ensure compliance to social distancing while checking the spread of the pandemic.
So flowing from the need to further restrict movement and ensure compliance to social distancing, another directive to check spread of coronavirus, the Edo State government is working out more stringent measures to ensure total compliance. As part of these measures, we hereby announce the ban on street trading to restrict contact among people and enforce social distancing. This is in light of the fact that market has been moved to public schools premises to facilitate trading in essential commodities such as foods and medicine.
He also added that the state government has set up 10 screening centers across Oredo local government area to meet the target of screening 500,000 persons.
We are aware that about 5 local governments are key to the spread of COVID-19 in Edo State. So far, we have about 12 local governments that we are focused on. But out of these 4, 5 are critical because of their history. Our target is to have at least 500,000 persons screened. With this, it will give us an insight of whether COVID-19 spread is on the trajectory or we succeeded in breaking the chain, and that will also help us to deal with other economic issues.
On their part, Edo State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Patrick Okundia, and the Edo State Coordinator of the World Health Organization, Faith Ire, emphasized the need for citizens to adhere to safety guidelines given by experts to curb the spread. Some of the screening centers include Faith Mediplex, Airport Road, Benin, St. Philomena Hospital, Bethel Faith Hospital, and Safe Haven Hospital. Others include Arogba Primary Health Care Center, Oku Primary Health Care Center, Ugbo Primary Health Care Center, Oedo Primary Health Care Center, as well as New Benin Primary Health Care Center. Edo State government has completed a 30-bed facility with 15 ventilators and other important equipment for the treatment of COVID-19 patients in the state. The Deputy Governor and Chairman Edo State COVID-19 Technical Response Committee, Comrade Philip Shaibu, who took top government functionaries to inspect the facility, said the state government is ready to fight the pandemic. The 30-bed hospital located at Stella Obasanjo Specialist Hospital was built within 12 days. He said the speed with which the facility was delivered is an indication of the state government's readiness to bring the pandemic to an end in Edo State. Apart from 15 ventilators, which will be assigned 1 to 2 beds, the center has internet facilities that will enable patients stay abreast with happenings around the world. The Commissioner for Health, Dr. Patrick Okundia, said the COVID-19 complex at Stella Obasanjo Hospital is a 3-in-1 facility. The authorities of the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, UBTH, on Thursday said containing the coronavirus disease by the hospital may become difficult if the number of confirmed cases continues to increase. Chief Medical Director of the teaching hospital, Darlington Obaseki, expressed fear in a statement he signed and made available to newsmen in Benin City. Obaseki said the hospital is presently coping in terms of personnel, equipment, and materials. However, he called on well-meaning Nigerians to support the hospital in every conceivable way. He said the hospital has promptly repurposed, restructured, equipped, and activated a 10-bed isolation center ahead of the first case to be admitted. He explained that the isolation center is supported by a dedicated 2-bed intensive care unit equipped with 2 ventilators for the management of COVID-19 patients in need of critical care. According to him, the hospital also has a rapid response team consisting of more than 80 specially trained doctors, nurses, paramedics, and other professionals ready to attend to suspected or confirmed cases of COVID-19. He, however, expressed gratitude to the state governor and chairman of the state COVID-19 response team, Godwin Obaseki, for his support to and cooperation with the hospital. Meanwhile, members of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU Uniben chapter, on Thursday donated liquid soap and hand sanitizers manufactured by its members to 92.7 KUFM Benin City. The members were led by its chairman, Professor Monday Omorege, who also donated a wash hand station for visitors and members of staff in the fight against coronavirus. Professor Omorege, while presenting the materials to the station manager, Mr. Saliu Ibrahim, said the union acknowledges the role KUFM is playing in the fight against coronavirus through its various sensitization programs on radio.
Yeah, our purpose is to partner with KUFM in a fight against this coronavirus pandemic. You and I know that government alone, no institution can fight it alone. It's a collective responsibility. That's why we're here. To give a token, sanitizer, liquid soap for washing hands, and the bucket and the receptacle for washing the hand, which we made the soap and the sanitizer by ourselves within the university system. Well, we'll be telling government that there are solutions to problems within the university system. We expect that they partner with us more than they're doing now.
And over now to Delta State, where Governor Ifeanyi Okowa of Delta State has expressed determination to provide palliatives to cushion the effect of COVID-19 lockdown on the people of the state. The governor made the pledge on Thursday in Ibusa when he inspected the food bank in Ibusa. Okowa said he would set up committees comprising local government chairmen, the clergy, opinion leaders, women and youth representatives to ensure that the food items got to the right people. The governor said the bulk of the food items, including rice and beans, which would be distributed in a few days, were procured by the state government and that the rest came from donors. He thanked the donors for the support and called on others to contribute to the 3 food banks established by the state government at Ibusa, Wari, and Asaba. Okowa said that more food items were needed to enable the government to cover all parts of the state. KUFM's News Dawn continues right after this break. Stay with us, please.
Ona age na yata mo ma koyo ona ne coronavirus na wa gbelewu na ege no keke na ya ga lue ebe na ya ye gbo wa ne boti e toilet roll ra upon ne kere na re won bo ne boti akati ya gunu kebi hwe wa ga tolo hwe ege no keke na ya ga gbobo ege hia kebe ave lu hand sanitizer aye na bi egbe na mo tolo hwe na san gege de kan we ege na okeke na ga gba oge gboma kebe otemi yoma no sikoma deguna ge ige egbewe me no we ra omo no sikewe egeje radio wisi egbe no sikewe se o setting le tie o labana 08000267662 ra 08009700010 ni we egbe tie 08000267662 ra 08009700010 ujirege enwe ayahin magbon coronavirus emi na bege ba o KUFM 92.7 oyun na yawewe.
Welcome back. The federal government has released over 200 billion naira to the power sector to improve electricity supply in the wake of outbreak of the deadly coronavirus pandemic in the country. The Group Managing Director of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, Mele Kyari, disclosed this in Abuja after a closed-door meeting of the NNPC team with the Minister of Power, Saleh Maman, and the Managing Director of the Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN, Usman Mohammed. He said the team was in the Ministry of Power to inform the minister that in the last 1 or 2 months, and particularly during this COVID-19 period, as NNPC has increased gas supply to the power sector. Kyari explained that there will be a significant improvement in power generation in all the federal government and associated power facilities. The Nigeria Correctional Service has dismissed reports that Miriam Sanda had been granted presidential pardon. The service public relations officer Kufm Nigeria, in a statement on Thursday in Abuja, described the report as fake news. Kufm Nigeria said the Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, clearly stated the categories of inmates qualified for the amnesty while addressing a news conference on April 9. Njoko said Sanda did not meet any of the mentioned requirements and therefore did not benefit from the presidential pardon and clemency. President Muhammadu Buhari had pardoned 2,600 inmates across the country on April 9th. On January 27th, an FCT High Court sentenced Miriam Sanda, who stabbed her husband to death, Billy Aminu, son of a former national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Haliru Bello, to death by hanging. Ken Saruwiwa's son, Menegian, has died of COVID-19 in the United Kingdom. No, Saruwiwa announced the death of her brother, who she said had other underlying health conditions. Gian, as he was fondly called, died on Monday. No said his late brother was a champion sprinter at school, a poet, an artist, budding engineer, a self-taught guitarist, and pianist. Coming up in the Moment on Business, investors continue to take position in attractive stocks despite pockets of profit-taking activities. Details of this and more after this break.
Beautiful one, I call on you today.
Bless you.
This not be time of bless you. This season when we say coronavirus, so they show itself for the world there. Now time to use tissue paper or handkerchief. Take cover your mouth or nose when you dey cough or sneeze. This not time to always wash your hand. Use hand sanitizer where contain better alcohol. This not time to give ears, as in avoid me, give me space to any person where they cough or sneeze. This not time to protect yourself or neighbors from sickness. So if you notice anything, sharp, carry yourself or the person go hospital or call this number free of charge. You're not going to collect money for your hand. That is toll-free number for 080 00 26 7662. 080 00 26 7662. You first to bring this other number for 080 09 70 00010. Remember, say life now says coronavirus not the show for face, so now person with their life and carry first to this message now from KUFM 92.7. Beautiful one, we call on you today. Come feel this place today. Let your presence dwell amongst us. Oh, shut it down.
You are still on the news done on 92.7 KUFM Benin City and on business. In the absence of any negative event that is capable of weakening investors' confidence, market watchers say investors continue to take position in attractive stocks. Orlando has more on our business news.
1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. 600 billion and the last kobo. Oh yes, we follow the money. It's all about the business and the business of business. The gains and the losses. The bulls and bears. The rise and falls. The risk and the satisfaction of seeing the last kobo rise to millions. On KUFM's business news, the simple and complex jargons of business just make sense. Get the trending news on the morning market, forecast, investment opportunities, policy changes, and other breakout information on the ever-busy world of business. KU Business News, Monday to Friday on our news dawn, 6:30 to 7 a.m.
Good morning. Amid profit-taking activities on notable stocks, bargain investors still took positions in a number of attractive counters trading at lower bands. This led to an additional 0.07% increase in the market's benchmark performance indicator, the Nigeria Stock Exchange NSE All Share Index ASI. Stocks like Nestle Nigeria PLC, MTN PLC and Dangote Cement PLC were topmost on demand in remote trading session on Thursday, April 16th. Zenith Bank and GT Bank led the stocks that were on offer as investors rushed to book profits. As the bulls dominated trading session in 3 trading days into this week, resulting to 5.48% gain, the market no doubt will close this week on a positive note. In the absence of any negative event that is capable of weakening investors' confidence, market watchers expect no deviation from this positive pattern on Friday. Nestle Nigeria PLC recorded the highest gain on the bourse after its share price moved from day open high 830 naira 2 kobo to 913.2 naira, adding 83 naira or 10%. MTN PLC also increased from 98 naira to 101.5 naira, adding 3.5 naira or 3.57%, while Dangote Cement rose from 133 naira 1 kobo to 136 naira, adding 2 naira 9 kobo or 2.18%. Zenith Bank stock price moved from day open high 15 naira 9 kobo to 14 naira 35 kobo, losing 1 naira 55 kobo or 9.7%, while GT Bank decreased from 21 naira 9 kobo to 20 naira 5 kobo, down by 1 naira 4 kobo or 6.39%. In 5,985 deals, investors exchanged 379,110,193 shares valued at 4.327 billion naira. The stock market benchmark index NSE ASI increased from 22,539.94 points on Wednesday, April 15th to 22,554.84 points on Thursday. The record negative return year to date, YTD, has moderated to minus 15.97%. The value of listed stocks on the bourse increased by about 8 billion naira from 11.746 trillion naira to 11.754 trillion naira. The Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Stock Exchange, Oscar Onyema, has expressed NSE's commitment to providing corporates and investors access to the markets in meeting their financial and investment needs during this period and beyond. He made this known during the first ever digital closing gong ceremony hosted by the exchange via Instagram Live on Thursday. Speaking to the exchange's effort to sustain an open and vibrant capital markets, Onyema said following the activation of its business continuity plan and transition to remote working and trading, the exchange has been resolute in its commitments to ensure that there are no disruptions to operations for any of its stakeholders. Onyema identified the sounding of the closing gong to mark the end of the trading day as a treasured tradition of the exchange that has been impacted by the temporary closure of the trading floor, and one which presents an opportunity for digital engagements. And finally, on business, the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, says Nigeria did not benefit from the recent debt relief by the International Monetary Fund because the country is not indebted to the IMF. According to the minister, the new application is for financing under the Rapid Financing Initiative. The IMF had on Monday announced the approval of immediate debt service relief to 25 of the IMF member countries under the IMF's revamped Catastrophe Containment and Relief Trust as part of its response to help address the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The beneficiary countries were Afghanistan, Benin, Burkina Faso, Central African Republic, Chad, Comoros, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Gambia, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Haiti, Liberia, Madagascar, Malawi, Mali, Mozambique, Nepal, Niger, Rwanda, Sao Tome and Principe, Sierra Leone, Solomon Island, Tajikistan, Togo, and Yemen. And in sports, Super Eagles 2018 home jersey voted 5th best all-time iconic football shirt. Ego Saigbeka has more on our sports text this morning.
Nigeria's Super Eagles home jersey at the 2018 FIFA World Cup in Russia has been voted the 5th best in the top 20 all-time iconic football shirts. This was made known after the final result of fans' votes published on BBC Sports website on Thursday. The Super Eagles took the world by storm with the release of the new shirt prior to the 2018 World Cup, as fans queued for hours outside Nike's flagship store in London to get their hands on one, and with 3 million pre-orders of the replica shirts sold almost immediately after they were released. Nigeria only wore the kit once at the World Cup, which was in their second group game against Iceland, which they won 2-0. They also wore it at the 2019 Africa Cup of Nations in Egypt, where they finished third. At number 1 is Brazil's kit, won at the Mexico 1970 FIFA World Cup, which they won. The kit won by Euro 1988 champions, the Netherlands, is at number 2. Germany's 1990 World Cup winning kit is at number 3, while at number 4 is England's Three Lions 1966 jersey. Former Super Eagles player and coach Sunday Olise has clarified the statement he made on the team's coaching job. Olise, who was a member of the Super Eagles side that won the 1994 African Cup of Nations title in Tunisia, was widely reported to have said in an interview this week that he would never manage the team again. But the former Ajax and Juventus midfielder has denied the claim in a short video message on his Twitter handle on Thursday. The 45-year-old, who was capped 54 times by Nigeria and voted Africa's third best footballer in 1998 by CAF, took charge of the Super Eagles in 2015. He resigned from the post in February 26, 2016, 1 month to the Super Eagles' encounter with the Pharaohs of Egypt in the 2017 African Cup of Nations qualifiers. He cited contract violations, lack of support, unpaid wages and benefits to his players, assistant coaches, and himself as reasons for his action. And finally, Union of European Football Association UEFA says it is working on plans that will see the Champions League final end the 2019-2020 season on 29th August. The governing body will meet on 23rd April for more discussions about how to complete a season which has been disrupted by coronavirus. It is likely one decision will be to agree that leagues could finish early, although only with UEFA's approval. But the idea is still to finish the season as a whole at the end of August with all outstanding games played. That will mean the Champions League final taking place in Istanbul on 29th August with the Europa League final in Gdansk, Poland 3 days earlier. However, 2 scenarios for getting to that situation are under consideration. The first is to play the quarterfinals and semi-finals as 2-legged matches as normal in July and August. The second will be for the games to be played as one-off fixtures after the end of the domestic seasons, potentially condensing the end of the competition into a week-long mini-tournament. 4 of the 8 Champions League quarterfinalists are already known, with Manchester City's high-profile encounter with Real Madrid, one of the ties still to be concluded. In the Europa League, scheduling is more complicated because all 8 last 16 second-leg ties are still to be played, with 2 matches involving Spanish and Italian teams yet to play the first legs. And that is sports news on KUFM's News Dawn. My name is Ewosa Agbeka. Back to you, Charles.
Thank you very much, Egosa, for those sports stories. And with the sports stories, we come to the end of our package this morning. But before we leave, here's a quick recap of the headlines. In this bulletin, we told you that Nigeria's COVID-19 cases are now at 442, as NCDT has confirmed 35 new infections. We also told you that the Edo State government has banned street trading. And finally, we told you that the Edo State government has completed a 30-bed facility with 15 ventilators. Do remember that the continued unity of Nigeria is a collective responsibility. Be sure to play your part. Meanwhile, coronavirus is real. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running water. Stay indoors. Stay safe. KUFM News Dawn was produced by Lebedum Asabwaram. I am Charles Oporum saying thanks for listening and good morning.
Of the Kiddies Playground on 92.7 KUFM with Orlando.
Here is Ibukun, and you are listening to Kiddies Playground on KU 92.7 FM Benin City.
I hope you had a good night rest. I hope you slept well, and I'm sure you're ready for today's edition. Story time. All right, if you're listening for the first time, this show is basically for kids between the ages of 5 to 10 years and also between the classes of Basic 3 to JSS1. Those are the people that are allowed to call into the show and participate. If you are below and above the age and class range, all you just have to do is sit back and enjoy the show. So I'm going to play a story today, and after that I'll open my phone lines for you to answer questions. And the numbers to call: 0706-263-9275, 0903-939-4427, and 0812-178-9154. Remember, the rules and regulations of the show still stands. Make sure you don't allow anybody to tell you the answer to the question. Do not hesitate. And basically, let's have fun. Are you ready? It's story time.
The Old Lion and the Fox. Once upon a time, there was an old lion lying down under the blazing sun.
I'm so hungry. But I'm too old and slow to hunt. I'm starving. Good. That will do. Hello, little rat.
Oh my, Mr. Lion.
I'm not feeling well. Go tell everyone to pay a visit to this sick lion. Have I made myself clear?
Yes, sir.
What? Mr. Lion is sick?
He sure is. And he said we must pay him a visit.
Let's go before he gets angry.
The animals had no choice but to visit the old lion.
Hello, Mr. Lion. How are you feeling?
Oh, it's you, the deer. Please come in. I'm feeling so sick.
Hello, Mr. Lion. Are you feeling better?
Welcome, little monkey. Please come in.
The animals disappeared one by one.
That's strange. No one came back from visiting Mr. Lion's den. I have to find out what happened.
I am brilliant. I made my dinner walk right into my den. Although someone is late. Oh yes, the fox hasn't come yet.
Mr. Lion!
Oh, at last, it's the fox.
Oh, Mr. Lion, how are you feeling? Sorry I took so long.
I feel a lot better thanks to all the animals. Oh, please come inside. Come on in, Fox.
Mr. Lion, this is strange. There are footprints leading inside, but none going outside.
That is...
No way I'm going in. I don't want to be eaten today.
Thanks to the wise fox, no animal came near the lion's den ever again. enjoyed that story, it's time for questions. You can call me up on the numbers 0706-263-9275, 0903-939-4427, 0812-178-9154. Those are the numbers that you can call me with, and you get to answer the questions. Remember how we did it yesterday? I have questions number 1 to 8, and you're going to pick a number to answer the question. Okay? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, good morning.
Morning, ma.
Morning, darling. You have to turn down the volume on your radio sets now. Do we have to go through this again?
Sorry, ma.
All right, so what's your name?
My name is David.
David, how old are you?
I'm 10 years.
10 years old. All right, pick a number.
Number 1.
What is the title of the story?
The Lion and the Fox.
Say again.
The Old Lion and the Fox.
All right, that is correct. If you had insisted on the lion and the fox, it would have been wrong, but it's the Old Lion and the Fox. Hello?
Hello, good morning, ma.
Hello, good morning. What's your name?
My name is Precious.
Precious. How old are you?
I'm 8 years old.
Pick a number.
Number 2.
Where was the lion lying down?
On the sandy tree.
That's wrong, honey. The lion was lying down under the blazing sun. Hello, good morning.
Hello? Good morning, ma.
This is actually what I'm going to do when you call me and your radio is very high. I'm not going to start telling you, turn down the volume on your radio set. You're definitely going to lose the opportunity to answer a question. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I have to be a little bit strict. Hello, good morning.
Hello?
Good morning. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. All right, kids, for the last time, when you call me, turn down the volume on your radio set or just stay very far away from your radio set if your parents want to listen to you, okay? They can listen via the radio while we have a conversation, all right? Stay very far away from the radio. Hello, good morning. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
What's your name?
My name is Ernest.
Ernest, how old are you?
I'm 7 years old.
You can't be 7 years old. Bye. That's not possible. Your voice is too thick. Your baritone is too very, very.
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, ma.
Good morning, darling. What's your name?
Ebuka.
Ebuka, how old are you?
I'm 8 years old.
Pick a number.
Number 5.
Number 5. What is the second animal that visited the lion?
The rat.
The second animal that visited the lion?
The rat.
That is wrong. That is wrong. Hello, good morning. The next person will have to answer this question. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Jennifer Farrell.
All right. How old are you?
I'm 11 years old.
Oh, baby, you go past the age. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning, darling. Praise. How are you?
Fine.
All right, so answer the question. Which animal visited the lion second?
Monkey.
Say again.
Monkey.
That's correct. The little monkey. Hola. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, ma.
Morning, darling. What's your name?
Hello?
I can hear you. What's your name?
Hello? My name is Lisa.
Your name is Mishak. How old are you, Mishak?
I'm 10 years old.
Are you listening to me from the phone or you're listening to me from the radio? Where are you listening from?
From the phone.
Okay, so you can hear me now.
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 10 years old.
Pick a number.
Number 5.
Number 5 is taken.
Number 4.
What message did the old lion give to the little rat?
he sent the little rat to go and tell the animals that he's sick.
Mm-hmm. Is that all?
And they should come to his house to pay him a visit.
Absolutely correct. Hello. Hello, good morning.
Hello?
Hi.
I'm talking with this Alpha.
What the hell? This is becoming really crazy. Please, can I don't stop calling calling into this show? Hello? Morning. What's your name?
My name is Ianu.
Ianu, how old are you?
I'm 10 years old.
Alright, Ianu, pick a number.
Number 3.
Why couldn't the lion hunt for food?
Because he was sick.
Because he was what?
Sick.
That's wrong. Next person is answering this question. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
What's your name?
Erigosa.
Alright, how old are you?
I'm 9 years old.
Alright, so tell me, why couldn't the lion hunt for food?
Because he was old and sick.
Say again, I'm giving you the last chance. Try again. Because what?
Because he was old and sick.
I'm just going to clap for you small. That's enough. You got just one. Okay, let's know if the next person will get the other one. Because he was old, perfect. And hello? Hello?
My name is Ella.
How old are you?
I'm 10.
So tell me, why couldn't the lion hunt for food?
Because he was hungry.
That was why he couldn't hunt for food. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, I picked the call. How are you?
I'm fine now.
What's your name?
My name is Nelson.
How old are you?
I'm 12 old.
So tell me, why couldn't the lion hunt for food?
Because he was old and could not hunt for food.
Okay. See, the lion couldn't hunt for food because he was old and slow. It was said in the story. Because he was old and slow. Last call before I wrap up. Last call before I wrap up the show. So, in the absence of any other call. Okay, there you go. Lots of calls just came in right now. Hello. Good morning.
Good morning, ma.
You've answered before now. Praise.
Hello. Hello. Good morning, ma.
Praise. Is this praise?
I'm 10.
Hello. Hello. Yes. Hello. Good morning.
Good morning, ma.
What's your name?
I'm Miracle.
All right, Miracle. How old are you?
I'm 5 years old.
All right, Miracle. Question number 1 to 5 is taken. You have question number 6, 7, and 8. Pick a number.
Number 7.
So, why did the fox go to find out what happens to the other animals?
Because he didn't see any of them.
I'm going to give it to you. That is correct. Yes, the fox decided to go find out what happened because the animals never came back from visiting the lion. Thank you, kids. It's been an amazing week with you. Let's do this again next week. Remember, be good kids in school. Oh, did I say school? Be good kids at home and don't turn the house upside down.
She did not qualify. Okay. And the next headline reads, Lassa fever killing Nigerians more than COVID-19. Okay. As 1 week lockdown begins, security agents take over Kanu Major Street. Confirmed cases rise to 21 in 5 days, and the locals are urged to urge more commitment from government in Kanu. The bride who was taken by electricity. Okay, this is a very sad one. The just mother of 2 was electrocuted days to her marriage to her fiancé. Very, very sad one. Federal government oil marketers disagree over petrol pricing regime. This one says COVID-19, liquidity, job safety, top Nigerian businesses concerns, PWC. My bill not targeted at Atiku, Senator Gyang. Okay. Moving on, still on the Daily Trust newspaper this morning. No enough places to isolate Nigerians returning from abroad, federal government. Coronavirus, Northern Nigeria at high risk. Gates Foundation. Federal government tasks tailors on mass production of masks. Please, tailors, please, you can produce masks for our consumption, for us to use. This one says, why we completed 4 solar power plants for COVID-19 centers in 14 days. Ahmad. Nigeria records 35 new cases of COVID-19. Total now 442. COVID-19. Free electricity not for all Nigerians. Governments. Who is it for? COVID-19. How Europol foiled 1.5 million euro face masks fraud traced to Nigeria. As what? Okay. And this one says, APC chieftains. ABC chieftains plots devilish campaign against Shetima coalition. Okay, Shetima is a member of the APC as well, I believe. 1 billion naira probe. Nasarawa Assembly pledges to be thorough. And this one says, Nollywood actor slams men who treat wives like house helps. COVID-19. Powerlifting president advises national lifters to sustain training. Joshua says blockbuster Fury fight needed to determine #1 status. Former NFF President Lulu appreciates Nigerians as he clocks 62 years. FG oil marketers disagree over petrol pricing regime. Fund paucity threat to ports operations, economic recovery. Power sector revenue may dip over free electricity hoax, TCN. And this one says tension in Kogi as condition of woman assaulted by masquerades deteriorates. COVID-19 lockdown. My encounter with police in New Karu. Lockdown. Coalition of FCT orphanages appeal for lifeline. And this one says coronavirus claims another 753 lives in France. Trump's daughter, son-in-law skip lockdown for Passover trip. 2 men arrested for trying to infect police with coronavirus. This is on the international side. It did not happen in Nigeria, okay? So you might want to read up to find out where it happened, okay? This one says 3 killed as hoodlums attack Abuja community. Gunmen abducts 3 nursing mothers in Kaduna. Policing the COVID-19 pandemic in Nigeria. ASI strike and that World War II picture. And then coping in the age of COVID-19. Okay, that's it. That's it on the Daily Trust newspaper this morning. And from the Daily Trust, we will be crossing over to the Premium Times. And the Premium Times leads us as follows. Coronavirus. Report warns over 300,000 Africans may die if action is delayed. And this one says 14 killed in fire at Borno IDP camp. Coronavirus. Africa records nearly 1,000 deaths, over 17,000 infections. 15 countries yet to confirm COVID-19 case. Okay. Stigma against COVID-19 patients affecting our efforts. NCDC. Coronavirus. Reps, Minister, NNPC boss, others raise committee for free electricity. Coronavirus 4 weeks after. Atiku's son yet to test negative. He remains isolated without symptoms. This is a development that has surprised a lot of medical experts. Interesting. Coronavirus, 5 more patients recover in Lagos. Total recovery now 90. COVID-19, United Nations donate 10,000 test kits, 15 oxygen concentrators to Nigeria. Miriam Sanda, not granted pardon, still in our custody prisons. Violation, lockdown violation. Abuja to begin clamp down on morning joggers. Okay, this is interesting. COVID-19, Facebook to notify users who have engaged with harmful posts. Insecurity, nearly 1,000 deaths recorded in Nigeria between January-March. Report. Okay, and still on the Daily Trust, still on the Premium Times newspaper this morning. This one says police arrest 4 suspects in Fashoranti daughter's murder. Coronavirus latest death in Lagos have no travel history, contact with infected persons. Commissioner. Lockdown. Delta establishes 3 food warehouses for vulnerable, and the 3 of them are located in Ibusa, Asaba, and Warri. COVID-19. Edo government completes 30-bed facility. COVID-19. Edo sets up 10 screening centers for residents. And this one says governor's cell phone hacked. Okay, so which governor is this? A picture of I think it's Governor Ugwani of Enugu State. We understand that the phone was hacked and it was used to call members of the public, including government officials. But you might want to read up there to find out more. It's on the Premium Times there. And this one says, court jails Abuja driver who stripped to resist arrest after violating lockdown. You saw the video, right?
I saw it.
Yeah, interesting. COVID-19, Anambra isolation centers to regular power supply to receive regular power supply. Electricity company pledges. Gunmen killed 9 persons, torched 33 houses in Plateau community. Okay. Anambra index case stable. Contacts rise to 39. COVID-19. Benue extends curfew by 2 weeks. And this one says 14 killed in fire at Borno IDP camp. Third one, coronavirus. Senator accuses Federal Aid Committee of fraud, calls for disbandment. I am still COVID-19 positive. El Rufai speaks from isolation. Okay. And he went on to say he will have to publicize it like other prominent Nigerians had done if he is cleared. Good one there. 2 coronavirus patients recover in Kwara and discharged. Another good one there. COVID-19, why we can't declare total lockdown in Bauchi State, Governor Mohammed. And that's it from the Premium Times this morning.
All right, let's move over to Punch newspaper this morning. The first headline here says, U.S. coronavirus death toll passes 32,000. Coronavirus, World Health Organization goes to Zali TV rescues. Free electricity, mere propaganda, says TCN. Coronavirus and a tale of 2 health sectors. Nigeria must return to true federalism at Debanjo. ADC rally support for Buhari's regime. Don't expect crude demand recovery before July, says OPEC. COVID-19, northern Nigeria remains high risk, says Gates Foundation. Ekiti circulates photos of convicted rapists. Oshun will discontinue trial of Facebook user, Attorney General. Police arrest Ogun women for cursing Abiodun and others. Federal government must punish trigger-happy security personnel, Ekweremadu, and lawyers. We have arrested bribe-taking policemen, Rivers Command. VIPs, hospitals disregard for NCDC rules worries government. COVID-19 and the challenge of learning without schooling. Sokoto jacks up health workers hazard allowance. Oh, nice one. We hope it's to a reasonable amount. And moving on, infrastructure deficit, forex pressure may worsen inflation. Emefiele. No sufficient isolation centers for Nigerians awaiting evacuation. Onyema. Banks recorded 11.44 trillion naira online payments in March. Sule orders arrest of Nasarawa child beggars. Lagos records 2 COVID-19 deaths, discharges 5 more. Lockdown, stock market gains 28 billion naira in 2 weeks. Oshibajo panel plans stimulus for imminent recession. NECA moves against job losses, demands federal government supports. Fire kills 14, injures 15 at Borno IDP camp. Exchange host first digital closing gong. Coronavirus test is free, says Lagos state government. Lagos to Ibadan rail project 90% complete, says federal government. Delta to begin palliative distribution by weekend. NIMASA extends certificate validity for seafarers. KEDCO, BDC pledge regular power supply to customers. Marketers seek law to stop federal government fixing fuel price. No employee contracted COVID-19, says Chevron. Afenifere donates 3 million naira to Southwest states. FCCPC warns manufacturers, others against violating due process. Lassa fever hits Bauchi, kills 19 in 3 months. Gencos, Discos deny knowledge of federal government's 200 billion naira payment. Oh, yeah, you read that in the news this morning. I heard it. All right, moving on. COVID-19 cases crossing state boundaries. Federal government laments. Ekiti to tackle unemployment with TVE board. Mobile courts convicts 20 lockdown violators in FCT. Presidential Council engages 650 SMEs to provide supports. Nasarawa warns officials against diverting palliatives. And finally, on Punch newspaper, governors pledge support for businesses during lockdown. Government pledges support for businesses during lockdown. And that's it on Punch newspaper. And moving over to Vanguard newspaper this morning to check out the headlines that it has for us this morning. 20 sailors hospitalized after French Navy coronavirus outbreak. Coronavirus, Kanu Grand Gadi freed 59 inmates, including a female. COVID-19, UBTH equips isolation center. Baban Laki head NBA COVID-19 welfare committee. COVID-19, UN gives vital health supplies to Nigerian government. Lockdown, customs seizes smuggled rice beans worth 12.7 million naira in Kanu. How did it get in? All right, moving on. Lassa fever, Bauchi has recorded 19 deaths in 2020, says Deputy Governor. Lagos records 2 more COVID-19 deaths and discharges 5. Blame Ondo Deputy Governor Not Akeredolu for Arogbo Ijo marginalization, says Ojogo. NCDMB recommends indigenous companies for NLNG for Train 7. Without fanfare, Apple launches new iPhone for budget-minded. Okay.
Not so expensive.
Yeah, that's the word, budget-minded. All right, let's move on. African reports 17,247 COVID-19 cases. Africa as a continent, by the way, 17,247 cases. COVID-19 tests are free in all NCDC-approved centers in Lagos, says Abayomi. Join the reconciliation move in Ogun PDP. Bayo Dayo tells Kashamu. Stream lockdown, a radical view. I am ready to invest in entertainment big time, says Labo Group CEO Olabisi Akombi. COVID-19, Adamawa Police Commissioner warns residents to desist from night trips. Kidnapped Oyo Monarch's wife daughter regains freedom. Sanitizing the social investment program. Virus not reason to let migrants drown. European rights chief warns. America's pointless battle against WHO. DRC buries Ebola victim. World Health Organization starts new vaccination. The Democratic Republic of Congo, by the way. And moving on, finally on Vanguard, 5-year-old reportedly killed. Businesses count losses as fire gulls major Bauchi market. And there you have it on the Vanguard newspaper and Punch newspaper this morning.
Okay, thank you very much. Quickly, before I cross over to the paper, I took a headline where I said COVID-19, how Europol foiled 1.5 billion euro face mask fraud traced to Nigeria. So I've been going through the story, and now something really interesting is happening here. A Nigerian, I don't know what to call them. Will I call them a company now or a group of people in Nigeria? Attempted to sell face masks to the German government, non-existent face masks, and they cloned the website of a company in the Netherlands that was selling face masks, collected a payment of 1.5 million euros to sell them 1.5 million face masks, and then demanded 800,000 euros to secure the merchandise. After the money was sent over and the face masks were supposed to be delivered, it was discovered that there was no record of such a company. Like, the company was in existence, but these guys had actually cloned the website of the company. So the real company did not actually get any request. And the European police swung into action, traced down the account, and then succeeded in freezing it in the Netherlands, but in the UK. But guess what? They had already placed a wire transfer to an account in Nigeria. So while people are struggling to protect themselves, some people are seeing this as an opportunity to scam other people and give the country a bad name.
I'm definitely short of words.
All right, let's go on. This is The Guardian. Outrage over killings during lockdowns. Confusion as NCDC Kanu present conflicting COVID-19 results. Nigeria, Saudi Arabia investment plan in limbo as federal government fumbles. Okay. Republicans urge Trump to withhold funds unless WHO chief quits. That is Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus. The battle between the U.S., which is the largest single funder of the WHO, and the DG of the WHO, of course, is well documented. AU seeks debt forgiveness for Nigeria over COVID-19. Armed bandits kidnap 3 nursing mothers in Kaduna. Lassa fever kills 19 as Bauchi discharges 3 COVID-19 patients. Okay. NCDC needs more financial backing to deliver effectively, says Senator Utazi. Aspirin cuts risk of digestive tract cancers. This one says surviving COVID-19. On the sports side, Ayegbeni picks Lagerbach as best Eagles coach. Okay. That was the coach of Nigeria in the 2010 World Cup. Players return to field as air assault opens course. AFN Congress postponed due to COVID-19. Lawal explains why PGA Nigeria cannot tow Sunshine Tours lines. Moving on, lockdown and emerging traffic in Lagos. What does that mean? And this one says how to begin the month of Ramadan. Okay, still on the Guardian newspaper. This one says COVID-19 PSA. Has Funke Akindele lost her spot to Toyin Abraham? Question.
It's a big question because Tony Abraham was live on NCDC's Twitter handle to talk about how to, maintain precautionary measures and teach people about coronavirus. I saw it yesterday and I was like, oh, is this like
Funke?
She was there before. She was there before. She was, we would call it an ambassador. they've dropped her, so Tony Abraham has taken, the position.
Okay, Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert De Niro offer fans film role in coronavirus charity challenge. That's an interesting one there. And this one says controversy trails Ayade's approach on COVID-19 strategy. Olunloye at 85, a noble reminder of Nigeria's glorious past. Okay, and that's it from the Guardian newspaper this morning. And from the Guardian, we check out This Day newspaper. FG warns private hospitals against treating COVID-19 patients without approval. Governors has expressed worries over closure of businesses. Moody's affirms Nigeria's B2 ratings negative outlook. Okay, still on This Day newspaper this morning. Major oil marketers seek law to back deregulation. Sanwo-Olu meets CEOs, malls lockdown review in 7 days. Police arrest alleged killers of Afenifere leader's daughter. FIRS revises Q1 revenue collections to 1.20 trillion naira. Okay, and still on this day, stakeholders decry non-provision of scanners by NCS since 2017. That is the Nigerian Customs Service. Okay, NSE hosts first digital closing gong ceremony, commits to access to information. Okay, and the gong, normally when the Nigerian Stock Exchange, when the stock exchange comes to an end, they always hit the gong will bong, you get, but because of this physical distancing, it had to happen over Instagram. People could watch it happen, but you couldn't be there physically. Okay, for AFDB, one good term deserves another, with a picture there of Akinwumi Adesina. House other stakeholders to inaugurate committee on free electricity supply, interrogating Tinubu's politics and ideas. Why Buhari should dissolve IMC of the NDDC, Interim Management Committee, okay, of the Niger Delta Development Commission. And this one says a leader, technocrat Jibrin Mohammed Bade is a year older. Okay, Obieze launches converged digital entertainment play. Adesuwa Oyenokwe, Kachi's patience, Rosie's honesty made them winners of Ultimate Love. This is the reality TV show that was happening on TV for a while now. Moving on, still on This Day newspaper, we have Omilabu, lockdown, proper hygiene, social distancing will curb spread of COVID-19. And what Africa must do to mitigate the damaging effects of COVID-19. On the sports side, Quadri or Motayo drop in IWTF ranking. Eto vows to help 100,000 Cameroonians tackle COVID-19. Soname kickstarts Athletes Trust Fund with 10 million naira. AFN Ordinary Congress postponed due to COVID-19. And the Joshua challenges Tyson Fury in unification battle. And Super Eagles 2018 jersey ranked 5th. Okay, and that's it from the This Day newspaper. Remember, our text message line is open. You can send your SMS. Do not call. Send your SMS. Do not call to 0807 400 9076. This is where we'll end this morning's edition of the newspaper headline review. My name is Charles Operum.
My name is Godslove Orlando. Good morning.
92.7 KUFM.
As part of efforts to complement federal, state, and local government in combating coronavirus,
their plan, they hope that by the end of August, which will be on the 29th of August, they would conclude the season as far as the UEFA Champions League and the UEFA Europa League is concerned. Then the Premier League clubs are to discuss a possible June 30 deadline to the season. They don't know right now when the season will end and when they are even going to restart the season, but they are planning on having a meeting today. They are going to definitely be having a meeting today, and then they will decide whether to put a deadline of the 30th of June for when they can resume the season and just get to end everything concerning this season. For Rangers, they are saying that the SPFL votes can't be taken seriously. I told you yesterday that they have consistently been against any attempts to end the league prematurely. They said they are not going to be a part of it. And now that it has happened in the Championship and also in League One and League Two, they are saying we cannot accept that even in the Premiership, and that what the others have done is not something that should be taken seriously, and it can be challenged in
court, as talking about football court, of course. The U.S. Open, talking tennis now, we hear that it is unlikely to be played behind closed doors. So if they cannot have a situation where the tournament will be played with fans, then they might just cancel it the way Wimbledon has been cancelled. So they do not plan to play it behind closed doors. For golf, the PGA Tour, they plan to resume in June, but they are planning to have the tournament behind closed doors. Senator Francis, the sports Berlusconi, and Ewosa Igbeka and the sports maestro are also on the show this morning. Guys, let's talk about the UEFA Champions League and the UEFA Europa League. UEFA, the European Football Governing Body, they are planning to have a situation where the Champions League final, which will end the 2019-2020 season, will be played on the 29th of August, and of course the Europa League will come a couple of days earlier.
Well, I think their plan is okay if the pandemic ravaging the world right now will allow them to do that. I think it's a good plan, though they wanted to do it before that time, but they're just looking at the possibility of it taking place on the 29th of August. Well, usually it's the Champions League final comes a week after the Europa League final, but because of what is going on right now, they are likely to have the Europa League final 3 days earlier before the Champions League final. Well, I think it's okay. All that matters right now is for the domestic leagues to be concluded, then get to conclude the Champions League, the Europa League, then get ready for the next season. Though it's going to be a bit hectic because players will need, even if they have to call, they have to restart the leagues right now. The players cannot just leave their homes and start playing. They will need like 2-3 weeks to get fit, before going to the pitch. So a whole lot is at stake right now. But the fact that they are planning to end the season normally, then with all the domestic leagues concluded, alongside the Europa League and Champions League, I think is a nice idea. I just hope that the dust will settle so that it will allow them to do this. Because if the weather is not clear, I don't think UEFA and FIFA will even think about going to the pitch to complete the Champions League and the Europa League. But being that as it may, I think it's a good idea because we'll be having a meeting very soon to see the considerations, how they are going to have things done. Could it be 2 legs? Could it be 1 leg format of those stuff that we have to know?
It's good to see that all the bodies responsible for different football competitions in Europe are trying to see how they can finish the current season and, get to start a new one. But the truth is, I'm still disappointed at the fact that people are still thinking about football, in the midst of all these things going on right now. I'm of the opinion that we should wait till the end of May. If there's no way forward, then you can cancel the entire season. I'm sorry, it will affect some football clubs with their participation in the continental football next year, or even winning the league. What if, God forbid, this thing drags till December? Everybody's still staying at home and all that. There's no guarantee yet that this thing will slow down anytime soon. That our prayers are for this thing, for God to answer our prayers and for this thing to just go away. The way it came, it should just go away like that. So it's nice to see that they still want to finish. Tentatively 29th of August. Then the question is, when are they going to start a new season for the domestic leagues and as well as the Champions League next season? How are they going to rush them to play? How do you end the season by the grace of God next year in May? Because we know that there's a competition waiting for them in May,
June and July.
Yeah, that is the Europe Nations Cup. Then there's another competition afterwards between July and August. So I don't know how they are going to do it, but I would have preferred, because of how congested it is, the calendar is for them, to just end the season. If they cannot end the league because of some football clubs like Liverpool and others, they should end the UEFA Champions League. If you don't win the UEFA Champions League this season, or if you don't win the Europa League this season, it doesn't really stop you from playing in it next season if you can do very well in your domestic league.
But you said you were surprised that they are thinking about football with the current situation. Life has not ended, so they have to think ahead. And the reason why they are so good in Europe and America and some other parts of the world is their ability to think ahead and plan ahead. So normally the UEFA Champions League for next year, they already have plans for it, and they have these plans like 2-3 years ahead. So now that the season has been truncated, they had to also make plans in the eventuality that the coronavirus ends. I mean, there are scientists working on a vaccine, there are scientists working on a cure. So because we are not having football right now, does not mean UEFA should just fold their arms and wait until the coronavirus has been eradicated. That's when they will now start thinking, okay, so when can we plan to have the UEFA Champions League? The best time to plan for it is now, although football is not going on, but they can still be having meetings, virtual meetings, which is what they are doing, and they are planning ahead.
Yeah, I understand the need to plan ahead and try to see into the future. What I was trying to say by saying that it's right now, let's plan for the tomorrow by cancelling everything that we have right now. Let's just wrap up this season like a carpet.
They are looking at the possibility of it still being completed.
Yeah, like I said, I understand why they want to complete it. For some clubs, for instance, there are no guarantees, even if we are seeing those guarantees for clubs like Man United or Arsenal to play continental football next season. But there are hopes for them in UEFA Europa League. They could go ahead and win it. I understand, but the way it is right now, you also want to look at the kind of conditions that this COVID-19 has presented us with. They come back and try to conclude the remaining league. Let's focus on England, for instance. They have 9 games left. They try to play those 9 games. We don't know if they're still going to conclude the FA Cup, because we still have the FA Cup around the corner. Then we don't know if they will conclude the Europa League. Now imagine if they play the 9 games and the FA Cup and they try to get into the Europa League, and you are still going to ask these players to travel from one country to another. What we are trying to do right now is to restrict movement. Let's see how we can really contain the spread of this virus. Then by so doing, by you getting to flights, meeting people and doing all this stuff, you probably could also spread that's why they are not saying next week we are going to resume the Champions League. That's why they said tentatively they are looking at 29th of August, hoping that we are in April now. Yeah. Today is the 17th of April. You still have May, you still have June, you still have July. They are talking about August, the end of August, which is like 4 months away. So that's my fear. My fear is society. My fear is every day when we wake up, pray and take a look at what is happening in the world. You see, in every country, there are new cases. Had it been like Ibrahim Bradley explained a long time ago that you have 2,000 cases in United States of America, for instance, and you wake up in the next 2-3 weeks, it's still 2,000. What we are getting now, people being discharged from the hospital, then you have this set of mindset of projecting to the future that this virus night has been contained. Now you look at Spain, you look at Italy. It's not as rampant the way it were. And that tells you that they are beginning to flatten the curve. I agree, but you still have a case of where you have like 1,000 cases a day. Now you're not having 300 cases a day. That's my fear. It's not as if you are at a point where you're no longer having new cases. The more you are discharging, the more. Look at Nigeria. Like if we're talking about 442 now in Nigeria, I must praise the health workers. They discharged over 100 and I think 152. That's where we are right now. So last night from the statistics we got from the NCDC. But again, today before you end the day, you're going to get like 35 cases. You're going to get like 30 cases. New infections. So that's my fear of the carelessness and the irresponsibility of some persons, especially those who are against government advice, went to the hospital without revealing their flight history, without talking about without revealing their true ailments, lied about what they were suffering from, and those who, against others, went to crowded places like worship centers and all that. So now you are getting the repercussions of that irresponsibility that some people engage in the past. But hopefully very soon we are going to get to
a situation where we are able to flatten the curve. Hopefully, very soon, the social distancing enforcement will start taking effect. So the moment you stop that spread from one person to the other, then you will start getting a result. But for UEFA, they're just planning ahead, and that's why they are looking at the 29th of August, because you've got to really start thinking, okay, when this is over, how do we start? Life has to go on. Life has not, except, God forbid, we hear that there is an asteroid that is headed for Earth, and there is absolutely nothing that we can do, and it's even bigger than the asteroids that wiped out the dinosaurs millions of years ago. So everybody just starts saying your last prayers. That's when I will say, why are you even planning about footballing on the 29th of August? But this one, the coronavirus, as bad as it is, it's not a death sentence, as we've said several times, and people they have recovered from it, and research is still going on every day, everywhere, all over the world. Scientists are working around the clock. In fact, there are vaccines already, but you know, for you to declare the vaccine a success, that it is ready to be used on humans, as you can, the government can come and start giving people shots of the vaccine. You must have tested it, you must have gone through different trials, and this thing takes a couple of months. I listened to some scientists in the United States of America, and they said maybe before winter, that's around September, October, the vaccine will be ready. It is already there, and people have been doing trials with it. So let's hope by the time it becomes successful. And also here in Nigeria, our scientists are also working and looking for ways of getting a cure. I mean, wouldn't it be fantastic if a Nigerian will be the one to find the cure to the corona?
The truth is, we have the brains, we have everything in terms of human capacity to do that. My problem that I've always had with African countries is that they don't really invest in their own personnel. I hope, like we've said several times on this program, that this one will teach the leaders, that you have to invest in your own personnel. If you invest in your country, surprisingly, when one of our leader came on and said that he didn't know that the health sector was this bad. I hope now that you know. It's one thing for you to know, not to know something. It's another thing for you to
clarify that statement later.
But another thing for you to do something about it.
All right, time for us to go on our first break on the show.
I'm tired of the poor power situation. Every time I stock the fridge, I come back to spoiled food.
My dear, I am tired too.
I think it's about time we go solar.
Go solar?
With Vertical Solar, we can go solar for as low as 36,000 naira monthly by paying in installments of up to 12 months.
Really?
Vertical Solar range of products can power household devices such as televisions, fridges, air conditioners, microwave, water pumps, electric iron, washing machine, and lots more. With extensive pay in installments plans up to 12 months with 10 years warranty.
Wow! What are the benefits of solar energy?
We are talking uninterrupted power supply, no monthly electricity bill, zero noise and smoke emission, and reduced generator maintenance cost.
Where is Vertical Solar located?
Number 28, Country Home Motel Road off Ajib Junction, Sapele Road, Benin City. You can call them on 0816 170 1105 or 0703 623 4843. You can also send them an email on info@verticalsolar.com.ng.
Vertical Solar, your lifetime power partners.
When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or try Maggi Niger pot for that delicious bottom pot. Niger pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggi Niger pot, delicious bottom pot.
New Maggi Niger pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
My people, make una open our ears wide. Because of this coronavirus wahala, government don't say make everybody sit down for house. Coronavirus now bad disease wey don kill many people. But no cause for alarm. Just do wetin government talk. Always wash your hands with soap. Cover your mouth and nose if you want cough and sneeze. Don't near anybody. Remember, say all markets and shops remain closed except medicine stores and shop for essential things. Government don open food market for primary schools for every corner. You fit waka go there, but government say Anybody wey wan comot for house must wear face mask. Remember say if you see as your cough and sneeze be, or say your body dey hot, or you no fit breathe well, oya go see doctor or call this toll-free number 0800-123-5111 or 0800-220-0110. Una wey just come from abroad, show yourself to government now, make dem help you. My people, shine your eyes and sit down for house. Coronavirus no fit come meet you for your house. Na Edo State government bring una this message.
Do you know that following people without their consent is stalking and it's an offense? Don't be an offender. We give our consent for you to follow us on all our social media platforms. On Facebook at KUFM Nigeria, on Instagram at KUFM Nigeria, on Twitter at KUFM Nigeria. Check out the latest pictures and videos and catch breaking news, entertainment gist, trending issues and happenings on social media by following us at KUFM Nigeria across the various platforms. KUFM, turn on excitement.
This is Gernot Rohr, Super Eagles coach. We have a very, very difficult match to play. This match is against an invisible enemy. We have to be in the good solidarity and with a big discipline to stay at home. We can win this match, but everybody must play the game, must be without contact of other people, must stay at home and only go out when it's necessary. Please respect it, and we will win the match together.
All right, that was coach of the Super Eagles, Gernot Rohr, speaking there, advising on how to win this battle against an invisible enemy. And FIFA has also said, look, for the first time ever, the entire football teams in the world, both national and club, are playing against the same opponents. It is an invisible enemy called the coronavirus, and they have given tips on how to overcome it. There are defensive strategies and then there are offensive strategies, and we're beginning to see all sort of footballing terminologies on how to battle the coronavirus, 442 and the rest of them. So it is good. Football is the most popular sport in the world, so let us harness its power and use it collectively to fight the coronavirus. All right, let's talk this one now. It just breaks my heart when I hear stories like this. Dixon Etuhu, this guy used to play for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and he was also at one point a player for Manchester City in England, Preston North End, and also Sunderland, as well as Fulham. We hear now that he has been banned for 5 years after he was found guilty of match fixing.
A terrible situation, I must confess. He moved to Sweden after many years, like you made mention of, in England in 2015, played some years, then became an agent. Obviously, one of the biggest dreams of footballers out there, for you to be able to give back to the game that you once played in. And now he was involved in match fixing, was trying to bribe a player to underperform, according to reports. Though the truth is, he denied all these allegations placed against him, but with proper investigation, this thing started way back in 2019. 2017 rather, but was actually brought to court in 2019. But he denied, like I said, and all these things that they've investigated, and the Swedish court still found him guilty, and they said that they are going to ban him for the next 5 years. They're going to be participating in anything that has to do with sports, not just football, anything that has to do with sports in the country for the next 5 years. And it doesn't really augur well with me as a Nigerian, and this Neto was a decent footballer. I remember some of his best days in Fulham that led them to the 2010 Europa League final. Fortunately, lost to Atletico Madrid. Then the coach of Crystal Palace, now Reosin, was the coach of Fulham, then took them to the finals of the Europa League. I don't know. I hope he's able to get out of this 5 years. That is 2025. I hope he's able to appeal the case and prove that he's innocent. Maybe they will eradicate the ban or maybe reduce the sentence, but this is not good, because when he comes back from this ban, they are going to see him as this needs to that cheated. They won't see him as
match fixer.
Yeah,
the stigma is there. Although
we learned that he offered IAK goalkeeper £100,000 to underperform, and he was found guilty of attempting to fix a match between IFK Gothenburg and IAK in 2017. So he was fined and ordered to serve a period of probation, but he, luckily for him, avoided a prison sentence, with his lawyer still planning to take his case to Sweden's Supreme Court. So he still is insisting that he's guilty. They want to go to the Supreme Court, but for now, he has been banned for 5 years.
Really disappointing one for Eto'o after all his experiences and all that. I think it was really bad for him to have offered that reserve goalkeeper to underperform. Giving him money to underperform, that was really bad, because as a goalkeeper, is a reserve goalkeeper for that matter, because the number one goalkeeper was injured, and somebody's trying to do very well in order for him to dispatch the number one goalkeeper. Now you are giving him bribe to underperform in order for them to lose that game. That, for me, to me, is really bad, because nobody will want to do that. But I haven't denied that, and the investigation continued, and now he has been handed a 5-year ban. Let's see if he can come out of it by appealing the ban. But if not, I think he's going to serve it, because we've seen cases where people who cheated, had to face sanction. But the fact that there was no prison sentence, I think he should be happy. He should be happy, and also as a lucky person, let's see if you can fight this, just to write off that name, that bad name, that Eto'o, a match fixer, and that stigma that will go along with it once he comes out of it. I think it's going to be really bad. A World Cup, somebody who has been to the World Cup and to 2 Nations Cup, played for a couple of clubs, I think he should have been able to avoid this kind of insult, because it's really bad.
It was on the right path, I must confess. I mean, played the game. Now you're serving as an agent to footballers, whether from Nigeria or from any other country. You're an agent. I mean, we've seen people that didn't really kick the round leather game, like Mendes and all that, who did not play the game professionally. They are big time agents. They're making a whole lot of money from this and all that. So he, to me, on the right path. That I love him and himself and Olafajana, who went back to school and he's doing very well for himself right now outside football. George, the Abbey George, also went back to school in the United States, doing well for himself now after football. I'm surprised that himself, who also very educated, is an educated man, then getting himself involved in this. I mean, there's life after football. Like Ray was rightly saying, this life continues even after the COVID-19. You have to plan for the future. It's future bright. I mean, how many of our footballers these days, ex-footballers these days, are still actively participating in the game? Some get into other businesses and all that. But we've also heard of African footballers who become destitute after maybe 5 or 3 years after retiring from the game. But this shows that the two already planned for the future. That after these active playing days, I can still get into the administrating level of this game, and he was doing it. But why get yourself involved? I mean, you've not even got to that level where you're a super dope agent, and now you're getting match fixing. People will see you like that. I hope he's able to clear his name and get back to it.
Because if he doesn't, it will be difficult for him to get players.
Obviously, it's not just about getting players. It's about now approaching football clubs, and selling your players to them, because they see you now. Okay, if I get a player from you, won't you
tell the player
to and even if somehow he's unable to clear his name, it will be difficult after serving the ban to continue, because already his reputation has been tainted. And this is not the first time, unfortunately, that a former player of the Super Eagles will be accused or be charged with match fixing. In 2013, Sam Soje, the brother of Mefeto Boris Soje, and there's also Akpo Soje. They are a family of footballers. Sam Soje and his brother Stephen Soje were arrested in the United Kingdom, and that was because a video went viral that time in which I watched the video. Sam Soje was saying in the video that he could fix matches, he could arrange for players to receive yellow cards, and he himself has received a red card before because it was pre-arranged that he was going to get a red card. Yeah, people placed the bet that a player of this team will get red carded, and he had to be the guy. He just walked straight up to the goalkeeper, a player of another team, and then he punched him in the face. The player's name was Baxter. So he punched him in the groin, and that, of course, is violent conduct. And then he got red carded. So he was saying that he didn't know, according to those who performed the sting operation. They claimed they were people who wanted to fix matches, not knowing that they were journalists. So they released the video, and then the police arrested him. So please, we just hope that Nigerian players don't get involved in this. And match fixing is something that FIFA is very, very serious about, because it just tarnishes the integrity of the game. There is this jingle that FIFA plays about when you watch the montage of it. You see a level playing field, and the ball will be going one way. Then suddenly the field becomes inclined, and the ball doesn't move on a straight trajectory. And then they will say, look, you need a level playing field. It's not fair when you do this. So this is what match fixing does. When the game has started, you are shifting the goalposts. Imagine, and that's why they are very critical of certain things. There was one goalkeeper some years back who was pictured eating a pie. Yeah, eating a pie, and they discovered that people had placed serious betting on the guy actually doing that. So when that happens, you'll be in trouble. Even when, if you remember that match, that the last match John Terry played for Chelsea, he was substituted in the 26th minute. Yes, and the people placed a huge amount of bet on John Terry being substituted. So this betting thing is not only about who wins and who loses. It could be this thing will get the first corner, this thing will get the first yellow card, this thing will get a red card, and this player will be substituted at this time, and all of those stuff. So even that John Terry's case was investigated, but they just felt exactly. They just felt that it was a fair enough guess that you feel okay because John Terry wears jersey number 26, and that was his last game. Because the tradition is always when it is your last game, you are taken off in that game. You don't play the full match so that the fans can properly applaud you. Yeah. So, but some people guess that John Terry will be taken off when it is the 26th minute. Because if you follow footballing trends, if a player is sick, for instance, the moment it gets to his number, maybe the player is sick and he's in hospital recuperating. Once it is, if the player wears jersey number 10 and it gets to the 10 minutes, they could just start applauding. Sometimes they will even, both teams will arrange with the referee that they want to observe a minute's applause at that time, and they will stop playing. But sometimes it's just the fans who go on applauding. So they said it was fair, it was you could not say it was really match fixing, but it could actually be. It could be a sort of fixing that they, for you to say John Terry would be substituted in the 26th minute and exactly was substituted in that minute. Maybe some people did some underhand dealing. So people have got to be careful about all of these things happening in football and of course in other sports. All right, let's move on now to another story. The Premier League clubs, they are going to discuss a possible June 30 deadline to the season. They are meeting today, which is Friday, and they want to see what they can do, how they can end the season by the by the 30th of June. UEFA has already said they are looking at ending the season on the 29th of August. The UEFA Champions League is the culmination of the entire season. So all domestic leagues will have ended before the UEFA Champions League does its own, and then UEFA will close the season. So they are going to meet again today and look at the possibility of when they are going to restart. They are hoping that they will resume in May, but it seems it is not possible. So now they want to see what they can do to resume in June, then end everything by the 30th of June.
Well, I think it's good for them to have that plan of restarting the league and completing the league at the end of June, because if that happens, then you have July and August to look at the Europa League and the UEFA Champions League. So I think it's really good. That is if the conditions allows them to return, and it's good to plan ahead. You know that, because right now, ending the league will affect so many clubs. It will affect so many things. Clubs like Norwich City and Watford, who ordinarily would have been relegated, could file a legal suit against the Premier League that, if they had given them the chance to play the remaining 9 games, they could have gotten the points that will allow them to stay to avoid the drop. But now, if it ends this way, it's going to be. So I think it's good for us to have this, let them continue to plan and see how they can, end the season at the end of June. Yeah, if it's possible behind closed doors, provided everything is, the go-ahead comes from the health authorities that, yes, they could play behind closed doors, not having fans around, fine. Though it's going to be boring, but I think it's also going to be a nice one for them to complete the league. Because if they fail to conclude the league, I think it's going to be a very, very bad season, let me so to speak, for the top 5 leagues, having to end the leagues abruptly. So thinking ahead of how to finish the season, whether with fans or without fans, I think that should be something that we will always commend. It's a welcome development. I just hope the dust settles on time.
All right, so let's go on another break and we'll be right back.
My people, make una open our ears wide. Because of this coronavirus wahala, government don't say make everybody sit down for house. Coronavirus now, bad disease wey don kill many people. But no cause for alarm. Just do wetin government talk. Always wash your hands with soap. Cover your mouth and nose if you want cough and sneeze. No near anybody. Remember, say all markets and shops remain closed except medicine stores and shop for essential things. Government don open food market for primary schools for every corner. You fit waka go there, but government say anybody wey wan comot for house must wear face mask. Remember, say if you see as your cough and sneeze be, or say your body dey hot, or you no fit breathe well, oya go see doctor or call this toll-free number 0800-123-5111 or 0800-220-0110. On our way just come from abroad, show yourself to government now, make them help you. My people, shine your eyes and sit down for house. Coronavirus no fit come meet you for your house. Lagos State government bring on this message.
Maggi Naija soup wey sweet and porridge wey make sense. When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or try Maggi Naija pot for that delicious bottom pot. Naija pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggi Naija pot, delicious bottom pot, yeah.
New Maggi Naija pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
After the show, it's the after party then. After the party, it's the hotel lobby then. After the Belby, then it's probably Chris. And after the original, it's probably this. Yes, ma, Betside, Fiesta. Remix with the homie from the Midwest side. Game recognized, game do too.
Come on. I got money, then you feel it. And if you're rolling on them things, then you feel it. If you're drunk off in the club, then you feel it. If you're some money making dog, then you feel it. Those who do you feel it? And if your hands is in the air, you got to feel it. If you're sipping on some fish, you got to feel it. And if you're throwing up the you got to feel it. Fiesta, 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 fiesta.
All right, welcome back to Sports Fiesta live on 92.7 KFM Benin City with me, Sally Ibrahim, the Sports Ibracadabra, son of Francis, the Sports Berlusconi, and I go Sagbekan, the Sports Maestro. Okay, let's go to England now. Rangers, well, I told you yesterday that they were not happy with what has been happening in Scotland, and they are not happy that the championship was ended, and then the League One and League Two also. So they are saying that no fair-minded person can take the SPFL's votes to curtail the lower leagues in Scotland seriously. Their managing director, Stuart Robertson, is one of the club representatives in the SPFL. Rangers have consistently repeated their call for an independent investigation and the suspension of the SPFL's chief executive, Neil Doncaster. The SPFL, according to Rangers, conducted a process which has been misleading and deeply flawed, and they, as I said, said that no fair-minded person will take the outcome seriously. The league's plans were passed when Dundee belatedly changed their decisive votes to back an early end to the lower division. It means that Dundee United, Wraith Rovers, and Cove Rangers have all been named champions of the Championship, the League One, and League Two, respectively. Patrick Thistle, the bottom of the Championship by 2 points, but with a game in hand, and they are League One's bottom side by 8 points. They have dropped down a division. So Rangers feel this is not fair, and it shouldn't be taken seriously. They're even thinking of what to do, how they can reverse the decision.
But it has been taken already. Dundee at first did not vote, but later they had to vote, and that allowed the resolution to go through. And with the way things are now, Hearts could be relegated. You know, they are in the Premiership, and the owner, she said she would do everything to rewrite the...
No, the proposal is that no team in the Premiership will be relegated. Instead, they will promote two to the
to make it 14.
Yeah, from the Championship.
If that is done, then it will be...
Yeah, so that's what the proposal is going to be. But maybe Rangers does not want that, and they want to insist that end the league, let us be the 12 that we are in previous years.
There's no point bringing new teams that have got to gain promotion because of the way the league has ended. For me, I think nobody planned for this, honestly. It's just because of the fact that they want to see how they can settle some of the financial issues with the smaller clubs, and that's the reason why, one of the reasons why they are taking this decision. It's really, really difficult. They all have been waiting for the clear weather to go back to the pitch, but with the way things are going, and nobody knows when this whole pandemic will subside. So that's the reason why they will have to start taking decisions. Other leagues have also complained about the lockdown, the way things are going, but you just have to come to a round table and sort things out. But for me, if this could happen to the lower leagues, Championship, League One and League Two, then what is the reason? Who says it will not happen in the Premiership? And if that happens, then
the plan is to end the Premiership the way it is now, which means Celtic will be champions and Rangers once again will.
Aston Villa is hoping, is having that hope that they could fight.
I think it's fair to say that Celtic will win the league. But again, like I said yesterday in the evening, that it's better for you to go to the pitch and win it there than you win it on the table. It is not as if you can't win it on the pitch, but because the way it is right now, people will regard you. I made an example with our own Lobby Stars. People today, yes, as at when they ended the league, at that point, they were clear ahead of their closest rival, clear ahead of them. But because they did not win it on the pitch, people see them as boardroom winners. They don't see them as a worthy winner of the Premier League. Even the LMC chairman rightly said that he wasn't as if they awarded the trophy to Lobby Stars. They just had to end it then. And unfortunately, Lobby Stars were on top of the table as at that time. So they were crowned champions, not because they just wanted to. The way he explained it, if you read into the words, you see that he is not really even saying that they won it on the pitch. So the players and the staff of a particular football club will want to go down to the pitch and swear it out and win it. And they have a case. If Rangers, they go to court with the games left, they could argue that if you had left the season, they could have been able to do something about it, probably win the trophy. But we know realistically it's not going to be possible because right now the form Celtic are in the Scottish League. It's not compared to any of them in the Scottish League. Again, I feel that the leagues in Europe should take the advice of FIFA and UEFA, who have since told them that we've extended our window. Be patient enough to see how the government, the health workers, will deal with the spread of this coronavirus. Once they give you the green light, we'll give you time to conclude your season. I understand where they are coming from. They have to go to the markets immediately. They have to restart a new season. They have to look at the Europe Nations Cup that is waiting for them next summer, and as well as the Olympics. I understand that. It goes to show that you have to be playing weekends and midweek. Every 3 days you have to play games for you to be able to get this calendar. It means that the leagues in Europe who go on their normal winter break in December, they have to play till the turn of the new year. They will have to consistently play football for them to be able to manage this calendar. Maybe they will relax some of their local, maybe the league, like in England now, the League Cup or maybe the FA Cup. I think they will have to relax some of those things to enable them play. But again, I understand what
bet that they will not relax the FA Cup. Maybe the League Cup. Maybe the FA Cup.
I agree. I agree. But again, they have to think about these things. Okay, they don't have to end the season on the boardroom and then give this kind of mindset. If you look at the league, sorry, Brian, if you look at the leagues, those are the drop zone right now. With the number of games left, they could still play and stay in the league.
Okay, let's leave football now and go to tennis. As we speak, the US Open is still on. Okay, they still plan to have it, but they are going to take a decision in June. That's what they are planning. But they say it is highly unlikely that they will play it behind closed doors. That is, if the situation does not permit for fans to come and watch the US Open, they may have to cancel it completely, like they did with the third tennis Grand Slam of the year, Wimbledon. Then for the US PGA Tour, talking golf, for the PGA Tour, talking about golf, we hear that they plan to resume in June, but they want to do it behind closed doors. The same thing.
Yeah, true, I understand. But for tennis, I mean, if you playing tennis without the fans, it's as if you are training with your coach. Imagine this, or your trainer, the case may be. You know, it doesn't make sense. You know, playing tennis. You see that applause from the fans. That when you do something nice and maybe you are losing. Yeah, they try to use their own voice to encourage you to do more. You get back to it. Remember how maybe not the majority of the crowd, and last year Wimbledon, where the final between Djokovic and Roger Federer. At some point where the Chiefs were all down for Djokovic, his fans, the section of his fans with the coach and his family, they were the ones. There was one shot he had against Roger Federer. The way they celebrated it spurred the young man, to do something that I never envisaged he could do against Federer when he was serving for the game. He had he went ahead to beat Roger Federer. So without the fans, just imagine on that day when Federer just had played Djokovic, he could have won him. So I don't think they should go ahead. Even in football, it's even difficult, let alone in tennis.
Okay, time for us to look at your text messages.
All right, just a couple here. This one reads, dear Sportical Grades, CAF is confused. Is there still enough time for the competition? April to December to me, still pretty a long time. I believe evil corona will soon be aspirated from the world. They decided to move it to summer. So when they are having their Europe Nations Cup, we'll also be having
they are what CAF is saying is that it's not because of the coronavirus. It's like because of the coronavirus that they are moving it. They are moving it because it is fair to align it with the European League. But I was only saying, so why did they not do this because they've already done it before.
Yeah,
they said it was going to be even the last
Nations Cup
wasn't in January, February.
It was in summer, yeah.
But because Cameroon complained about their weather, that's when they said, okay, let's have it in January, February. So now that they are changing it back, they ought to have just come up and told us, look, it's because of the coronavirus that they are moving.
Exactly, because I remember Ahmed coming out to say that they had to appeal to FIFA to move it back to January. It's not as if it's going to be January, February, but because of the situation in Cameroon, that's why they just want to hold this particular edition in January, February. So I think it's because of the coronavirus. They are yet to complete their qualifiers. Good Day Sports Gurus, CAF has just done the right thing. Now European clubs will not be afraid of losing their players mid-season. Arsene Wenger from Ramat. Good to know. This one reads, Paul Pogba is a good player, but he should prove himself when playing the game. Evis from Lucky Way. And this one reads, Mr. Ibrahim, thanks for the Facebook friend request acceptance. Omoigui O Mike. All right. Good day, sir. Pogba of Juventus is 100% better than Pogba of Mayu. Sonny from New Benin. All right. This one reads, Pogba has bigger table than Sunes. Pogba is world champion. I'm sure Sunes skipped that. The only thing he achieved coaching was wearing fine suits. Michael Extreme. He was a decent coach, but not that too great. All right, those are the ones.
Well, if we go by that argument, can we say Pogba is a better player than Messi and Ronaldo? Will anybody accept that? Because he won the bigger medal. Yeah.
You know, if he had kept it on the pitch, talking about Graham Souness rather, if he had kept on the pitch that he played better than Paul Pogba in terms of individual abilities, I would have given it to him. But when he went to the medal, he put your medals on the table. Obviously, he's no longer talking about who's more gifted as a footballer. He's not talking about the medals won. We can argue that Ronaldo, yes, he won the medal. He won 2 World Cup. Ronaldo de Lima, he won 2 World Cup. In 1994, he was on the bench, but he was given a medal.
Yeah.
But the other 2 World Cup, he went to the 1998 and the Korea Japan, that he was active effectively in that one, and he won
the 2006
World Cup. But we just say his best days were at the 98 and 2000. He won the World Cup, but he can likely say that I won 2 World Cup because he got a medal as well. So I could be in a team where I'll sit on the bench all through the entire competition, and a medal will be given to me because I'm a registered player. So if he had just kept it on the pitch, I think we'll talk about Graham Souness was a fine player in his days.
And he won more medals.
Yeah, I think they were the first Englishmen that left the shores of England to play in the Italian league. Himself and some others.
Doesn't English is Scottish.
Yeah, okay, let's say UK men, that left that shores of UK and said, let's play our trade abroad. Apart from McManaman, who later went to Real Madrid and Uruguay and other, most of them played largely in England, but they were the first few ones that just left England and went to Italian Serie A and did very well. Those are the messages that we have.
Okay, all right, Fifth Pro, that's the Global Union of Footballers. It's saying that women footballers are likely to lose their livelihood because of the coronavirus situation. So they fear that many of them will become destitute, and then women's football is threatened by the coronavirus pandemic.
Yeah, it's been threatened, but we hope that it will not lead to them, being destitute at the end of the day, because this is football and this business. When you don't play, you don't earn money. And right now, since the pandemic broke out, some of these players are home, and they have been the ones spending to assist to curtail the spread, and they are not getting, back from the clubs, except when things return to normal. But for women, I think all they need at this point is just to get support from, the organization, from whoever they can get from, in order for them to sustain the league. It's not really going to be. It's not going to be easy if the league has issues and cannot continue because of what is going on at the moment. Yes, it's a very terrific period, but I think we can skate through this hurdle.
Yeah, but the reason why they are looking at it, the women's league is not as well funded as the men's league.
Yes,
and
exactly.
right now, they ain't making any money. If a club like Arsenal, Tottenham, Barcelona, Real Madrid, big clubs in the world, when we talk about football clubs, these guys are giants. Are already asking their players to take a pay cut, and most of them have already done that. Then just imagine clubs like, let me not say Man United, because I know that they have a female football club team, but the club have money. I'm talking about others, that are not up to the standard of Barcelona, and they are female football clubs where you cannot. The other day we're celebrating about how many thousands that went to watch Asita Shola's Barcelona and the other. I mean, if you have such a crowd in the men's league, you'll be asking the football league club question rather, what's going on? Why are you giving us 15,000? Why are you giving us 50,000? You play in Manchester United. We're not talking about those outside watching. You have more than 70,000 people coming into the stadium to watch the game. You play in Chelsea, more than 50,000 people coming to watch the game. Same thing goes if you're talking about some of the biggest stadiums in the world. Look at the Bernabeu, the Camp Nou, the San Siro. These are giants football clubs, and you have them feed up to capacity, and those outside watching the game. You don't have such. How many times have you watched the Women's World Cup? Even the recent one now, here in France, that the United States won. You have the Women's World Cup. You have the full capacity right in there. Fans coming out to watch. So. And you go down to the club. So I think they will suffer. My own appeal now is for FIFA to help cushion this effect. And
FIFA has said they have money, and the money is football's money. It's not FIFA's money. So they shouldn't just be looking at trying to save the men's game. The women too should be taken care of. And we hope that corporate sponsors will also look at investing in the women's game, because I believe that the future of the beautiful game is feminine. So let's do our best to see how we can support the women. And in situations like this, you will really appreciate what the Edo State government has done by ensuring that the women of the state's own club, that's Edo Queens, they are getting the kind of pay that the men's team, Bedell Insurance, are getting. All right, time for us to blow the final whistle on this edition of the show.
I'm sure that we will adjust accordingly. I think for the integrity of the competition and competitions, especially the top end of English football and European football, then we want to finish the season. I believe that there will be an ability next year to adjust with international breaks, with moving a few games into midweek. Sheffield United manager Chris Wilder says he does not expect a deadline to be set for the end of the season. And that's the final whistle on the show this morning.
That's our package. We'll see you at 4 p.m. on a fresh edition of Sports Fiesta. I'm Saliu Ibrahim. I've been doing this with Sanofe Francis and Agosa Bekan. KUFM News Update is at 9. Please stay tuned for that. Bye.
35 new cases of COVID-19 have been confirmed by the NCDC, taking Nigeria's total infections to 442. The NCDC confirmed this on Thursday evening in a statement on Twitter. According to the agency of the 35 cases, 19 were found in Lagos, 9 in the FCT, 5 in Kano, and 2 in Oyo State. A total of 152 persons have, however, been discharged, while 13 deaths have been recorded. Lagos State has the highest number of cases with 251 cases, followed by the FCT, which has 67. Osun has 20. Edo State figure now stands at 15. Oyo State has 13, Ogun 9, while Bauchi, Kaduna and Akwa Ibom have 6 cases each. Katsina has 7, Kwara has 5, and Kanu has 21. Ondo has 3, Delta has 4, while Enugu, Ekiti, Rivers and Niger have 2 each. Benue, Anambra all have the least infection figure of 1 case each. Meanwhile, the global infection rate is now about 2.1 million, with more than 140,000 deaths, while over 550,000 people have recovered so far from the disease. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, says every state of the federation would have its share of coronavirus. At present, 17 states are free of the virus, which index case in the country was recorded in February. Director General of NCDC, Dr. Chikwe Ihekwazu, said there was no reason the virus would not spread to every state of the country, being a respiratory virus. He said the federal government was making effort to curb the further spread of the disease, admitting that it had been a tough task. Also, the federal government is to embark on community testing for the coronavirus disease and social mobilization at the grassroots to ensure physical distancing and advisories on the use of masks or improvised face coverings like handkerchief or scarves over the mouth and nose to reduce risk of transmission. The decision followed available evidence of community transmission presently in the country. Minister of Health, Dr. Sage Hanire, said this on Thursday at the press conference by the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 in Abuja, warned that any private practitioner engaging in unauthorized treatment of COVID-19 run the risk of being shut down for decontamination. The Presidential Task Force PTF on the novel coronavirus pandemic has charged cloth makers across the country to commence mass production of protective face masks as part of national efforts to defeat the outbreak. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, SGF, Boss Mustafa, who is also the chairman of the PTF, made the call during Thursday's edition of the daily media briefing by the task force. The SGF also charged the public to be more civil and cooperative whenever interfacing with law enforcement agents in the period of the lockdown, noting that they had been deployed for the protection and safety of all Nigerians. And here in Edo State, the government has placed a total ban on all forms of street trading as part of measures to curb the spread of coronavirus disease in the state. Edo State Deputy Governor and Chairman Edo State COVID-19 Response Technical Committee, Comrade Philip Shuaibu, said the measure is to further restrict movement and ensure compliance to social distancing while checking the spread of the pandemic. He also added that the state government has set up 10 screening centers across Oredo local government area to meet the target of screening 500,000 persons. Still in Edo State, in a related development, the state government has completed a 30-bed facility with 15 ventilators and other important equipment for the treatment of COVID-19 patients in the state. The Deputy Governor and Chairman, Edo State COVID-19 Technical Response Committee, Comrade Philip Shuaibu, who took top government functionaries to inspect the facility, said the state government is ready to fight the pandemic. The 30-bed hospital located at Stella Obasanjo Specialist Hospital was built within 12 days. And that's KUFM's news update at 9. Please stay with us for more interesting programs and news updates on every hour. Do not forget you can listen to us anywhere in the world, either by visiting our website at www.kufm.net, or you can download our KU mobile app from the Google Play Store. Remember, we're also live on YouTube at KUFM Nigeria. I am Godslaw Orlando saying thanks for listening and good morning. Dialogue recap is up next. Please stay tuned.
It's an election result where they will overtake any other state.
A lot of people care. A lot of people are just, coming up with that whole idea, and I'm like, it's funny, but it's not time to make joke out of it.
It's not time to make jokes. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. This one says, "Hi folks, how many times will the murderers of Fashoranti's daughter be arrested? Nigerians again." Yeah, I think there was a time the police reported that they had arrested some suspected killers of Fashoranti's daughter. I think that was a month ago or 2 months ago, if I'm not mistaken. I know that story was in the news, and the report has come up again. I think this is a question. I think it goes on to say, Nigerians again has negative ingenuity. What is wrong with these people? Mad crave for quick money. This UK face mask fraud traced to Nigeria should be handled very severely. Thanks. This is Storm from Benin City. I hope they handle them very well. This one says overzealous security men should be given the same treatment they met out to their victims in order to serve as a deterrent to some of them that have the same mindset. And this is from Michael from GRA. And okay, thank you very much. I think that is where, and that's the last message we have on our message platform this morning. All right, let's get straight to it and talk about what has transpired during the course of the week.
All right, starting out with Monday, it was Easter Monday, and in the spirit of the celebration of Easter, we had a church representative in the studio to help us get some perspective into the season, considering the times we are in and how they are helping to mitigate the spread in the states, and how they are also contributing in palliative measures to vulnerable victims. And we had a guest, Father Jerome Idebe. He was here. He talked about the fact that, CAN as a body is also doing something, is also helping to, help the vulnerables and also mitigate the spread in not just Edo State, but since this is our immediate environment, they're also trying to help. And update on CAN's story or their steps that they've been taking to help mitigate this. They've actually declared a 7 days fasting and prayer for Christians who would love to join and pray for the country and, ask God to come to our aid and take away coronavirus from the world. All right, and moving on Tuesday, the previous day, we had the president addressing Nigerians, and he said a whole lot of things on the in the broadcast. And on the program on Tuesday, we were able to dissect the speech from the president, and we had the guests on the program, which are Ikenga Imogo Chinyere. He is the spokesman for CUPP, and we also had architect Okilo Madukipe, the acting chairman of Conference of APC Spokesmen in Nigeria. They were able to address some rising issues, especially palliative measures that are being distributed, how it is being distributed, how the poor in the country, how they are being selected. They really talked so much about it, and we also got to discuss about the lockdown, why there were no lockdown in other states, but there were lockdown in 3 major states that has the highest number. Are we going to see Kano also locking down because
they have
a total lockdown?
But the governor announced it yesterday.
Okay.
In fact, he announced an extension of the lockdown, which means it's been there before.
Well, like I said, I told you earlier on, yes, it's been there before, but I'm telling you that I have a friend who stays there and he said nothing like that is happening before now. So if the governor has actually announced a lockdown yesterday, let's hope it's going to be.
The irony of the whole situation is, yesterday I was watching the governor going to inspect, I think, a 50-bed capacity
isolation center
that was donated to the state government by a private individual, right? And the funny part is, Kano had 1 case. And then from 1 case, it blew up to 21 cases in less than
72 hours we are talking about, because in less than 48 hours, we had 12 cases from 1 to 12, and now it's 21 cases now.
And that is what the doctor of the DG of NCDC was talking about. He said something about community transmission. Hopefully, we'll have doctors here to explain stuff to us. Now,
he also, yes, there's something he said. He said that we should get ready because this virus will definitely go around the whole states in the country.
Now, the governor is moving around to inspect, and you see the crowd that is going with him. It completely defeats the purpose of the physical distancing. Like, we understand that political leaders always seek for opportunities to politically milk any opportunity, to boost whatever. But then,
at the expense,
you're saying everybody stay home because of physical distancing,
and you're
then
doing it.
When you go to inspect, you now see a crowd of people that follow you, and there's no physical distancing there. So it's almost like penny wise, pound foolish. I don't know why why these things even have to be commissioned in the first instance. If they are there,
we don't need it. We don't need so much attention to it. Okay, fine. It was donated. Pictures are enough. Okay, put it out there. You should have. I think this is the point where we need to start living by example. You come out on TV, you tell us social distancing and all that. You even get to, arrest violators that would break this law. And then when we see you on TV
inspecting,
we see a mammoth of crowd following you. And at the end of the day, what are you trying to teach us? You should lead by example. And to me, I am very much concerned about Kano State, because I was having a conversation with a friend of mine that stays there, and she said she's really concerned not about the virus, but the people staying in Kano. How many percentage of those people residing in Kano actually knows about this virus. I mentioned something on air yesterday. Sounds disgusting though, but it's what I saw. I saw it on on social media pages, and they were actually conversing in Hausa, and the coronavirus was mentioned. And the guy, after washing his hands, drank the water and was like, sounded like I don't understand Hausa, but it was more like an attitude of, we don't care, we are not going to die out of it. So I think the Northern leaders, they have a Northern Leaders Forum. I think they should, Northern Elders Forum, I beg your pardon. I think they should come together and think of how to sensitize the people. Those people that are not even opportune to listen. We always have this idea that, okay, the Hausas are always the ones that are more and well, enlightened when it comes to news happening around the world, because they're always with their radio set. But come on, this is the point where we have to go from house to house to sensitize these people about this virus. The numbers are spiking very high in Kano State.
The shock is that they had one case, and then from one case they have 21 cases.
No, it was from 1 to 12, then from 12 to 21. And this is a state that actually just reported their index case this week. And we still have Rivers, we still have Edo State, we still have Enugu. And it's like
two, and then one has left the hospital. It's just
one case, and it's like a football league table.
One person is overtaking.
Yes, this person is overtaking the other person to become like the top on the table.
Edo State, which is our own home state, has
15.
Fine, but it seems people are taking it a lot more seriously here. Because when you go out, if you order a cab or a taxi, you discover that many of them actually have hand sanitizer.
Yes. It's a good thing.
You just get into the cab, and then the guy will tell you, bros, I have hand sanitizer, yo. And you just know you have to do it. So it's wonderful. Even a keke man that I saw yesterday had a hand sanitizer in his keke napep, and I was like, okay, the message is getting down to to everybody. Okay, let's look at Wednesday. Wednesday we had representatives of Subeb in the studio, and they were here to talk to us about Edo Best and the e-lesson program for primary school children in the state. Okay, we spoke to representatives of Edo Best, and of course we also spoke to the senior special advisor to the governor on basic education, and also she doubles as the executive chairman of Subeb, Dr. Joan Osa Oviawe. I do remember that KUFM,
gave an award.
Yes, to Edo Best last, I think in 2018. It wasn't last year. It was 2018, I think, for their groundbreaking achievements in terms of education. Yes, that was on Wednesday, and then yesterday we took a look at the distribution of relief materials or palliative materials to the most vulnerable in the society in Edo State, and the controversies that surrounded the distribution. Now, we spoke to a member of the civil society organization, the PRO of Edo Civil Society Organization, Leftist Osaze Edigi, and he gave us the observations of Edo Civil Society Organization in terms of monitoring the distribution of these palliatives. He talked about their experience in Igweben, in Auchi, in Urumi, in Oredo, and of course in Ikwawaka, to mention but a few, and he said in many places there's been some level of cooperation between the local government officials and of course the Edo CSO, but that the place where they met the most resistance was in Edo North, but that has been taken care of now. And I remember that some callers yesterday were complaining, especially people from Upper. Those people that complained the most were complaining from Upper Sapomba. And when I asked them a simple question, they were saying, okay, that these things are coming and the elders are sharing it. I don't know how true that is, and that nobody is getting it across to them. And I asked a very simple question. Who is your counselor? Because we understand that the state government has passed this across to the local government chairman, with help from the SA from that ward, and of course the Enogi of that particular area. So there are people who are responsible, you can hold accountable. If you feel they've brought it to my area and I'm not getting it, you can reach out to your counselor, you can reach out to your SA, or you can go to your Enogi's palace and say, sir, how far? I am a member of the vulnerable in the society, how am I covered? But interestingly, none of them could comprehensively answer who their counselor was, except one person who said Their councillor after the election relocated from Upper to GRA. And they've not seen him since that time. Which I find to be very interesting because the councillor is supposed to be the lowest rank, the lowest on the rung of the government hierarchy. Okay, who is a government member that is closest to the grassroots. So, if a councillor leaves the ward where he represents and moves elsewhere,
you defeated the purpose of being a councillor.
Exactly. That is if we are taking his report at face value. If what he's saying is to be believed, okay, then that means you have completely defeated. It's almost like a House of Assembly member operating from outside the state. That wouldn't make sense. So, that's the reports from Thursday. And I remember we also harped on the markets, and we talked about the marketplaces and how even the schools that have been selected as places for traders to go and sell are now practically overcrowded. And I use a primary school as an example.
Let's talk about the deputy governor's latest ban on street trading. It's how it's actually to help enforce the social distancing, but how helpful will it be for those people in the streets?
Let's listen to him first.
So flowing from the need to further restrict movement and ensure compliance to social distancing, another directive to check spread of coronavirus, the Edo State government is working out more stringent measures to ensure total compliance. As part of these measures, we hereby announce the ban on street trading to restrict contact among people and enforce social distancing. This is in light of the fact that market has been moved to public schools premises to facilitate trading in essential commodities such as foods and medicine.
Okay, so that was the deputy governor, the chairman of the COVID-19 response team here in Edo State. But street trading, I thought street trading was already banned before now. If it's hawking, but a lot of people are arguing. Like,
yeah, we had a conversation. We had an argument rather. Street trading, is it within my streets?
There's some ambiguity, or it's a bit nebulous because if someone has a shop in front of their house and they sell some very basic
compound
commodities like on your street, does that also qualify as street trading, or does it have to be someone who is moving around
hawking?
So that is the question, But maybe in the coming days we'll find out answers. This statement was made yesterday.
Specify those people that are, classified as street traders.
Well, technically, the government has said businesses should close except those that are selling essential items, food, drugs. If you have a hardware shop in your area that sells hammers, nails, and all those things, it's in your area.
Then definitely the shops in my streets that sells, shops along the street basically sell essential items. They sell foodstuff,
bread.
They sell bread,
milk,
tomatoes,
those things.
So most of them, that is just the purpose of opening, the streets shops to help you meet your basic needs or your quick needs instead of going as far as to the market. Because we actually analyze this. If these streets should shut down, that means if I want to buy 100 naira tomatoes, I have to go to the market to struggle with someone that wants to buy 1,000 naira tomatoes. So, and it's making the market more crowded, and the social distancing or physical distancing will be defeated. So it's like a logic we all argued about this morning or yesterday when we heard the story.
I think the deputy governor will actually have to clarify, all of that, because yes, these are actually valid questions to find out what exactly is referred to as a street trading. We will get across, to someone in the office of the DG to find out exactly what they mean by all of that, right? But all in all, it's actually a pleasure to note that the message of the message of COVID-19 is getting down to everybody. So people are taking it seriously, and we're also very happy that some well-spirited, some good-spirited, good Samaritans have decided to support the most vulnerable in the society by providing palliatives for all of them. We've heard people contribute. Someone sent in and said, KUFM, make sure you get this across to people, and we did just that. Yesterday, I think on sports, when they were talking, they talked about someone who was physically challenged, and someone just called me immediately and said, Charles, I don't know who that person is, but I want to send you a certain sum of money to make sure it gets to the person. And he did immediately. And then I forwarded it on to, to make sure it gets to the people that need it. Please, let's keep those acts of kindness coming, okay? This is the time when we need it. You have to be your brother's keeper. And I'm actually intrigued. At the end of this COVID-19, I guess the way we relate with one another will change.
It will definitely change. Everybody's going to value friendship at this time.
Yes.
Everybody will value friendship.
It's going to change.
Because I remember asking a question one certain time on Dialogue Extra. Would you rather have friends or you rather have money?
Now it's a very important.
Now is
it's a very important. But the answer will be very interesting because now some people have the money, but you're all alone in your house now. Yes. You can't step out.
Yes.
And then some people have a lot of people around them, but they don't have money. So the way we relate to one another will definitely be reviewed and changed once this pandemic passes. Okay, so breaking news: Enugu has discharged the second COVID-19 patient. So technically, the two people who were
Enugu is now free officially according to the news.
The two patients actually have been declared COVID-19 free and they've left. And up till now, there's been no other reported case of coronavirus in Enugu State. I think it's time to get our audience in on the conversation. Let's hear from them this morning. All right, you can call us up this morning, 0706 263 9275 or 0903 939 4427. And of course, you can also call 0812 178 9154. If you prefer to text, the SMS line is 0807 400 9076. You can react to any of the stories. That have been discussed here during the course of the week. Okay. Hello. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
Morning to you.
Yeah, this is IK from Agadagudu.
All right, IK. Good morning. Welcome.
Happy weekend to you all.
Happy weekend to you, Ike.
Yeah. Please, the only question I want to ask is because there's one aspect that nobody is talking about all this while.
Right.
Nobody is telling us on how to handle our currency. Obviously, that the currency does not affect the currency. Maybe in exchanging the currency, if someone will also bear a more thing that will also spread this virus. Nobody has ever spoken about that. That's just my question.
All right, people have actually spoken about that, Ike. Now, it's very simple. You can't afford. That is why, first off, that's why they encourage you to do cashless banking. Okay, just keep listening to your radio, anyways. That's why they encourage you to do cashless transactions as much as possible. But if you have to handle the money, it's simple. You have to assume that every single currency you're holding is dirty and contaminated, which means once you're done handling it, if you're using your bare hands, if you're using gloves, once you're done, you dispose of the gloves. If you're using your bare hands, once you're done, maybe you're paying for an item or you're receiving payment for stuff, once you know you're done handling it, you sanitize your hands or you wash your hands, okay, and make sure you don't touch your face, or your mouth with that hand you used to handle it. It's very basic. You can't say people should not handle money because you need money to buy essential items. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Hello.
Yeah, good morning.
Morning to you.
This is Bright Weather calling from Benin.
I did not hear your name. Please say again.
Okay, my name is Bright Weather calling from Benin.
All right, Bright Weather. Please go ahead.
Yes, I've been listening to your program and the broadcast of the deputy governor talking about street trading. Sometimes, with due respect to them, they always make a statement that we common people cannot actually understand. They have said there should be no street trading. And this idea of there's no street trading is to make sure you prevent this contact to contact or the social distances. But I will tell you, Charles Orlando, visit in your market and go and see what's happening there. Go and see the crowd. There is no space. People are still up there doing business, and you say you are preventing this thing. They say they were going to fumigate the market. Go and ask where that market has been fumigated. So to me, I don't actually understand what is going on about how to actually prevent this COVID-19 spread.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, he's right. I passed in your market yesterday. Sorry, day before yesterday, not yesterday. And it was actually crowded. And I was asking, what is going on? There were pegs in the ground. These people actually, there was a wonderful plan, right? The day it happened, there were pegs, like 4 pegs, a table in between, 4 pegs, a table in between. and it was properly spaced. But I think that was just for the first day or the second day. As at Wednesday, boom, the place is filled up. Yesterday, Kelly Merritt was coming back and he said, boom. This, in fact, I think yesterday, Pastor Isayamo referred to it when he was talking. He said he passed it and the place was so crowded, you know. But you don't blame, I don't know who I can talk. You don't blame people. People want to come and buy stuff. It's not like a shop where you can see everybody stay outside. You go in at a time. If I go to the market, I look for what I want to buy. You're also going to the market. Someone else is going to the market. And the whole place is crowded.
I didn't even see any POV official there the day I went to that market. I didn't see any POV official. Unlike New Benin markets where I think New Benin markets is even more crowded than Enya markets.
Hello.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Charles.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. Lando.
Good morning to you. What's your name and where you calling from?
When we are perfect from 30 Secular.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Charles, actually, I should appreciate you for the good work day by day, coming up to the subject. I should appreciate you and appreciate the staff and management of KFM. But please, my good listener, let's come to think of it. If you listen carefully, like Lando said, you know, these stores are on our streets. Really, that's a easy place for you to make access to our daily uses. You cannot go to market now to drag the space of somebody that want to buy something of 1,000 naira and me that want to buy something of 100 naira. I think that if not last week or last 2 weeks, this time when this coronavirus really started, even when I'm telling Merit, we really met in Oyama Primary School. You ask Kelly Merit, if you see the crowd over that place, no space, no social distance. Even I would say Tapia pocket when they put for that place. Even that thing, people are not even washing their hands, see the crowd, and they split it Oyama Primary School, all the space for them to go to serve. But all of them crowded in Oyama Primary School, and they are not washing their hands. I tell us, and we still continue to keep going and still drag with the crowd, and they say this coronavirus is real. Really often to this coronavirus is true. It's real in Nigeria because if you have somebody in that country, really, you're right, and they will tell you over there is real. This of closing our stores in our street, for me, I don't buy the idea because it will not help us to come out. If it can help us that can see, that can walk, what about the disability people? How are people going to cope? And they're talking about sharing of all these things. How are these people benefiting from all these things? This needs carefully. You know that will benefit somebody. Also have a no disadvantage of it. Thank you very much. I see the media perfect.
Thank you so much.
You too for your feedback. Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Big day, calling from the news.
All right, JB, then let's go ahead, please.
This crowding in the market, there's no way people cannot crowd in the market. Because just as you said just now, when somebody comes to the market to buy something other one wants to buy, there's no way government can be able to contain that issue. And again, if you look at most of the countries that coronavirus and that is down because of like Russia. When the coronavirus took over China, Russia it was not affected. Russia locked everywhere. For today now, you see the cases in Russia and Belgium and the rest of them because of those people did not even put their border in and they treat them. Before to see affect them, people very well. I don't know what really happened in this what really happened in this coronavirus. I pray that God will help us because
Amen.
Thank you.
Hello.
good morning, Mr. Charles.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
It's Mr. Omo Official.
You're welcome, Mr. Amos. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think I appreciate your station very much, especially this wonderful crew, Charles and Orlando, for giving us a continual update on the debate progress. I think I listened to the deputy governor. I think what is referring to those people selling selling gum, doing all kind of business in the street. I think it's not vegetables and foodstuffs and medicine. That's what I think of, but I don't know. The question that I want to ask the government officials is through the federal government, the state, and the local government. Because if you look at what is happening around the globe, the people are already warming up to restart the economy. What are the plans on ground here on, especially my dear state, Edo State? What are the plans on ground to restart the economy? Because people are thinking of people going to test and have their test results so that those people can bounce back to work and kick start the economy.
Okay, so Mr. Mosibo, first off, let's put some things into perspective. All right? Now, Nigeria barely, we don't even have the capacity to test 5,000 people per day. I think it was just yesterday that the NCDC DG was saying that they are going towards testing 5,000 people per day. Now, but as I speak to you, the United States is already doing 100,000 tests per day. So you can see the disparity where they are and where we are. That's number one. Now, for countries like South Korea, they have gotten to the stage where they conduct tests, and in 3-4 hours you get your test results from the safety of your vehicle. You don't even have to go anywhere. So now South Korea has conducted the highest number of tests per million individuals on the planet. So that's why they can even restart their economy. The Germans have succeeded in containing the COVID-19, that they even had a 0.089 casualty rates in their country. And they are even taking patients from Italy and from France to treat. And that's why they can reopen their economy. Now, now hold on. These guys have passed the peak. They've passed the peak, and they are beginning to reduce. But in our own country, every day we are getting new cases. So we don't know where we are yet because of our inability to conduct tests all round. That is the problem. That's the difference.
Okay, my problem is that from the way the coronavirus issue is going now, even including my country, Nigeria, whether we like it or not, Mr. Charles, at the end of this very particular month, whether the government like it or not, the economy must start. So you know.
The economy must what?
Yes, they will restart the economy. The country will start running all over again, because from what we are gathering and the information we are getting, it sounds as if we are going to live with this coronavirus, whether we like it or not. We cannot just lock down the economy.
I think you lost me along the way. Repeat yourself, please. You said whether we like it or not. Whether
we like it or not, Mr. Charles, at the end of this April, first week of May, Nigeria will restart the economy, because we cannot just be indoors. How long? Are you getting it? So if the whole world is planning it, what I'm saying, the government should start planning towards reopening the economy. What are measures they need to do? You understand? If other people can do 1 million tests a day, Nigeria government must put machinery in place to do same 1 million tests by day. That's what I'm saying, Mr. Charles.
Okay. All right.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Charles.
Yeah, you're welcome.
By the way, here in Edo State, I think already the local governments, they've set up centers for testing. I think door-to-door testing or community testing. I can't figure out
the target is 500,000
tests.
But we don't know the ratio per day. That is the thing. We don't know the ratio per day.
If it's going to be 10,000 per day or 1,000 per day, but definitely centers have been set up in already local governments.
All right, we have to go on a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be the last lap of the program. Stay with us, please.
My people, make una open our ears wide. Because of this coronavirus wahala, government don't say make everybody sit down for house. Coronavirus now, bad disease wey don kill many people. But no cause for alarm. Just do wetin government talk. Always wash your hands with soap. Cover your mouth and nose if you want cough and sneeze. No near anybody. Remember, say all markets and shops remain closed except medicine stores and shop for essential things. Government don open food market for primary schools for every corner. You fit waka go there, but government say anybody wey wan comot for house must wear face mask. Remember, say if you see as your cough and sneeze be, or say your body dey hot, or you no fit breathe well, go see doctor or call this toll-free number 0800-123-5111 or 0800-220-0110. On our way just come from abroad, show yourself to government now, make them help you. My people, shine your eyes and sit down for house. Coronavirus no fit come meet you for your house. Na Edo State government bring on this message.
Maggi Naija content, soup wey sweet and porridge wey make it sense. When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or try Maggi Naija pot for that delicious bottom pot. Naija pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggi Naija pot, delicious bottom pot, yeah.
New Maggi Naija pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
92.7 KUFM.
Social distance, Mr. Davidson from Benin City. Okay. Okay. And the next one says it is not fair for the federal government to say that only persons who have less than 5K will benefit from palliatives. They should know that many people are suffering, even the people that have up to 50K in their account. You don't know the purpose of that money. Ogegbe Sunday, aka me, myself, and I, from Benin City. And this one says, good morning, Charles and Orlando. Please, federal government should try to make more cash to be available. I'm not saying that people that have up to 5K will not be alerted. That is very bad and unacceptable. My name was Utomi Osewe Stephen from Benin, from Akpapava in Benin. Okay. Good morning, guys. This one, the Edo State government is saying no street trading. I am tired, though. Kelechi Madu from Depot. All right. Thank you very much. Does the street trading include the small shops in the streets, or is it the major roads only? Thanks, Storm from Benin City. All right, Storm. Like I said, we will find out exactly, because the statement is a bit nebulous, so we don't understand everything. It wasn't specific. All right, guys. I think this will end this morning's edition of of Dialogue, the recap edition. In case you did not know, the total confirmed cases are 442, discharged 152, and then we've recorded 13 deaths from the COVID-19. My name is Charles Oporum.
And I'm Godslove Orlando. Good morning. 1,000 people have recovered so far from the disease. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, say every state of the federation would have its share of coronavirus. At present, 17 states are free of the virus, which index case in the country was recorded in February. Director General of NCDC, Dr. Chikwe Yekwazu, said there was no reason the virus would not spread to every state of the country, being a respiratory virus. He said the federal government was making efforts to curb further spread of the disease, admitting that it had been a tough task. Elsewhere, the federal government is to embark on community testing for the coronavirus disease and social mobilization at the grassroots to ensure physical distancing and advisories on the use of masks and improvised face coverings like handkerchiefs or scarves over the mouth and nose to reduce risk of transmission. The decision followed available evidence of community transmission presently in the country. Minister of Health, Dr. Sage Hanire, said this on Thursday at the press conference by the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 in Abuja, warned that any private practitioner engaging in unauthorized treatment of COVID-19 run the risk of being shut down for decontamination. The Presidential Task Force (PTF) on the novel coronavirus pandemic has charged cloth makers across the country to commence mass production of protective face masks as part of national efforts to defeat the outbreak. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, SGF, Boss Mustafa, who is also the chairman of the PTF, made the call during Thursday's edition of the daily media briefing by the task force. The SGF also charged the public to be more civil and cooperative whenever interfacing with law enforcement agents in the period of the lockdown, noting that they had been deployed for the protection and safety of all Nigerians. And down to Edo State, the government has placed a total ban on all forms of street trading as part of measures to curb the spread of coronavirus disease in the state. Edo State Deputy Governor and Chairman of Edo State COVID-19 Response Technical Team, Comrade Philip Shaibu, said the measure is to further restrict movement and ensure compliance to social distancing while checking the spread of the pandemic. He also added that the state government has set up 10 screening centers across Oredo local government area to meet the target of screening 500,000 persons. And finally, a news update at 10, still in Edo State. In a related development, the state government has completed a 30-bed facility with 15 ventilators and other important equipment for the treatment of COVID-19 patients in the state. The Deputy Governor and Chairman, Edo State COVID-19 Technical Response Committee, Comrade Philip Shaibu, who took top government functionaries to inspect the facility, said the state government is ready to fight the pandemic. The 30-bed hospital, located at Stella Obasanjo Specialist Hospital, was built within 12 days. And that's KUFM's news update at 10. Please stay with us for more interesting programs and news updates on every hour. Do not forget, you can listen to us anywhere in the world, either by visiting our website at www.kufm.net, or you can download our KU mobile app from the Google Play Store. Remember, we're also live on YouTube at KUFM Nigeria. I am God's Love Orlando, saying thanks for listening and good morning.
Don't you touch that dial. don't touch that dial.
On the new craze in town. You see, it's very important that our people actually understand what we're talking about, the basics. You see, this virus is for real. It's not a global pandemic. The whole world, is on standstill because of this virus. And we want to say here that it's not a big man's disease. It's a disease that can affect everybody. Big, poor, rich. It actually has no respecter. It's not a respecter of persons. You can see presidents of countries, have been affected. Even children, the adolescents. It cut across age group. And funny enough, it's something we can't on our own do something to avoid. You can help yourself individually. First, you have to believe and agree that it exists. That's the first line, of help you can give to yourself. Because if you don't believe it's there, then you won't protect yourself. So we try to encourage our people to let them know that it's real, the virus is there, it's spreading fast, it's killing people everywhere. That is why we in the NMA, we are doing a lot to see how we can sensitize our people. If you go around town, we have some billboards, both in Benin here, in Ekoma. We have flyers every day being produced. We have banners. Okay. And that's part of why we're here, to talk with the people about this virus, let them know that it's real. And they can actually help the government, help the NMA to protect themselves.
Okay, yeah, we hear in countries like in the United Kingdom, protect the NHS. Consistently, it's even a logo, which is like the National Health Service. But we'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, you will tell us if people who have suffered from the COVID-19 and have recovered, do they develop immunity? And then you talk to us about community transmission. We want to know the difference. So, you want to stick around. After this break, we will be back. Okay? Don't go anywhere.
More music, more variety. Turn it up. 92.7.
If they find event center will not get rival, or if they find better place where you say you go do your party, welcome to Thames Event Center. We get better banquet hall, we go contain over 300 people. Even will get better hall, we say go carry up to 700 people. Thames Event Center, ticket all Bonge conference hall, we go contain up to 300 people. Enough parking space dey yakata. Security dey wella. Life can't even there when we say yes, we go give you better events. They still dey into event management. Make you carry your eye, come see American Wonder for inside Benin City. Thames Event Center Tanda Griba for 171 Saple Road between Satana Market and Magistrate Court for Benin City. For booking and reservation, I beg you call us 080-5326-8889 or 070-3066-8234. Thames Event Center. The event center where they make your event go siriri werere.
They hate us, because they ain't us. Drop that bass. We are AUFM 92.7.
Welcome back. It is still the KU Breakfast Show here, and we still have the chairman of the Nigerian Medical Association Edo State Chapter, Dr. Valentine Omoifo, and of course the PRO of the NMA in Edo State, Dr. Eustace Osegale. And we've been talking about the COVID-19, of course. Yeah, Doc, you just landed on your thoughts before then, but we hear stuff like community transmission. We hear stuff like physical distancing, social distancing, self-quarantine, self-isolation, to mention but a few. In fact, these terms were not common terms before now, but every single day you listen to the radio, you turn on your TV, you walk on the street, you hear words like this. Can you help us make some sense out of this? What do these mean, and how can we use them in our daily lives?
Yeah, thank you very much. You see, these are new lexicons in our dictionary. They are new words, but they are words that are very relevant, in the present day. There are things we must get used to so that we can actually apply them. You see, this virus actually came into this country, from outside by people who traveled in, who were infected. That's the first source of infection of this virus. Now, by the time that got into the country, those persons now mingle with other people. For instance, you're infected, you get to your house, you meet with your wife, you play with your kids, you talk to your neighbors, and you start to spread it from person to person around within the community. That's the second mode of spread. Apart from
is that the one that is now called community transmission?
That's the community transmission now.
Okay.
Being transmitted among people within the community from person to person.
Okay.
Unlike the ones that are being
came from outside. Okay.
Like for instance, you see in the initial stages borders were closed. The country had to close its international borders to prevent transmission of the disease from outside.
Okay.
Now we're at the level where people who already have it in the country are now spreading it from person to person within the community. And this is the point where we need to act. This is the point where the power is in our hands. We have to decide whether we catch it or not. We have a role to play, and that's where the social distancing comes in.
Okay.
For instance, because this virus is transmitted by droplets, if you're close to people who have it, they sneeze, they cough, you can obviously inhale them.
Okay.
Now, if you're in a crowd, you're touching people may have coughed into their hands and then they touch you, you shake them, and then you also not touch yourself, your face, your eyes, your nose, you can also be infected. So we advise that you maintain good distance between yourself and the next person, at least a meter apart.
Okay.
That is social distancing.
Okay.
It's with the aim, to limit transmission of this virus from person to person.
Is the virus airborne?
Now the virus, when you say it's airborne, it's a novel virus. We're also trying to find out more things about this virus. We're trying to learn more about it. Now, it is airborne in the sense that it can be transmitted through the air, but that is floating about in the air may not be true. Researchers have shown that some procedures can actually aerosolize the virus, make it to stay in the form of aerosols, droplets, and float around for a few minutes before it's dispersed.
Okay.
That is why at times, if you're staying with people who have this virus, it's advised to wear a face mask, so that within those periods where the aerosols are floating around, you don't get infected.
Okay.
Now, you also talk about self-isolation.
Self-isolation.
Now, as a further means to prevent the spread, there are some persons who have this virus, but because of their good body immunity, their system, they have a strong immune system, they're able to curtail it, they don't come down with any symptoms. Now, some others have this virus and then they have just mild symptoms.
Okay.
Now, for such people, it is believed that the general consensus is that they should isolate themselves from the general population. Because this virus, like we all know, runs, has a self-limiting course of about incubation period also of about 2 to 14 days. That is the period between which you catch the virus if you are infected. Now, if for adventure you're just coming from outside the country, we are not sure, you are not even positive, but you're still within the incubation period, we feel you may still come down if you have it. You are advised to keep yourself away from other people. Even from your family members. If you're in your house, you stay in a room alone. If they are coming to give you food, their processes will advise them to follow. Maybe they just open the door, put the food there, close it back, then you go and pick it up. You're not even allowed to interact closely, with your family members, with other people in society. So it's as if you are actually quarantining or keeping yourself away from people for their own benefit. So that is what it means to self-isolate.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, people who have recovered from the virus, some people have tested negative, and then afterwards, they've tested positive. Do they develop immunity?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. It's a very contentious one because, like we said, this is a novel virus. The medical world is still learning, about the symptoms, the signs. Every day we are including more symptoms, more signs. We are making up our mind that look, these are new discoveries. For instance, now we now know that the people still share this virus in their stool. It was several days after being negative. So we are learning a lot about this virus today. We are not conclusive yet whether there's immunity, because there are cases of people who are very infected. People after they've tested positive, negative, after a while, some of them come down again. There are some cases and they are sick again. They are positive again. So studies are still being carried out to be sure the level of immunity, the virus confers after being infested. So we can't really be so sure, but everybody is advised to be careful.
Okay, you said something about the virus having a self-limiting period, right? So if you say that, how then that would imply that even if somebody is left like that, after the limiting period is run, the person could actually recover on their own. Is that what it means?
Most likely, a lot depends on your own immune system. That's why I advise people to live healthy, eat well, be strong, don't overindulge in alcohol, things that will bring down your immunity. Because most viruses run a self-limiting course. That is to say, if you are infected by this virus, your body immune system is battling it, and over time is able to overcome this virus. Particularly for those who have mild disease, moderate disease, most of them will recover on their own. But what we do, by way of treatment, is to try and sustain your body mechanisms to work. Because this virus damages some of your body functions, like it damages your lungs, you'll be going through respiratory failure at the end of the day. And if not treated, that can kill the person. It could also damage other systems, the GI tract, the renal system. So what we do by way of treatment is more of, not really definitive, most of the treatment is not geared at actually destroying the virus, but it's more of supportive. These are the treatment is geared towards supporting your body system while your immune system have the time to be able to overcome the virus. Like you have common cold, influenza. Most people, you just see yourself, you are sneezing, you coughing. After a couple of days, 3 to 4, 5 days, you get well. So most viruses are like that. They run a self-limiting course. During this time, your immune system is able to curtail this virus, and then you get better.
Okay. Now you talked about immunity. How does one build a strong? Okay, let me come to you, Dr. Segali. You've been quiet all through. How does one build a strong immunity that can fight a virus like this?
Okay. Building a strong immunity doesn't start right from this period where the pandemic is on. It's a thing that one should have acquired all along. First of all, there are ages where the immune system is weak. At extremes of ages, naturally, the immune system is expected to be weak. For a newborn child or the very elderly, the immune system is expected to be weak. Even in pregnancy, sometimes the immune system doing those. But however, in several studies, this recent disease, the COVID-19, it has not been shown to affect pregnant women adversely. But there are some disease conditions that bring down the immune system. Disease conditions like diabetes, cancer. So these people usually are the first victims or the most serious victims of the COVID-19 disease. So straight to your question, how does one build a good immune system? Over the years, our lifestyle impacts on our immunity. For those that overindulge in alcohol, for those that overindulge in recreational drugs, maybe marijuana or excessive tobacco, those things have a way they can gradually reduce your immunity. Lack of rest, lack of exercises, those things gradually have a way they can reduce your immunity. Eating well helps boost your immunity. Like I mentioned earlier, adequate rest, eating well, they boost your immunity. So over time, maybe in the last 2-3 years, somebody that has not been taking good care of himself, his immune system may not be on the high. So for such a person, he can easily come down with this disease. Then there are other people that they do take good care of themselves, but they have debilitating conditions like diabetes mellitus, a patient that has a cancer. For such patients, they are not on the good side of the immunity. Then the aged amongst us. Interestingly, Nigeria doesn't have a very aged population, unlike what they have in some other parts of the world. But the elderly, their immune system is not as strong as that of the younger people. So for those are the people that really have problems with their immunity, and they are more at risk with this disease. What we find out now is that if you go to the pharmacies, they've run out of vitamin C's, they've run out of many drugs that people think can boost your immunity. But the truth is that your immunity does not get boosted in 30 minutes or in a day. It's something that you have been doing over time. If in the last 6 months you've been up and about, excessive of this, excessive of that, you won't just at this second start building your immunity. So for those people that are drinking all sorts of things, thinking they will boost their immunity and face the coronavirus, they're actually deceiving themselves, because immunity doesn't get boosted in seconds, and that will not stop them from getting infected with coronavirus.
Okay, so we've heard about some, shall I call them outlandish treatments prescribed by people. Some will say if you boil this herb and this herb, if you inhale the steam, it will cure the COVID-19, or it will prevent it. Some say if you gargle warm water and salt, if you drink it, it will wash it down to your stomach, and then the juice will, your digestive juices will kill it and all that. how do you address these kinds of stories?
Well, actually, like I said, it's a new virus. We're still trying to work out new treatment modalities. You discover that even of recent, the U.S. president was arguing with some persons. He said use chloroquine, others said don't use chloroquine. We'll see at the point of formulating, therapeutic interventions for this virus. But having said that, people should be careful. You should be careful what you are lured into doing. Particularly agents that have not been tested. Nobody is sure of their efficacy. Nobody is sure whether they are poisonous or not, or their side effects. But as of now, none of these substances have been proven to help. So people should be careful. I think people who claim they have cures, they have therapies that can help, they can also come forward. They can join the scientific experiment. There's room for everybody to present his product for scrutiny, so that we can all work together and have a more balanced approach. But our people should be careful. For now, there's no proven local remedy for the virus, so people should be wary of such information and stick to what is known for now.
Okay, we're going to talk about the controversy surrounding the use of face masks and, of course, testing capacity, because we're bringing it down to Edo State. You understand the regulations, but that will come immediately after this break. Stay with us, please.
NG provide fast, reliable, and affordable unlimited broadband internet service to homes and businesses. We are situated at number 5 Ramaya Kennedy Street, off PZ Sapler Road, Benin City, and our marketing office is at 70 Lowy Complex, Airport Road, Benin City. Our services are currently available in Benin and Lagos. You can reach us on our mobile 707-367-30125 or 080-788-79960 or on our website www.wirelessng.com. Wireless NG, erasing internet boundaries.
Soltech Solar, dealers of solar standing fan, solar ceiling fan, solar wall fan, solar orbit fan, solar panels, solar AGN batteries, solar inverters, solar TV, solar street lights, a solar head clipper, a solar fridge and freezer, a solar borehole pumps, solar pressing iron, new solar power with an inverter for homes, schools, churches, hotels, hospitals, parks, and lots more. We are located at number 66 Wire Road, Benin City, Edo State, or better call our office number 0818-128-3244 or 0815-930-1603 or call 0805-530-9054.
Let's get back to the music.
KUFM 92.7.
That's the problem, kid.
Welcome back. It is still the KU Breakfast Show live here on 92.7 KUFM. It's me, Charles, in the studio alongside Dr. Omoifo, who's the chairman of the NMA in Edo State. NMA, of course, is Nigerian Medical Association. And, of course, the PRO, Dr. Eustace Osegale, is also here. Okay, before we go into that break, gentlemen, I was asking you the controversy surrounding the use of face masks. The government has said, put on face masks. If you don't have face masks, you'll be pulled over, or you could face some penalties and all that. But we've also seen the NCDC advisory saying, face masks for people who have the symptoms, important. For people who don't have the symptoms, you could put it on in public places. But then they were very careful to say it is not compulsory. So how do you address that?
Well, thank you very much. Every state, is making its own regulations to safeguard its people, based on their own knowledge and what they think is right. So long as you do not contravene the law. Conventionally, the use of face masks is actually for doctors and other health workers who are attending to patients who are sick, who have the infection. But we also advise those on self-isolation to wear the face mask, and then their family members who are caregivers at that point should also protect themselves with this mask. But because of the fact that people are not adhering, to the the rules already set aside by government to help stop the spread. For instance, people are supposed to stay at home most of the time. You find even those who are not, the schools are closed, offices are closed, but people still go about roaming the streets. So I'm sure this is what has prompted the government to put this new law in place, because we also know that there are many people who are infected who are not symptomatic. There are people who have mild symptoms. Some of them may cough, they may be in public places. We don't know how much people are actually obeying the self-isolation, although government is trying to monitor this. But some people do not even report themselves that they have symptoms. So I think in the bid to protect the general population, this is why this has come to be. We in the NMA, we are not opposing it. We will support it because, like we said, not everybody that is infected that is known. And for instance, many Nigerians do not even believe there's a virus. So these people, you can imagine, may not even take steps to even protect themselves, to even report any symptoms they are having. So I think this measure is, there to help the general public, a public health measure to ensure that people who have it do not spread to other people. But again, we must advise that people should ensure that the masks they are using, are tested, and they are using proper masks. It's not enough to just cover your face.
Good.
You see, there are little ways you can test your mask. For those who watch some documentaries that have been put online, by way of actually certain people, if you wear a mask, you can light a flame from a lighter in front and try to blow air out to extinguish it. If the air goes out, that mask is not a proper one. The pores are too large. A lot of particles can still pass through.
Okay.
But if you light a lighter in front of your mouth, you try to blow out to extinguish it, it doesn't go out. The mask is fairly okay.
So that's like the basic test.
That basically should be able to tell that if you have at least some good percentage of protection with that mask.
Okay. All right, thank you very much for that. Let's talk about the testing capacity here in Edo State. This is your constituency. We hear that there are 15 confirmed cases as at the last counts in Edo State, and we hear the state government say, okay, we are setting up new test centers and all that. Can you tell us more about the testing going on in Edo State and how it's working?
Well, actually, we know that the Irua Special Teaching Hospital is the only testing center in the south of Nigeria, where the testing is actually done properly as at now.
In Irua?
In Irua.
Okay.
That is different from screening. When you talk of screening, I'm aware there are some screening centers. These are centers where people come to, where we're able to triage. Maybe you fill questionnaire, they know, take your history, have you traveled out, do you have relatives who have come back. They want to see if you are at high risk.
Okay.
And if you have symptoms, if you qualify for a test.
Okay.
Because we have advocated that there should be increased testing.
Okay.
And because we believe that the figures we are having now are actually underrated. We think if more people are tested, we'll actually see that more people are actually infected. Like countries like Ghana and South Africa, they are doing widespread testing. But maybe because of the inavailability of the kits, the testing kits, we are still limited to the numbers we are doing. We've heard the government say they want to increase this number, but we've not seen that happen for now. So what is happening is they are trying to do more screening, reach out to more people from contact tracing, get more people to be screened, to see if they actually would qualify for a test.
Okay.
But we think the more we test, the better for us.
Okay, so Edo State has had 15 cases. We hear that, but we almost never hear about people recovering in the state and being discharged. What is happening?
You see, I also had to answer this question at another news outfit yesterday. You see, states like Lagos and Abuja, where you hear of discharges, and all that, they started having this virus before us. And like we said, it takes time, for the virus to be able to be curtailed, and then it takes time for you to be able to be stable. We must be able to do some tests after you've completed the therapy, the drugs they are giving you, first time, second time, they are all both negative before you see you'll be discharged and you are symptom free. So I'm very sure from the time we started having our cases, in the nearest future, I don't want to preempt the health officials who are announcing it, but I can assure you, anytime from now, you start hearing us also discharging our cases, because I'm aware that most of the patients who are on admission are doing very well. Some of them are beginning to test negative.
Okay.
So anytime from now, you will also hear us announcing cases being discharged.
Okay. All right, quickly, I think I'll allow maybe one or two members of the audience to ask you a question before we leave on the show. So if you want to ask Dr. Valentine Omoifo, the chairman of the Nigerian Medical Association in Edo State, you can call us right now, 0706-263-9275. Dr. Eustace Osegale is also here. Or you can also call 0903-939-4427. The WhatsApp line is, which you can call as well, is 0812-178-9154. If you prefer to text, the SMS line is 0807-400-9076. If you have any questions as regards the COVID-19, or you are confused about anything, okay? Hello? Okay, when you call us, do well to turn down the volume on your radio set. I was going to ask a question about, you said screening centers are different from testing centers. Are there some specific screening centers? Because I remember the Minister for Health said yesterday that doctors should not attend to patients privately, like in their private practice. There are only some very, accredited centers where patients who have symptoms of this must be attended to. So that means there are some hospitals that can do this and some hospitals that cannot do it.
Yes, you're very correct. You're very.
We'll just hold for a second, please. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's your name and where are you calling from?
It's Kevin from Upper Number.
All right, Kelvin. The enemy doctors are here. What's your question?
Okay, I just want to ask the doctor, is it not time that the state government change strategy on ways to contain the coronavirus? Because in some days now we have heard of cases of people traveling from Lagos and being tested, being positive. Like for instance, the doctor that died in Katsina, he was recently returned from Lagos. Last also died in Delta, returned from Lagos. Then in that case in Anambra, he also returned from Lagos recently. Then I think the one that was discovered in Kaduna on Saturday returned from Lagos recently. So I think is it not okay for the governor to actually close the land border and so that we can control this?
Okay. No, thank you very much, Kevin. Noted. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Good morning.
I'm moving from Upper Mission.
Sorry, say your name again, please.
Wilfred from Upper Mission.
Wilfred from Upper Mission. Okay.
Yes, I want to quickly listen to the doctor there. I was listening to news on BBC yesterday, and there is this thing going that it's a very good way of boosting the system, whether before or after contracting the virus.
You broke off, in the middle of what you were saying. We did not hear what you said.
I saw on news on BBC. The last extent, vitamin C.
Vitamin C, okay.
Yes, it's a good way of boosting the immune system before or after contracting the virus.
Okay.
If really it's true. And also, I heard that
okay, I think we are struggling, but I think I made out what he said. He said he heard that vitamin C, is a good way of boosting the immune system, both before and after the treatment. And if hydroxychloroquine is an effective means of treatment, he wants to know whether it is true or not. So I think that's basically what he was asking.
Okay. Thank you very much. Maybe we'll just comment on these ones. Why? The first caller talked about closing borders of states. I think right from the onset of this infection, the NMA had advised the state government, to see how we can limit entry of people into our state, particularly from Peace Center, Lagos, and Abuja. We know some other states like Delta and all that have done it. But it seems to have been a little bit reluctant for federal-oriented reasons. They feel it's a federation and they may not be in a position to do that. But we want to use this medium to advise the federal government that we think strongly they should include in their quarantine policy, to limit interstate movement at this time. It will go a long way, to help, because the caller was right that most of the cases, new cases entering some states, are from people who are immigrating from Lagos and other areas where you have a high population of infected people. So this is the time for the government to do all it can to close our borders. Because we know even some states that we are lucky here because Delta, Anambra, some neighboring states have closed their borders. So it's actually helping us from those areas. But we have a lot of reports that people still come into Benin from Lagos, but at night, because there's no restriction, there's no restriction in the borders here. So if once they can sneak through security checkpoints out of Lagos, they still find their way here. And to be an exercise in futility if we try to fight what is happening inside, and we still have more cases trying to come in. So I think it's something the government should look into quite strongly.
And the second
and then the other issue, my colleague here talked about boosting your immunity, eating well, resting well, exercising well, avoiding things like alcohol and other things that will bring down your immunity. And if you have pre-existing diseases, treat them well, ensure the management is in order, Good. Vitamins are good for boosting immunity. Vitamin C particularly is an antioxidant, helps you mop off free radicals and all that. So it's good. So if you hear that, but it doesn't mean that people should not go and be eating vitamin C as if it's food. You just take a normal dose you take for supplement, maybe 1, 2 or 3 times a day with your maize, with your multivitamins. It's not going to harm anybody. But people must be careful because when they hear anything, they just want to abuse it. Like people just go and start drinking all the salt water, and then they come down with other complications. So we shouldn't overdo any of these things. And then the drug hydroxychloroquine has actually been found to be helpful, in the management of COVID. In fact, it's one of the drugs that we use who are managing patients with COVID. Most times, studies are shown that it's given with zinc. It has a way of assisting the zinc to get into cells, to actually help mop up the virus, within the cells. And it is now being used more in more countries. A lot of countries are using it. But that's not to say that people should go on their own and buy chloroquine. At the time, we had a lot of incidents where people were applying chloroquine and coming down with toxicity. Because this drug also has severe side effects, both on the heart and other body systems. So even though they say it is good for it, it has to be given by doctors who are managing it, who are prescribing it for the patients, who know the right dose, or you might even end up having worse problems than the COVID.
All right, so this message given says, please, doctor, are there some private hospitals allowed to treat COVID-19? And if so, when will they start communities testing in Edo State? From Joseph.
Now, we're going to talk about that before the call came in. For now, testing and treatment of this coronavirus infection is restricted to government hospitals, and not even all of them. Like in Edo State, we have the UBTH, we have the Uraspa Teaching Hospital, and then we have the Stella Passenger, Isolation Center. Because, you see, we've had cases where some doctors were managing them in their private hospitals and they came down with infection. Because it's actually a highly infectious disease, we need a lot of equipment for you to prevent yourself and your staff from getting infected. So because of this, government has restricted it, to key hospitals where we show even at those hospitals, if we're not very careful, our staff can still be infected. So we don't want it to spread to everywhere. That is why those have been restricted to those particular centers.
All right, you can, because we're out of time. So if you have any last words,
I think recently the state government have given some private hospitals like Faith Mediplex, St. Philomena's, some facilities to screen patients, maybe high-risk patients, and I know some PACs have also been given such magnitude to screen patients for the COVID-19 disease. That's different. I think that's different from treating patients. I think they have the capacity to screen high-risk patients for coronavirus disease. It was on the news yesterday by the state government.
Let me just quickly say here that people should not, our listeners should not mistake screening for testing and treating. Like even in the airports, people come in, they are screened, check their temperature, take information. Those hospitals, those private hospitals we are talking about, once they take your information, they test your temperature, they suspect you may have COVID, the next thing is to refer you to the appropriate quarters.
But can samples be taken and then sent to to the testing centers by these hospitals?
Now, taking of samples and sending to the appropriate quarters, like I said, there's just one hospital in Edo State where you do the testing.
And that is?
Iroa Specialized Teaching Hospital.
Okay.
Yes. So even the collecting of the samples, if they are trained, they can collect it, but they need to do special training to show them how to collect it without themselves getting infected.
Okay. All right. I have to.
But finally, before I go, let me just add here that the Edo State NMA, has some helplines. Okay. Where people can call in for further questions on this COVID, other misinformations, and even for general health conditions. Okay. Because at this point in time, we do not want people to be rushing to hospitals, because the hospitals themselves may not be too safe. That's why we told our colleagues to scale down on outpatients that come in so they don't get infected. So this number, you can call this number if you have issues, and a doctor will be there to speak with you, find out where your problems are. If you need referral, we'll tell you where to go to. And there are even instances where we can give you minor prescriptions if you feel you have little problems that are not that severe. So if you don't mind, we would like to call the numbers out. The first one there is 081 126 45 555. And then the second one is 081 127 65 555. They can also send WhatsApp messages to this number apart on the calls, and the doctor will be there to answer you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Valentine Omo-Ifo, Chairman, Nigerian Medical Association, Edo State Chapter. Thank you for coming this morning.
It's been my pleasure.
Okay, also thank you very much, Dr. Eustace Osegali, PRO, Public Relations Officer, Nigerian Medical Association. Thank you very much for coming as well.
My pleasure, Charles.
All right, I hope and I know that you have been adequately informed. Okay, this is where we'll leave you this morning. My name is Charles Oporum.
I'm doing good. I'm doing fine. Very, very okay. Yeah. How are you?
Fine. Do you have any extended plans for the weekend?
Almost there now. I tell you, as I said earlier, crime and criminality don't reduce well for the local government. Now that one, as you talk.
All right, Chairman, we say we thank you. We say make you continue to do the good works, and God go the guide and to protect you as you do your work for our Southwest local government people. All right, make we leave you so that we can do something.
So now remember me today. As I remember me, God also remember that.
Amen. Thank you very much. All right, bye-bye. All right, so now the Amiibo Chairman of Via Southwest local government area, and Mr. Destiny Nabulele, and I just talk to us finish. Yes, also be not be one man work. They don't do some work, but it's never still finished. Yes, he still talk about the things where they will still do. All local government chairman, or our West local government chairman, Mr. Frank Ilaboya, I greet you. I hear what you see they do, but make we put on together to fight this thing. One the local government chairman, the local government who day, Honorable Napoleon Agbama. I want me to still continue because also be not be one man work. Then they go local government chairman, we say we could continue to the fight this battle because now enemy will be say everybody will come fight against it. Now it just be and see they talk about that of Igor local government. It gets something will happen. Ogaima will be say it can concern the Inogi of Igor. Concerning the diversion of COVID materials. Even the news, but I can't date too disappointed. We be say for people we be say suppose come palace, get palace line up, observe social distancing, make they get within the materials will come the community. They can't be say na quarrel, na shout, Even the local government chairman, she even come talk about the whole matter, but you see, say we dey try to say who gets, make it give, who not get. And
now who can't get the collect now?
Just imagine you be the head of the community. Which kind of example you can't dey put for ground? And somebody will be say anything to that for community. They go meet and they settle case and all that. For people to come full house outside the house, come they shout say you don't block all the food. We be say they bring come for the community. Don't hijack and do everything. You should just say that one na wrong signal. Now they show to us for the state.
Now a very serious issue. And this issue now what I think they sing all the time. I don't talk this mother tire say even make I take you back small. Even when I attend the security summit at Asaba that time, I mentioned about that summit. I say for community police to work, all the stakeholders they must checkmate themselves. First of all, commit crime finish. You call. Don't you know me? I'm the no go show place. Don't you know me? I'm honorable this thing. You don't go work. How can you? What's about to do for front make it fight this problem? Now you call they cause the problem. It's a shameful sortie. I know they fear anybody. When they call those guys, more they tell say the truth. You know sometimes we tell more they do politics. I know say this thing must cause problem. Coronavirus come and just become a business. We can't be this one now. You do something. You know people there for your community. If you don't even know the people in your community, you know them. Then tell them say this thing. I want make it reach their hand though. Then you follow up, make it reach their hand. But now the thing is your hand. You hide down. But though we never hear from him. But you also need to speak your own part of this.
You need to,
but if Tutu is doing, if you do Tutu, it don't make sense. I like what that woman do. Now that kind of what they like. You know, that man a very rugged woman. You don't send anybody. He go to the palace and tell the man direct, open your palace. Why you go do this kind of thing now? When there's been a chat with people, you go keep.
Even if you even deserve, at least he on as a no give suppose on your own free try. Okay, get some bags of rice.
Why not give people?
No give people. Why they see one rubber? So just to say,
why not give people?
As a no give more still take. Let alone say the one where they break up community. It's that thing you know good. We just
and they set up different committee. Make they distribute all these things now. They give why they give these people, give these people. I've heard them before. If you want to share this thing, not if fact don't give politicians.
To me, door to door, I mean even like
not give politicians.
No, door to door.
Yes.
At least distribution team. They'll feel they go door to door. They'll knock your door. They'll give you so that we not come outside because even the one way they did yesterday, the way they take full. When I watched the video, not be yesterday though, but the way they take food that copper.
Yes.
The social distancing where you they preach.
If one person get for the other never get.
Everybody never get. Because you want get one share food.
Because of one rubber of rice.
How many rubber of rice you want get?
Because you me.
You are going to gada.
No, they do something like that.
It's not good. It's not good. I beg. And if there's any other way we say they'll fit share this thing, if they'll fit go house to house, I don't say this stressful, but it go help. To curb this
it is very, might tell you what happened. Might tell you happened in 1980, 86, 87. He gave one man that time. I don't go mention. Bless her, they do have for him. He gave one man that he gave farm. He train for poultry. When don't need time of festival period, the man will they go from house to house.
They give people fowl.
You don't go even know the day we they share the fowl. But we don't say this man will share fowl. They will share for this period.
They don't know
you know the day will share them. You also see for the example, you also see fowl in front of your house. You don't tie the leg, they'll put in front of your house. People they listen to this program, waiting for that local community, they understand what they're talking about.
Well, to me, if you want to share something,
what did they wrong? Say you carry something, you go people house, don't drop off for that. You like answer the no fence. Don't drop off that. If they all put just here.
Apart from that, even if you knock, say the season now, you say
early morning.
So that at least because if you anything we don't concern sharing, stay more we can share things. And you need to observe social distance. If you don't use brain, do this you not go work because na crowd they talk so. Where you go sometimes if people throw stuff, if people throw money go up now say na 10 naira they try go up. You need to see the crowd of people who say go rush that money. Let alone say it can't happen. Say okay now food now we want share and this period many people they complain say hunger day. How they will take get that patient to say okay make observe social distancing. If so when I watch them you know they are okay at all. Or I may not be like say now only the one we talk on today. Well we few days ago we talked about security threats where they inside those states concerning how the court war in New York they start where they kill some people for different areas, one for technical, one for universal. I beg and I use this platform they beg make we let peace reign for this those states. Not be now when COVID-19 they doing we'll see they hear those kind of news. Very very sad. I beg more gonna take up easy. This time not time for everybody to sit down. Think and change mentality because who not learn anything from this period.
No go learn again.
No go learn again. This one a period where we say we need to learn to tell say this life no matter what you get now vanity nothing. Day at all. So now this heads we just get now be your own. So make use of your time and make it be your brother's keeper. Not be say you gonna be your brother's hunter, gonna hunt your brother. No, because who you they pursue today, you don't know what thing will be to you tomorrow. Make we take easy concerning that matter. Okay, for inside Ogun State, inside Lagos State as well, we hear say.
What we finish those two first now?
Okay. Concerning that those states,
what for those states for Ogun State?
So that all of us near each other.
I come to that man say, if you not key, if you not knock door, You know the grip person to get the house. If you don't agree, you not agree to get the house. Either that principle you won't follow, but no problem. You know, say for this pro with this, so on crime activity they go on, though. Like for you know it now. That it for GRA too. I think they go run from house to house. Those ones,
which is really bad. For this kind
yes,
of
they go to run for house. You get what see happen for Jeremy side. Now even the area boys, community boys, this vigilante boys, now even catch them. And those people who come rob for that area themselves. Now from that area.
That they come from. I see them. I see them on Facebook.
Yes, so I was very pleased with that work when they do. You know what they pleased with them? He jump out of data he talks is the way they preach say make the community they involved in the security of that community. If they involve, would they go no keep going for us. They know now.
Just imagine area where you stay.
They know.
This kind of hard period.
And this is your happen. They know they just bracket the catch them. They catch them. So source information they very important when they give all the security agents. You know how to pass information. If you not pass the information, part of my office, I know how to handle them so that we will get the result. Then there's some committee I speak to you now. They fight. They kill themselves. But though we see they do small investigation about what they do. They destroy properties. I have some of the petition they write and some of the videos of what they do destroy. So far, we get the videos of what they do. But that is not the right thing to do. If they get a problem with whether you get problem with your chairman or you get problem with your John Were or the Kagele or whosoever.
They don't solve the problem. They don't settle.
There's no point of it solve. You solve a come out and go discuss. Okay, if they don't share power, don't share what they want. If they don't share the land for the women, the commitment they share and finish. But we not care anybody put. We don't have to talk to them. My boys for the Nigeria Crime View, we are working on it seriously to see peace is restored in those two communities. They're not the community not far forward different, but I don't want to mention name now till we do some work finish and discuss with those parties, different parties that are involved. The John Were, the Okagele, the Bush Inspector, all of them where they involved. And also these are these political call the security agents waiting for this state. Where they this world say me they put their eye on this matter. You can get some complaint, they complain, give me. Somebody say some of them they use this security agent they fight them. They don't complain, say this security agent they fight them. Somebody go and complain to you, say that one offend them. You don't need for you to carry go up and go to beat the other person. No. You investigate. What did they happen for that place? Even when I get information, they call me. It is say they do that kind of they do agberu work. I said no, they do agberu work. What did happen? After ask a question, then investigating the matter. Call the other fashion of it. Ask those one questions. I call the surprise say the matter. I come go say complainants come be. Because they complain say the other person now offender and I come to find then they go to find guilty. So why the touch say we say if somebody come see you, maybe you there for one shaky point or somebody call station. Or somebody come meet you because he get money to give you, or somebody you know and your brother come tell you say the other person they follow they fight. Before you go that place, go they beat that person or go they arrest them. Investigate. And they were very shocked. The important thing handle the matter. I called the footer say okay, the best let's investigate. We already know what happened. Let us know the roots of this issue. Please, I beg everybody, if somebody come complain to you, investigate the matter. After all, as a father for us. Sometimes people come complain, give you say this one do me this one. You look and say, you do you? Why? For where? When? Then you can't know the truth and then you know how to handle their problem. Thank you very much, my brother.
All right, also the matter you reach and like I talked just now, we need to also visit other states. So some of the states we near us mostly put mouth for security matter with the happen for those states. But meanwhile, ANEC headquarters before in never to take just now we'll get the breaking news say they on fire. I just hope say they will feel quench them on time because this fire is 15 where they happen these days. Though we know it's not dry season, but
I'm at the other side. Well, I don't know what I'm did there now. No, I did Benin, I'm not Abuja now. I'm not the ask. I'm did there now.
You know, from Benin they say Abuja, but then it be at least make the feel quench the fire, making up be say important. Documents go follow that fire waka. And for Auguste State, they talk just now. We always talk and say this one a time to show love, not be time to show hatred or time to attack people. And I mean they talk and say hunger fit cause war. That is the truth. Because hungry man na hungry man. Okay, look Ogun State now. We be say residents can't turn to vigilantes because they know they fit sleep with their two eyes closed. Because now house to house, Lagos and Ogun State. But for Ogun State now, the Ogun State Police Command now, they don't arraign 442 suspects concerning all the things where they do for inside this.
If you see the crowd, they're not the fear of
COVID-19 matter.
Now, from house to house, they bust to.
Yes, because they disturb the peace. For this for the state where they talk for.
Now the peace they disturb.
And they rob different people, and some of them they charge them for 3 counts of robbery, illegal possession of firearms, and conspiracy, and others they arraign them for committing murder and disruption of public peace. And about for Court 3, about 70 suspects that they arraigned separately. Those one now robbery, attack, that they just carry out, and they carry one out for a Bay Coco Bank Road for Ifo. And also attempt to kill a police inspector. So many things when they happen this period, I would say, the police when they do their own to ensure say those people when they feel they sleep with 2 eyes closed. Easy say person they think of how you want to eat. He go still they think of how you want to sleep with 2 eyes closed. That one are two in one, and that one a big problem.
It even happen for Agbo too.
Okay.
They beat policeman self. They shoot like for the community.
And recently, yesterday, some staffs of Ezimobi, 22 of them, entered Delta State. And for that reason now, the state governor, Mr. Wike, say he go prosecute them.
Why they enter?
Say, now from other way they get from Abuja, now make they enter.
Who get the order?
But he, as a governor, he not go let people come out from outside states, come enter River State, come they spread COVID-19. Say, waiting the verse of they not inform them, make they quarantine them as they enter. You know, say now 14 days as they enter another state, even another country. But because of that one, and it's first to get the issues with one firm where we say they just release those ones, they just free those ones, and now they don't get issue with the first get problem with the management of Cavatin. And they don't apologize, and they still promising they don't go violate the law because those ones still do the same thing. And now
the question
so my question is the border where they pass, who did the border? Yes. How they allow they enter?
That be question. How they pass that place?
Yes, because even if one prosecute them, the people who did the border not being get right to say not being put it right this thing the law say.
I mean they pass
even if they pass it.
Now somebody control the airspace.
Airspace control because they just say nobody should come from other states. Now they can't get this kind of problem. You should say this one a problem. This one not be a violation of a law.
No.
Person pull law for granted say nobody should enter. Even if you want to enter, let the number one man for the state know.
Now,
and as they enter, they quarantine them. Then life goes on. So all this thing now what they cause katakata now all these things be.
You don't know say for inside this business they made it peak so. What they say me the people know they say it's that command men not open. You know most of them say open. Some of them will tell you say now this one and this person my brother that we put this one for power. They see open. So some of them feel say they above the law. I go touch them one day.
Okay, we go this music break. If we come back from this music break, we go open the phone lines. Then you two will let us know what they happen for your area concerning security. Yes, you sleep with 2 eyes closed, or one eye that they sleep, or IDB improvement day or in not day. Then from different areas, now we'll quickly call. Now we'll put out for the matter with the guy. But before then, we could just cook my go relax, more drink water. I'm not gonna enjoy this song. If we were do by Samuel Joseph. If we come, we'll continue with the show.
favor. Liverpool definitely want the league to end for them to eventually be crowned champions for the first time since the Premier League era. In one accord in that. I think I'll go with them not agreeing on the fixed date yet. Not saying that it's time for us to go back to the pitch or by this particular day we'll hit the pitch again and play the remaining 92 games left in this season for us to start a new season, because they don't really know right now how they can guarantee themselves, the football clubs and the players, the staff, that they come back to work and they will be safe. We'll talk about them getting back to the pitch. It's going to be behind closed doors. But the truth is, it's really not behind closed doors. Apart from the technical personnel and the players, you have those that will come to the stadium to clean the stadium. You have those that will come to the stadium to ensure the grass is okay. You have those that will come to the stadium to ensure the markings on the grass are well kept. And so many other persons that will ensure that the rooms, talking about the dressing rooms, the offices right there, they are, okay, up to date in terms of maintenance and all that. So those things are also part of the reason why I'm not saying that it's really, really going to be behind closed doors. It's not just about the technical crew and the players only. So they have to be sure that the atmosphere is right for these personnel to come back to the stadium to ensure that work is done appropriately. So I think it's the right tool for them to say, yes, let's finish the season, but no date here. Let's keep watching. Maybe by the end of this month, and maybe at the beginning of next month, we'll begin to look at situation of things, then think about getting to the training pitch first, then we can talk about coming to the stadium.
Well, the settling models, I think that is one area that is really, really very important, because if at the end of the day, for instance, they restart the league, maybe middle of June, for instance, how are you sure they are going to be able to cover the remaining matches? Though some clubs, they have 9 matches, while some have a standing and as the case may be. But to me, I think that the scheduling model is going to be very, very tight for them to complete, because it will now be a case of 1 month for you to play the many matches, for instance. So the players that have been indoors for a couple of months now because of the pandemic, and you can't just expect them to come out from their rooms and start playing without having a week or 2 weeks to get match fit, before going back to the stadium to play. So looking at all these areas, I think it could even drag the end of
I think the only thing that will suffer, that's why in the morning, 2 things rather. In the morning I was proposing that UEFA will cancel the UEFA Champions League. Let's just end it. I know it's like I explained, could be avenue for clubs like Man United and Arsenal to gain automatic qualification to the UEFA Champions League should maybe they don't get to finish in the top 4 at the end of the season when they conclude the campaign. But again, if they do that, it will be one way they could avoid a fixture congestion. Then secondly, I think the preseason is totally cancelled. What they will do now rather is to try to, once they return, instead of the boys going back to holiday, they will just stay back and just be training behind closed doors, maybe play with the under 23s, play with themselves for the season to start, because there's no avenue now that we give the clubs, that rest anymore, because they've had enough rest. They've had March, they're going to have April as rest. I think they will have at least the first 2 weeks of May as rest as well before they will hit the pitch. But let's say the league will start in June and let them end in July. I think the boys will stay back. Maybe they give them a week break, they stay back, then come back to training. It's not going to be tall because of the coronavirus. They're not going to be tall. They just within themselves, maybe play friendlies with the championship clubs and all that stuff, then get back to resume the season in October. But when the Champions League or Europa League is still going on, it means that they'll play at the domestic level. They have to play at the continental level as well, which will be cumbersome. So the only way out, this is where I'm saying, just cancel the Champions League and the Europa League to enable them to end their league properly.
Well, I think the Premier League, the Champions League and Europa League can be completed after they're done with the different leagues. Well, one thing that they are really looking at is the contract of the players, because there are some players whose contracts is going to expire on the 30th of June. Yeah, so if the league is going to extend beyond that time, what do you do? Will the players still have to keep on playing
to complete
to complete before they are free to join other clubs, because those other clubs too, they are likely to still be playing in their domestic leagues. That is, if the club is in a different country.
FIFA is aware of this, and that is why they are telling them that they should take things easy. They should allow the environment to be conducive for playing before they return to the pitch. And they've also said that they have money to ensure that they help these clubs involved, so that they can be able to take care of a player's contract and all that. Yes, it is not the fault of the player. It is not the fault of the club that the pandemic is ravaging the world at the moment. So I think both the players, their agents, and the clubs, they are going to have a way of resolving these issues. And thank God FIFA has already told them there's football money that could be used to help in different situations. So for me, I think for instance, once the football resumes, a player whose contract is supposed to end on the 30th of June could finish the season then before leaving for a new club, or making the loans permanent and all that. So
yeah, and that's an option. I would say I understand what FIFA have said, but when you sign a contract and you have that month of June, the entire month of June, then a few weeks in May that's left after the end of the season, you go and have fun. You're not really getting you're not really getting your wages then. The clubs are not going to be spending that much on you then. But the way it is right now, because of this break, which is kind of not caused by anybody, not the club, not the players, they are getting what they are getting. For instance, like clubs like Chelsea, Manchester City and Manchester United, who have not followed any of their personnel, they are paying full wages as of this moment when these guys are home relaxing. And when the season is extended, they will also get to pay full wages to them. For clubs that have not gone to using the government scheme to help cushion the effect of this coronavirus, they'll be worse hit, because these clubs don't have monies like these other clubs that I made mention of. They have. So those are the things they're also looking at. Whatever they are thinking about, it's really not for the big clubs, but for the smaller clubs, who obviously United can afford to say, I want to hold on to Diogalo back. In fact, I want to sign him. If they want to, they can do it. They can afford the Diogalo anytime, any day. But what about Burnley that have loan players from other football clubs? What about Norwich City? What about these guys? Would they be able to say the same like it's a Man City or a Chelsea would say? No. So they have to be in accordance with one another, so that they won't be punishing favoring one and punishing the other.
But you can't take the risk by going to the pitch because of the players' contracts.
Oh, so I understand that. That's why they are not certain yet on what to really do.
But I just hope that FIFA will be able to help.
The FIFA have told them that they will help. So they have to come to a resolution. Then they will present their case before FIFA. Then FIFA will now come in, and because whatever you do, you cannot sign a player without getting FIFA involved. The paperwork, that's what they call the paperwork, goes through all these channels for them to be approved, and then the player become your player. So I feel that these are the things. Yes, let's finish the season, but that's why there's still going to be more talks and see if they can actually effect all these changes and ensure that all the clubs enjoy it.
Okay, so what we got from the meeting today is that the English Premier League, they are determined to end it, but they have not taken a decision as to when they will resume the league or when they are going to conclude it. What's happening in Germany? The German Bundesliga, the clubs have resumed training, but the season is still suspended until at least the 30th of April. In Spain's La Liga, there will be no training until emergency measures are in place, which are in place are lifted. And La Liga President Javier Tebas, he says resuming play on the 28th of May is a best case scenario. They have other options that they are looking at, but maybe by the 28th of May they will resume. France, the Ligue 1, the French football authorities are considering restarting Ligue 1 on the 3rd or 17th of June. The latter date is the more likely, according to Sports Daily L'Equipe. Then we've got the Italian Serie A. The Italian Football Federation, they hope to begin testing players for the virus at the start of May in preparations for when the season will start. So earliest of any of these leagues will be, well, maybe May, maybe towards the end of May.
I think they will resume, but I don't think they will kick football competitively.
No, if they get the nod from the health authorities that it is nice for them, it is wise for them to return to the pitch.
For France, for instance, they were looking at the 14th of April before President Emmanuel Macron came and extended it to the 11th of May tentatively. Now, what if he comes up? I'm talking about restriction of movement now, because you can't say because they are players, so they are not restricted, they are not supposed to stay in their homes, you go down to the pitch. The Germans have done it. They kind of relax the restriction of movement. You can go about a little bit in maybe one or two or just one. You get to the supermarket, the players get to go to training individually, but you train, maintaining social distance. You know, in football, no social distance. The tackle is coming, there's no social distance in there. So I feel that it will happen, but when they do relax it, when you train maintaining social distancing, then you're not really training as a team. You're training as an opponent. I think these things will go on for like 2 or 3 weeks to just see how they can really flatten the curve, in these countries. Then effectively, that's my own take, effectively, let's say 1st of June, before we can start thinking of having competitive games. If you're talking about 28th of May, there are 31 days in May, and you start the league 28th of May. 30 days or thereabout left in the month, so it's almost like you're already in June.
All right, it's time for us to go on our first break. We'll be right back.
My people, make una open our ears wide. Because of this coronavirus wahala, government don't say make everybody sit down for house. Coronavirus now, bad disease wey don kill many people. But no cause for alarm, just do wetin government talk. Always wash your hands with soap. Cover your mouth and nose if you want cough and sneeze. No near anybody. Remember say all markets and shops remain closed except medicine stores and shop for essential things. Government don open food market for primary schools for every corner. You fit waka go there, but government say anybody wey wan comot for house must wear face mask. Remember say if you see as your cough and sneeze be, or say your body dey hot, or you no fit breathe well, go see doctor or call this toll-free number 0800 123 5111 or 0800 220 0110. On our way just come from abroad, show yourself to government now, make them help you. My people, shine your eyes and sit down for house. Coronavirus no fit come meet you for your house. Lagos State government bring on this message.
Maggi Naija soup wey sweet and porridge wey make it sense. When you want to cook for family and friends. No be money cause I'm not about taking time or try Maggi Naija pot for that delicious bottom pot. Naija pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggi Naija pot, delicious bottom pot, yeah.
New Maggi Naija pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
Hello, entrepreneurs, business owners, and organizations. KUFM 92.7 has an impressive and constantly expanding number of followers online. You can now advertise your goods and services on KUFM's social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Take advantage of our online presence and reach out to our growing audience at very affordable rates. Call 0703 109 4612 or 0806 530 5657 or 0802 232 7191 or visit our marketing office, top floor, Enterprise Foundation Building, number 62, Ihama Road, GRA, Benin City. KUFM, your business growth partner.
Welcome back to Sports Fiesta live on 92.7 KUFM at Benin City. Okay, this one is sad, but unfortunately, the coronavirus has claimed another sporting icon as a victim. Leeds United great Norman Hunter We understand that he has died in hospital, age 76, after he contracted the coronavirus. He was a tough tackling centre back, and they nicknamed him Bites Your Legs, which he was a key player for Leeds in their most successful era. We heard that he was admitted to hospital on the 10th of April after he tested positive for the coronavirus, and now he has died. And Leeds United said it has left a huge hole in the family of their club. He won 2 league titles during a 14-year first-team career at Ellen Road, and he was a non-playing member of England's famous 1966 World Cup winning squad.
That's a sad one there. Not the kind of things you love to really talk about when you come on air, but it's one of those things. Coronavirus, this particular one has really taken a lot of lives. Look at the number of people have already been infected globally, over 2 million, and the number of lives that this thing has also taken. Sportsmen and women have gone through the hands of coronavirus, COVID-19. I just hope that the club, Leeds United, and the family of Norma Hunter, God give them the strong heart, the strength to bear this irreplaceable loss. There's not, what we spoke about, there's nothing as special as a footballer when you have someone to really let you understand what it takes to play for a particular club. Chelsea, they have their legends coming down to the pitch. Someone like Didier Drogba in the stand, and Missy Matters playing. He'll be wanting to do more for Drogba to have a handshake with him. For United, Sabo will be chatting and all that. When they come down to the stadium, they play. These guys have worn the shirt and they've done something great for the club already. So having them in the stands is one of the most important part of your career in any football club that you are playing. I hope Leeds United can really take this and be strong. I hope the players will do more when the season restarts and get that qualification proper. So sad that he didn't get to see his darling football club back in the Premier League since they were relegated more than 15 years ago. But what the players can do now is to carry the badge, that crest on their chest anytime they go down to the pitch and play for him and play for all these United players that are with them and the ones that have also left them at their old age, as the case may be. I hope the players will understand that and use that to do well when the season restarts and when they get to the Premier League, and ensure they stay there for Norma.
Really sad one that somebody, though he didn't play at the 1966 World Cup, but he was a fantastic centre back. But then, what do you have to say? It's so sad that you have people for 90 years of age. Some, are able to beat the virus, but some, 70, 40, 15, as the case may be, are not able to beat the virus. It's really deadly, and that's the reason why everyone should keep to the guidelines. Well, he left a mark. Honestly, the legacy he left, I think that will live on, and many will follow his legacies and build on it. Especially the young ones that looked up to him as a role model. He did fantastically well, playing, winning the titles, and also playing the European Cup finals. I think that is what every player will want to achieve in life. But all the same, I think it's a sad one. We just hope that the family will be able to bear the irreplaceable loss.
Okay, and I'm still talking about the coronavirus. We hear that 3 Wales players have contracted the virus. Their coach, Wayne Pivac, revealed this. The 57-year-old New Zealander has not identified a trio of the players, and it is understood that they have since recovered. But he said at one point they contracted the coronavirus. Quoting him now, at the moment we've had 2 or 3 cases that I'm aware of within our squad. Wales, they are scheduled to travel to Japan for a test on the 27th of June before flying to New Zealand for matches on the 4th and 11th of July. But we do not know now with what is happening whether we can have these matches being held.
For Japan, at some point, I thought they did not even take it as serious as they've taken it now. There was still movement. They were still hoping to have to host the Olympic. The Olympic was called off not because of Japan's situation, but because of the situation around the other countries that were supposed to participate in the Olympic this year before it was actually postponed. And afterwards, they started having a lot of cases in Japan. Now, the country is also under lockdown. I don't think those things will happen for countries, except behind closed doors. I think that's the only way to go for now when activities come back to normal. But for the Welsh rugby team, I think this is my point. You have to not in as much as it's boring right now. Tomorrow, this is weekend. Normally, as sportsmen and women, we are always excited. We will have the Champions League at the midweek. We have different sporting activities at the weekend. The horse race, the rugby, obviously, cricket, football, basketball. You call me and talk about all these things. Those are the excitement. But for the sake of humanity, for the sake of these people, they are in machines. They are not supernatural beings. They are mortal like us. So if the fans could contract the virus, they too that are entertaining the world. Yes, they are being paid to entertain. They are paid stupendous amount of money to entertain the world. But at the same time, they are humans as well. They shown to us that they can contract the virus. Recently, two Juventus players, Daniel Rogani and Blaise Matuidi, just recovered. They've tested negative, so they are okay now. They themselves have also told us now three. I think they've recovered as well. The Welsh team, they still need to be protected. I pray for the sake of humanity, they won't rush these guys back again. It goes to show that whether you are a sportman, you're supposed to be the headiest of all humans because of your daily activities. You go out there, you train. If there's a problem, the doctors are there to go ahead and check you properly and ensure that they deal with that particular problem. Right now, it shows that yes, they can fight it. Most of them have been able to fight it. Mauro Fernandes just got discharged from the hospital and all that, but they are not immune to the sickness, to the virus. So please, let's just hold all these things. Once the world is able to tackle it, well, like you said in the morning, Ibrahim, you spoke about vaccine, not in the United States. In the UK, they are also developing, they are promising by June this vaccine after several trials that maybe this vaccine will come out and they'll start using it. Good enough. Let the world wait for the vaccine to be so that when somebody contracts the virus, there's a vaccine, there's a treatment for it immediately. They will treat the person and the person will be okay. Unlike when there's no certainty behind how they're going to be treated and whether you come back from it. So I think my advice is let's just relax things for now and then we'll get back to normalcy.
All right, before we start taking calls, let's quickly look at what's happening in the transfer market, the rumors, of course. The window has not even opened just yet. Okay, this one, Real Madrid, we hear that they are best placed to sign Norwegian striker Erling Braut Haaland, who is just 19 years old from Borussia Dortmund. But the Bundesliga side do not want to sell him until 2022.
Oh, you can't sell someone like Haaland right now. You bought him in January and he's scoring a lot of goals for you. You can't just sell him right now. I think they should hold on to him a little. I think that's
Haaland on his contract. They cannot sell him now until 2022. That's what they have.
Let's say that in his contract they can sell him immediately. If I were to be Haaland, I would stay back and really develop myself in Borussia Dortmund. He has come in and hit the ground running. And the players, the fans are riling around him right now. If you switch to Real Madrid to Barcelona, it might be too big for him and too quick for him because it's not as if he cannot, but moving from where he's coming from Germany is going to Spain or any other football club, you're changing environment in less than a year and you think you just come and perform magic. I think it would be the right time for Haaland to move. Had it been as at when he was going to leave Salzburg in December, January, thereabout, maybe he left there for Real or Barca or any other football clubs. I think it would have been better, not just get into a club, play 2 months, coronavirus break, then by the time you resume, play 1 month or 2, then you're going to another club. That's not the way to go. I think the young man should stay back 2022, then maybe there will be 21, 22, matured a little bit, then play for Real Madrid and become the biggest striker in the world.
Okay, for Tottenham Hotspur, we hear that they have approached former manager Mauricio Pochettino to take a wage reduction on his 8.5 million pounds salary to help ease the club's financial concerns. The Argentine was sacked in November and is currently on gardening leave. And this is what some of these managers do. They are very smart. They sign this contract and say, look, if you sack me, you will be paying me for this number of years until I get a job and all that. So now they have to go to their former employee to say, we want you to take a pay cut.
Let's return the question back to Ibrahim. If we come to you like this, will you take a pay cut? After sacking you, after what you did for them last season.
I told Francis, I said, if I were
you didn't sign a single player, you took them to the Champions League final. Now you're having problems.
If I were to be Mauricio Pochettino, I would not take a pay cut. I could use £1 million on my own personally to help, curb the spread of the virus on my own. But for me, a club that sacked me, and this is what they are going to pay me, they are not begging me for, I will not take a pay cut, but I will on my own, individually, give contribution.
The question was go right. Will you take a pay cut?
Well, there is no justification. I mean, he will do nothing wrong if he says he's not going to take a pay cut.
Yeah, obviously, because the manner at which they fired him at Tottenham, to me, wasn't the best. I don't know, but again, because of the fans, not because of the club, because of the fans of the football club who did not, for once, even when the chips were all down, never raised the banner Mauricio Pochettino or Pochettino out. They were all behind him even to the last day, even when he was fired. Yes, they wanted changes there, but they did not say anything bad about Mauricio Pochettino. For the fans, for the sake of the fans, I will beg him to just take a pay cut, because at the end of the day, if the football club is suffering, it's the fans that will suffer most. So for that reason, I will beg him to take a pay cut. But outside that particular reason, for the fans' sake, I think the way Tottenham, Daniel Levy and his board, the way they treated Mauricio Pochettino were the best way. The way the Mourinho came was so fast. You sack someone, let's say 9 p.m. by 5 a.m. you're already appointing. It means that you're already looking at other options already.
They've already made the
decisions before they fired him. That's why this guy got angry, this man rather, Louis van Gaal, that they did not even come to him like a gentleman. They, talking about United, they fired him as if he meant nothing to them. This was a man that just won the FA Cup for them. They didn't tell him that he only heard of it in the media. That's why he ensured that everything they paid him at Manchester United. United was nothing to them to pay him less than £20 million, but he insisted that he got everything from them because of he would have allowed, okay, just give me this one and take the rest. But he ensured that they paid him everything owed him. So for the sake of the fans, I beg Mauricio Pochettino, yes, listen to them, so that the club that you came, loved, and took them to the Champions League final for the first time, that this year the football club won't suffer because of this coronavirus.
Manchester United, we hear that they are the leading contenders to sign Birmingham's 16-year-old English midfielder Jude Bellingham in a deal that is worth an initial £3.5 million. Chelsea and Borussia Dortmund are also chasing Bellingham. Then the agent of Real Madrid and Colombian forward James Rodriguez, who's 28 years old, has contacted Manchester United over a possible move in the summer. He has been linked to Manchester United for quite some time.
Yeah, maybe this time they'll dive at it. I think he's still a decent player. You're doing your face.
You have Pogba, you have Bruno Fernandes, and you have Scott McTominay. So if he comes in, how are you going to? What are
there are no guarantees that Pogba is going to stay with Manchester United.
No guarantees.
Pogba might be leaving, and probably what they are trying to do now to see if Bruno can play that particular position. I think it's better when it comes more deeper from the midfield. Maybe get Hamed. Hamed is still a decent player. Experience, he has been to Germany, has been at Real Madrid, has won the UEFA Champions League. I think him coming to Man United and staying fit and okay to play, not the injury crisis that bedeviled him for a very long time. I think it would be a big plus to Manchester United. Really, I think no player out in there to really get to the market to sign. The clubs want to do business, but I think it's going to be a buyer's market at the end of the summer because of this pandemic. I think it would be a good buy, a good addition to Manchester United. That's if Pogba gets to leave. But if Pogba gets to rekindle his love for Manchester United and see the partnership between himself and Bruno works out perfectly and help them to Champions League, if they qualify for Champions League, I think Pogba will stay back, and maybe Jordan Sancho is the big person that really want to get in the summer.
All right, there are so many other stories. One of these is that Liverpool are in talks to bring Inter Milan and Croatian midfielder Marcelo Brozovic, who's 27 years old, to the club, while Everton, they want to sign Lazio and Inter and Italy striker Ciro Immobile, who is 30 years old, and they have offered his compatriot Moiskin 20 as part of a swap deal. For Moiskin, it hasn't really worked out well with
Everton,
at Everton, even though they
but with a player like Immobile, I think it would be good because of his experience, and they could also help Everton. Everton, they need experienced striker at the moment. Yes, they've got Richarlison, they've got Sigurdsson, and a couple of other players who could change things for them, but they need a points man. Cyril Immobile has been on fire in the Italian Serie A, but if they get to sign him, I hope he brings that form.
He will. It's, like you said, it's experience, and except the club does not sanction it. If the club do, he will want to come. He's going to be playing under Carlo Ancelotti. I mean, there's no other big coach in Italy that is way better than Ancelotti. Won the Champions League as a player, has also won it as a coach as well. So I think he's one of those demigod as far as football is concerned, as far as the country Italy is. So he is a renowned football coach. So I think if the club sanctions it, maybe get the other young man, talking about Moiskin, they coming over, I think he will.
All right, guys, time for you to be a part of the show. Call us on 070-6263-9275, 09039394427, or 08121789154. Hello.
Hello.
Danjuma, welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Francis, good evening.
Good evening, Danjuma.
I want really agree with Teresa or Mauricio Pochettino. It's like you want to but I no come out for my money. I no go agree. If they don't start me anywhere, I qualified the reach Champions League final without a player. If they bring money, they spend the thing, they think I pass. 50 but I no come out for my money. For my own, I feel they need money because of the funds. If they think 5 but they say they want to remove money for me. I no go agree. And for the league, to complete the league, if you do say it will be possible, let them cancel everything, because we never know where Corona will come out for ground, because the vaccine never be all the thing they will do. Let them just do everything they will do. If they say now 1 year, maybe next year, and they will start the league again all over Europe, all over the world. So if I make Corona come out for ground first, because my life now be the number one. Now do it.
Hello. Hello.
Oh, yes, good morning.
This is Marino. Welcome.
Yeah, greetings. Yeah. First of all, I want to say, Pochettino, he has right to say he wants to take a pay cut or not. But considering what happened, I'm sure everybody in this situation will want to take every penny. But for the sake of humanitarian purposes, and the humanitarian spirit everywhere now, in every sport, people are taking pay cuts. You should just bury the cutlass and take a pay cut, just to help Tottenham. As for Samuel Chukwueze, I want to say again, sometimes we are very happy if Barcelona or Madrid is bringing a player, a 17-year-old from Argentina or from Brazil or even from Cameroon. But when it's a Nigerian, we say he's too small, he needs experience, he should stay back in his team. If Barcelona or Madrid or Arsenal or Man United comes calling for Osimhen or Chukwueze, they should get it. We should stop discouraging them in the name of trying to make them have experience. Which experience does this Brazilian have? So they are all players. So if Man United comes, if Barcelona comes, we should encourage them to go. They can do it. Instead of putting fear in them, that they need to get experience, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much.
Right. I hope you realize that it is because of past experience. That's what's making some people to give this advice. Mohamed Salah, as good as he was, didn't cut it the first time out. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening and welcome.
Yes, happy weekend to you all. It's IK from Agataguru.
Happy weekend, IK.
Please, is the transfer market on now, or these are just speculations?
We said it before we started talking that this transfer market is not on. It's speculation. It's rumor. I said it
This
now before we
April,
started.
I mean, normally the transfer market won't be on.
Okay, but if this the season is not concluded, can they start the transfer?
Yes, they will have to decide in the boardroom rather to end the season. Then they cannot give them an order to start signing players. But that's when the atmosphere is conducive enough.
No, right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, IK. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good evening. Welcome. Hello.
Hello. This is Stamford Bridge.
Welcome, Stamford Bridge.
How are you, Salihu?
I'm fine. Welcome.
And Rosa and Francis.
We are doing great. You're welcome.
Okay, please, I need to find out why is the sporting world so much in a hurry? You cannot be faster than your own government, who is in charge of the affairs of the country. If the government have never given a go ahead for people to come into sporting, why are they forcing the government? The situation is not right at all. If you look at this situation going on all over the country, all over the world, you know that it is not safe. The sporting world is trying to push the hand of the clock at the detriment of the health of those who don't even like sport at all. We should calm down until the government gives the go ahead. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, Brian. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good point to Mr. Francis, Mr. Wilson. Yeah, I want to join my voice to that of Jose Mourinho. The issue of experience, because I even heard not too long ago that our own player, Brown Ideye, talking about the fact that the Super Eagles now but they don't have players that has experience, and he doesn't believe that they can hold their own. That the players, with particular reference to Victor Osimhen and Samuel Chukwueze. So the question I asked is, how old was the phenomenon when he announced himself to the world in a very spectacular fashion? That was in 1996. How old was he? So when you begin to say the players are too young, they cannot do anything, they cannot, they should begin to amass experience. I don't know how much experience they are talking about. I am thinking that a player like Samuel Chukwueze, he has done well in Villarreal. If Barcelona should come to him now, he should take the offer and begin from there, begin to put himself in limelight. Instead of tying him there in Villarreal, just remain there. The same thing with the Osimhen. These players, they are already grown up. They are no longer teens. They've gotten to a certain age. I believe they can hold their own when it matters most. Thank you very much.
To portray, Osimhen said he's ready to move to a bigger club, but he wants guarantee of regular playing time. That in an interview recently, he said he's ready to move to a bigger club.
There's nobody will guarantee you that you get regular playing time. You have to prove it when you get there. Hello. Hello. Take your call. Nobody home. Hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Francis and Ewosa.
Good evening.
I want to remain anonymous. I'm calling from India.
Okay.
Concerning the Premier League, I think they should wait. Even if we still have this problem of the, I think they should wait
for the sake of clubs like Wolverhampton Wanderers, Sheffield, and Manchester United, not just Liverpool. Because if they end the league now, the board and the management of Manchester United will not take it lightly because they still have a good chance to qualify for the Champions League. So they should wait, because I believe that this virus will not last long. And football will come back, because life has been boring for me without football. That's what I have to say.
All right, thank you. Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Ibrahim.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Iwosa.
Good evening.
Yeah, that sounds good evening.
Yes, good evening, brother.
I want to join my business with we were talking about Osimi and Tukeze. And how old is Ubade? They should allow these people to just, and how old is Tukeze? It's more than 20. So you should do the experience. You should play. As if at life, Real Madrid comes, you should go and play. You understand? So I just it. Even when they now get old, they will not be heading to those big clubs. No. You understand? Hello, sir?
Yeah, we heard you.
Yeah. After the Premier League, we are really missing football, seriously. You can try the Saturday, the weekend is boring. You understand? I would suggest they just put an end to this current season and we start another season again. You understand?
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go on this other break. We'll be right back.
If they find event center we not get rival, or if they find better place where you go do your party, welcome to Thames Event Center. We get better banquet hall, we go contain over 300 people. If we will get better hall, we go carry up to 700 people. Thames Event Center, ticket all conference hall, we go contain up to 300 people. Enough parking space there, Yakata. Security there, wella. Let's go even there when we say yes, they'll go give you better events. They still they into event management. Make you carry your eye, come see American Wonder for inside Benin City. Thames Event Center Tandagriba for 171 Saple Road between Satana Market and Magistrate Court for Benin City. For booking and reservation, I beg make you call us 080-5326-8889 or 070-3066-8234. Thames Event Center. The event center where they make your event go seriously where
Maggi Naija content, soup wey sweet and porridge wey make it sense. When you want to cook for family and friends, no be money cause I'm not about taking time or rest. Try Maggi Naija pot for that delicious bottom pot. Naija pot, delicious bottom pot. Maggi Naija pot, delicious bottom pot, yeah.
New Maggi Naija pot, made from natural smoked fish, stockfish, crayfish.
With Maggi, cook the difference.
My people, make una open our ears wide. Because of this coronavirus wahala, government don say make everybody sit down for house. Coronavirus na bad disease wey don kill many people. But no cause for alarm, just do wetin government talk. Always wash your hands with soap. Cover your mouth and nose if you wan cough and sneeze. No near anybody. Remember say all markets and shops remain closed except medicine stores and shop for essential things. Government don open food market for primary schools for every corner. You fit waka go there, but government say anybody wey wan comot for house must wear face mask. Remember say if you see as your cough and sneeze be, or say your body dey hot, or you no fit breathe well, oya go see doctor or call this toll-free number 0800-123-5111 or 0800-220-0110. Una wey just come from abroad, show yourself to government now, make dem help you. My people, shine your eyes and sit down for house. Coronavirus no fit come meet you for your house. Na Edo State government bring una this message.
All right, welcome back. Let's see if we can take one more call and then we'll look at the text messages. Okay, there's someone on the line. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, welcome.
Yeah, please Omo from Power.
Great to have you, Omo.
Yeah. I want to make a suggestion for the Premier League. I think if they are not able to conclude the league, or if they find it very difficult, I think my suggestion would be that the club with the highest point will be given the trophy, like Liverpool. While there will be no relegation, but there will be promotion. You understand? Like the top three, like from championship, the top three should be promoted to Premiership. Then from League One, the top three should be promoted to championship. Then next season, they will try and organize the season that in the next season, 6 clubs will go down. 6 clubs will be relegated. So,
hello?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's have.
Listen, Raids. Good evening, Sport Advocates General. I'm really enjoying your sport program. I appreciate your effort towards we sport lovers. Keep the good work going, and God bless you all in Jesus' name. Amen. In our something, thank you. God bless you too. Listen, Raids. Good evening, guys. Francis, please. I don't see James Rodriguez getting any chance at Man United. He can only bench Pereira and Lingard, but I don't see him benching the likes of Bruno, Fred, Mark Dominic, Emmanuel Femesti. Emmanuel, I didn't say he would bench any of these guys. I said, should Pogba leave, Bruno can come in deeper. Maybe he comes in up in front of Bruno, but benching them, no. But for Pereira, obviously, and Lingard, he will. Good is if Francis can encourage Sancho move to United or any other bigger club, I don't see why Emmanuel Chukwueze and Victor Moses can be encouraged to Richie from Chiloko. Did we say, I don't know where these messages are coming from. We never said they shouldn't move. We said they have to be the right moves and not go to a club where you sit on the bench. If you come to Man United, Chukwueze can put anybody on the bench. I remember saying that yesterday, that I prefer to go to Arsenal and Manchester United. Good PM, great presenters of sport. I think the Premier League should wait for the government to give the order before resuming Mr. McDonald. Yeah. Good evening, sportmen. I'm Andrew from Agbo Road, talking about contract. Can all the contract TV right put on hold? I'm thinking of the money. Your message is incomplete, but I get what you're saying. Good PMN of sport. Guy Ibrahim, where is this Nigerian player Chris Obodo and Yusuf Ayela? Nice job, Festus from Wilfred Road, aka Stone. Christian Obodo was in Nigeria one time from Delta State. I can't remember where. I can't recall where he is right now. I don't think they are playing anymore, but you can Google them. Good evening, sportmen. I'm Andrew from Agbo Road, talking about. Okay, I guess read your message before. Paul should see on how he can assist his former club. You never can tell what the future holds. He might one day be reappointed at Sports Insurance from Saple Road. Okay, Brian, do you consider Martin Odega a flop now? Because I recall there was so much hype surrounding him. Then when he just came into limelight like Erin Haaland, couldn't help but compare the two. They play different position, right? Jones from Oluku. Gabriel aka Lord Rao Sport. Lord Ra, that's Legend of the Seeker. No, it can't be Lord Ra. It can't be Lord Ra. I mean, why not the Seeker? I mean, Lord Ra? No. If you were to be English FA chairman, will you cancel the league? Lucky from AM.
The FA chairman does not have the power to cancel the league.
Yeah.
It is the clubs who will decide.
All right. To win EPL is not easy. After 30 years of waiting, now Liverpool, we are on the verge of winning it. When coronavirus show face. Now, wow. All right. Okay, now something message came in like it doesn't. Okay, good evening, Sport Guru. My condolences go to Leeds United for the demise of their legend due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Arsene Wenger from Ramat. Okay, good evening, Harry Potter, Melly, and Lord Ralph Sport. COVID-19 is real, but why is it that this COVID-19 kills people over 70 years of age? My brother, kills
everybody. It's just that those ones are more vulnerable.
Yeah. Hello, guys. A lot of sports will not put through this COVID-19. We hear SFL has gone under. What's SFL? more are expected. Why the COVID-19 might be bad, but it will help clean up sport and remove those sports which are waste and bring reason to the other. Well, I don't think there's any sport that the one that you don't like, trust me, others love for it. Hi guys, as for Pogba, you are as good as the quality of players around you. You can't compare Juventus to Man United. It's nothing special about Pogba. The Juventus team always covered his average performance. Juventus continued to win after he left. I came from Saplero. That's your opinion. Good day, guys. This Francis, did you hear any update on Marcus Rashford injury? Marcus Rashford is doing well. He should be back when the league resumes. Hello, sirs. I want to suggest that UEFA, EPL, and others should restart between May to June by allowing a reduced crowd with 2 meters distancing in between fans, plus other definite primitive measures. I am sure all remainder matches will be easily completed with 100% success and safety by them. From Mighty Eagle in Benin City.
Okay, that's the last one. We've got to go now so that we can make way for the news. All right, guys, thank you for being with us from Monday till today. But remember, there is another Sports Fiesta show coming up tomorrow. It lasts for 3 hours from 3:35 all the way to 6:35. Thank you very much for listening. But we've got to go now. My name is Sali Ibrahim, the Sports Abracadabra. I've been doing this with Sanofi Francis, the Sports Berlusconi, and Ego Sagbeka, and the Sports Maestro. KU News break is up at 5. Please stay tuned for that. Bye-bye.
My people, make una open our ears wide. Because of this coronavirus wahala, government don't say make everybody sit down for house.
Rises to 442. Federal government receives 10,000 test kits from the United Nations. Fire guts INEC office headquarters in Abuja. On entertainment, Good Ultimate Search is returning to screens. Details of this and more after this break. I'm Benjamin Kaduri. Now the news in detail. 35 new cases of COVID-19 have been confirmed by the NCDC, taking Nigeria's total infections to 442. The NCDC confirmed this on Thursday evening in a statement on Twitter. According to the agency, of the 35 cases, 19 were found in Lagos, 9 in the FCT, 5 in Kano, and 2 in Oyo State. A total of 152 persons have, however, been discharged, while 13 deaths have been recorded. Lagos State has the highest number of cases with 251 cases, followed by the FCT, which has 67. Osun has 20, while Edo State figure now stands at 15. Oyo State has 13, Ogun 19, while Bauchi, Kaduna, and Akwa Ibom have 6 cases each. Katsina has 7, Kwara 5, Kano has 21. Ondo has 3, Delta 4, while Enugu, Ekiti, Rivers, and Niger have 2 each. Benue and Anambra all have the least infection figure of 1 case each. Meanwhile, the global infection rate is now about 2.1 million, with more than 140,000 deaths, while over 550,000 people have recovered so far from the disease. Federal government has received vital medical supplies to support the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic from the United Nations. The supplies contain 10,000 test kits, 15 oxygen concentrators, and various personal protective equipment, PPE, and other vital health supplies to support the federal government's COVID-19 response plan. The PPEs will protect medical personnel and ancillary staff in the front line, providing care and treatment to people affected by the virus. Also, the kits will enable healthcare workers to test those who suspect they have the virus to verify their health status. President Muhammadu Buhari has directed the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development to provide advice on how to avoid future fire incidents in internally displaced persons IDP camps. The president's directive was given on the heels of a fire incident which occurred at the Ngala IDP camp in Borno State. which reportedly claimed lives of 14 persons and left several others injured on Thursday. President Buhari, in a statement issued by Senior Special Assistant on Media and Publicity, Garba Shehu, also charged the ministry to carry out a thorough investigation of the incident and unravel the circumstances that led to the fire. He, however, expressed sadness over the incident, especially over the death of 14 internally displaced persons, describing it as extremely horrifying. Lagos State Commissioner for Health, Akin Abayomi, said the COVID-19 tests in all approved testing centers in Lagos State are free of charge. Reacting to alleged reports of patients paying 30,000 naira for COVID-19 tests at the Nigeria Center for Disease Control (NCDC) approved centers in Lagos, Abayomi said no designated testing centers in the state was allowed to collect money for tests. Abayomi urged Lagosians to be wary of misleading reports targeted at discrediting frontline health workers who are working extremely hard to ensure that COVID-19 is contained. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has appealed to Nigerians, especially leaders of opposition parties, to rally around the government of President Muhammadu Buhari in order to contain the spread of COVID-19 in Nigeria. National Publicity Secretary of ADC, Yemi Kolakbo, made the appeal in a statement while noting that just like the nation did during the Ebola crisis, this was the time for everyone to come together and take bold steps to deal with the current global health challenge. The Publicity Secretary urged Nigerians to focus on drawing government's attention to the areas they are getting things wrong. KFM News Break continues right after this break. Stay with us.
First baby cry in the labor room, and within the first 1 hour of birth, baby should be put to mother's breast. That first yellowish milk, colostrum, is the baby's first immunization and has the right nutrient baby needs to grow healthy, strong, and sharp. Ask the health worker to put your baby to the breast within the first hour. Give only breast milk, no water, no fluid, exclusive breastfeeding. Start strong, zero water for a better future.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Health, Edo State Government, with support from Alive and Thrive and other partners.
Still in the news, the headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Abuja was on Friday razed by fire. The affected section, the Election and Party Monitoring Department, EPM, was completely burnt by the inferno that started about 11 a.m. However, INEC National Commissioner and Chairman, Voters, Education and Information, Festus Okoye, said no critical document was lost in the fire except computers and photocopying machines. He disclosed that some documents relating to political parties were burnt, but the important ones were stored in fireproof cabinets. Controller Brimo Momo, in charge of Federal Fire Service, Abuja Command, said it was called that there was fire at the INEC headquarters. Momo said investigations are on to unravel the cause of the fire, adding that critical analysis will be done. The Rivers State government says it will prosecute 22 staff of American oil giant ExxonMobil, who entered the state on Thursday in violation of the lockdown in the state's border. The governor's threats came barely a few days after the release of 2 pilots of Cavatine helicopter and 10 passengers of similar offense. Governor Nyesom Wike, who made the statement on Friday, said the state was prepared to test the laws on its ability to shut its borders and protect the lives of its people in view of the widespread of COVID-19 pandemic. Meanwhile, the governor revealed that management of Cavatine has apologized and also promised never to violate the state's laws again. Also, Governor Wike has warned companies operating in the state to stand up to be counted by supporting the state in the drive to prevent the spread in the state, warning that the state government would not accept petitions in the name of support. Ebonyi State Governor David Umahi has unconditionally granted pardon to 33 convicted persons, inmates serving various jail terms at the Abakaliki and Afikpo Correctional Center. The State Commissioner for Justice and Attorney General of the state, Cletus Ofoke, stated this on Friday in Abakaliki, the state capital. He said the decision to pardon the inmates was in line with the federal government's policy to decongest the correctional centers. The Attorney General said the pardon followed recommendations of the State Advisory Council. Ofoke noted that the convicts include both male and female, with cases ranging from stealing, burglary, assault, to occasioning bodily harm, among others. According to him, those on death row at the different correctional centers in the state were not considered. Coming up in a moment, Gouda Ultimate Search is returning to screens. Details after this short break.
Months of a baby's life brings that first smile, that first laugh. For the first 6 months, don't give water. Breast milk has everything baby needs to grow strong and sharp. For the first 6 months, give baby only breast milk. No water, no fluid, no other food. Exclusive breastfeeding. Start strong. Zero water for a better future.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Health, Edo State Government, with support from Alive and Thrive and other partners.
Beautiful one, I call on you today.
Bless you.
This not be time of bless you. This season when we say coronavirus, so they show yourself for the world there. Now time to use tissue paper or handkerchief. Take cover your mouth or nose when you dey cough or sneeze. This is not time to always wash your hand. Use hand sanitizer wey contain better alcohol. This is not time to give yas, as in avoid me, give me space to any person where they cough or sneeze. This is not time to protect yourself or neighbors from sickness. So if you notice anything, sharp, carry yourself or the person go hospital or call this number free of charge. You're not going to collect money for your hand. That is toll-free number for 080 00 26 7662. 080 00 26 7662. The first thing bring this other number for 080 09 70 00010. Remember, say life now says coronavirus not the show for face, so now person with their life and carry first to this message from KUFM 92.7.
Beautiful one, we call on you today. Come fill this place today. Let your presence dwell amongst us. Ocean divine.
You're still on to Newsbreak on KU 92.7 FM. On entertainment, reports making the rounds suggested that Toyin Abraham has replaced Funke Akindele Bello as Nigeria Center for Disease Control NCDC's ambassador because the latter flouted the regulations. The actress has now come out to debunk the claims, stating that she supports campaigns against COVID-19, but that she isn't an ambassador of the NCDC. The mom of one said she doesn't like the narrative where she is portrayed as trying to take advantage of a bad situation. Organizers of the reality TV show Gouda Ultimate Search are set to bring back the highly rated show. The rerun edition is reportedly billed to screen via their social media platforms, although screening dates are yet to be confirmed. The survival-type reality show first premiered in Nigeria in 2004 to rave reviews. It also became the first 100% local content TV show in Nigeria. Before its last run in 2016, the show had premiered 12 acclaimed editions, including a celebrity edition that saw the emergence of actor Emeka Ike as winner. The show was at different editions hosted by Chidi Mokeme and Bob Manuel Udoku. Some of its past winners include Kunle Remy, Dominic Mudabai, and Michael Onwachuku. And that's the news. But before we go, a quick recap of the headlines. NCDC confirms 35 new COVID-19 cases as number rises to 442. Federal government receives 10,000 test kits from the United Nations. Fire guts INEC office headquarters in Abuja. Do remember that the continued unity of Nigeria is a collective responsibility. Be sure to play your part. Meanwhile, coronavirus is real. Wash your hands regularly with soap and running water. Stay indoors. Stay safe. KFM News Break was produced by Good News, Omukanjo, and Benjamin Kadiri. Saying thanks for listening. Good evening.
Could have been there and done that. Yeah. So when you call somebody Odogu, it means this person is a lion, a tiger. He's just someone who represents the society and represents it very well.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's saying Odogu Aburo guy name. It's not an AKA. It's not an alias. No.
It's something you have to earn.
Yeah, you have to earn to be called
you have
an
to really
Odogu.
be a strong man.
Yeah,
and
be a strong man.
Regarded
every
as
sense of it.
A strong man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. That totally explains my status as an Odogu.
Please, which status? Please, don't provoke me. Don't.
Is it fine?
Yes, it's fine. It's fine.
I never reach Odogu for you.
No, I'm not going to say that. It is earned, darling. And you don't call yourself Odogu. People call you Odogu. It's because they've seen it in you. And that's the reason why they will address the person as Odogu.
So Odogu Aburo guy name.
Don't provoke me. That's like, don't provoke me. You don't name yourself or call yourself an Odogu. It's people who would refer to you as that.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's everything people have been calling me.
Nobody has done that, my friend. This is the Drive Time Show, guys, on KU 92.7. This is the TGIF edition of the show. Benjamin is trying to grate on my nerves. I will not let him. But I actually did, because I'm sounding like this.
She doesn't believe I should be regarded as an Odogu. But people who knows me knows. All right, then. So, guys, welcome. Friday edition, of course, like Suba said. And, of course, the callers. So,
yeah, baby. And of course, he's Benjamin, aka Bugsy Gambino, the son of the sleek, and of course, the Black James Bond. Together, we rock the show Mondays through Fridays from 5 p.m. till 9. Well, today is Friday, so I get to jump off at 7:30 while the guys just continue with Manscaped. So, yeah. About to bring you fun. It's more music every Fridays.
Yeah,
and usually less talk. So, yeah.
Let's talk. And of course, we don't do the Radio Red Start today. So,
yeah. So you guys are free to do whatever. Yeah, you're free.
Jump and hit the roof if you want to. And of course, talking about the music that comes around your way on a Friday, you can actually jump and touch the ceiling. All right, it's all good. It's intended. Okay, yes, so I want to ask you a question. Let's get right into it.
The Odogu is not enough. Go ahead.
See, have you thought about looking at this whole situation we're caught up in right now?
Yeah.
Okay, how things has been going, and I will be hoping that everything dies out soon enough.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about this? Like, have you looked around and say, what have I actually learned as a human being? Like, in this whole process, in this whole pandemic and everything, what have I as a human being learned so far about myself, about the world, about people, with all these occurrences?
Someone did ask the question. We had a conversation. I think it was last week or the week before. Can't remember, but it was on Twitter actually. We had that conversation. It was beautiful to hear all, what different persons have learned. People have learned different things about family, about friends, about hooking up, all of that. But for me, I would say, okay.
can't arrive at it.
No, I'm not gonna say.
Learn so much.
I'm not gonna say what's no, not necessarily, but most importantly, I've learned that people need time off. Generally, people need time off to really cater to the things that they think don't matter, especially family. Most persons didn't really connect with their families as much as they do right now, because they are stuck at home.
Yes,
so there's no excuse why you haven't called mommy, you haven't called daddy. There's no excuse why you haven't called your siblings. You know, dude, you're not working, you're not doing anything. So what's up? How come you are not reaching out anymore? So I've learned that people need time off work, off their busy schedule, to just cater to others as well. People also need time off to take care of themselves. Yes.
Look good within yourself, besides going out there to look for money.
And I'm not necessarily talking about, self-evaluation or, looking at, the different spheres of your life, basically. I'm just talking little things as eating breakfast. Some people now eat breakfast.
Yes.
Yeah. Some people now eat breakfast. It will shock you.
Yes.
Very little things that makes all the difference. People now do all this stuff, and you'll be wondering, how come? So for me, these are the very little things. Most importantly, for me, trust, and it got to everyone. So you can imagine.
So if you live in the skyscrapers, you live up the hill where nobody can reach you, or they only look at a mansion. If you like, you're stuck up in the desert. I mean, you can be touched.
Indeed.
We're all connected by one planet.
Indeed.
So that's what I learned.
I've also learned, especially with that motivational switch about the F virus, the fear virus. It also said something about China giving help to another country. I think it was China to Japan or Japan to China. I'm not sure. And then he says, written on each one of the relief materials he sent, they said we are waves from the same source, one source really.
Course.
And it also tells us that it doesn't matter what happens around the world. Yeah, one thing can change and make a difference. Whether we like it or not, this virus has made a whole lot of difference around the world. With all of the what's it called now? What do you call it again? These things that they build for war coming, where they say, we have all of these. They are aside, when war comes and all of that. Everyone have kept all their armor tanks and whatever, what have you. And now we're talking about peace. We're talking about progress as a people. We're talking about little things that we can do to move forward and make a difference. So that's all that matters. So we are all from one source, really, like it or not. Black, white, green, whatever.
All right, so that applies to you listening to us right now, okay? So we'll take a break. When we get right back, we'll be letting you in on what precisely have you learned so far in the process, talking about the process of staying at home and looking at the general state of the earth. Now, let me put it that way.
Yeah.
It's a global phenomenon. All right, so we'll go back to the music. And, of course, knowing today is Friday, which means it's all about music. So we got to host the songs lined up for you to make you enjoy your Friday. And here is Niniola. I like the song so much. It features...
Niniola. What is Niniola? It's not English. Niniola.
Okay, that's like Yoruba. But,
yes.
I've heard...
You will interpret Yoruba here for me. And then you say Niniola.
No, the truth is, I've actually heard people call out that way.
Did you not hear anything? Her name is Niniola Jo. Niniola.
All right, thank you. I stand corrected. All right, Niniola.
Hey! Bye,
Featuring Femi Kuti.
Oh, yeah, just sing that to get to it.
I said, I want to make my hair. It's not true.
I'm not really that type.
Okay, not really that
interesting. The type that makes life easy for guys.
Of course.
Do you have a sister?
I'm actually independent.
Do you have a sister like yourself? I'm asking for a friend.
I have a friend, of course.
You have.
Okay. You have a friend.
She's like you. Benjamin, take note.
Okay.
She's like you.
Somehow, I think so.
This one that is somehow. Okay, no problem. Bye-bye, princess.
Thank you, Mister.
Oh, the real man. Who is on the line?
Hi.
We
You have to go to somewhere clearer.
Brother, climb
It's
the
too
mast
noisy.
or the tree or something. Come
What's he
on,
making
man.
that call of the bike?
I don't know, man.
bike or
Well, standing beside a huge generator that has seen better days. Yeah. Come on, guys. All right, guys. Let's do this. Yes, the phone lines are still open. Please do want to call us back. 0706-263-9275 or 0903-939-4427. And this one says 0812-178-9154. Okay.
And of course, text message the text line, yeah. You can send text messages to 0807 400 9076.
Okay. All right, guys. I think one of the callers said he loves to talk politics. Some people actually love to do that. I'll tell you something later. Hi, good morning. Sorry, good evening. I said good morning.
Good morning.
For the real men.
This is Barry calling from Mango.
Barry.
Yeah.
Barry, are you a first time caller on this program?
Actually, I called yesterday. Yesterday was my first time.
Oh, no, on the men's cave, Charles Man.
Yeah. This is my first time.
Welcome to the
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
Go ahead, Barry.
Okay. I think I need a lot of things. There are some things I have to do, but I think the one that pains me the most is charging my phone inside school.
How does that work?
Okay, you know what? Normally when you're on date, you can go inside the school and charge your phone, get to see people moving around, talk to one or two persons, but now you can't even do anything. Why? Because all the places are closed down, like it's no go area. So I really miss that.
So you miss seeing the crowd and the activity.
Yeah, exactly.
The scenery.
Exactly.
Apart from that, anything else?
Well, nothing much has changed for me. Nothing much.
You don't usually watch football?
I'm not football freak like that. Yeah.
You don't have. Wait, but in your own house, don't you have light?
We do have light.
Oh, yeah.
No, we have light.
See what you do?
Yeah, we have.
You just draw extension outside so that people can come and be charging in your house. So you'll be seeing people.
The house, you'll be seeing crowd.
It's thank you very much.
All right,
Thank
you very much. Thank you. That's a new one. Mrs. charging his phone in school. Hello.
You'll be shocked.
You are back again. Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Engineer who?
Engineer
Hassan from Benin. You have a bad line. Move around.
Bad line communication. I say that's good somewhere clearer or something. Noisy environment. Sorry, we can't take that call now.
Hello.
Hello, Charles. Good evening.
Good evening, Honorable.
Good evening.
Happy Easter.
Happy lockdown.
My dear, I'm in the studio. I'm not locked down anywhere.
I actually come up now. I'm just doing nothing. Let's go.
For the real men.
In fact, a lot. Staying at home, no boring. The things I used to do before, you can't do it anymore. Like Easter. I remember Easter last time. I went with my friends, to do some hangout and all that. But this one, you don't do nothing. You eat after eating, you go back to bed, start watching a television and all the stations that is in DSTV. That way I did see, I can't know all the channels.
You know all of them now, their numbers.
I can't know the channel with the DSTV.
Yeah.
You know?
And all the numbers.
And all the numbers. And all the time for the shows.
See, if I the thing, it's so boring, but there's nothing you can do. So the love, there are some things I used to do before I want to do again now.
Name some of them. That's your
like making my hair twice in a week. For like a month, I don't have to change it. I just say, where they go, I want to change it. Don't come to the papa again, so you got to do yourself, you know? So you let going out, mostly going out in your friends and all that. You know, you just what you guys are hanging out, you must buy one or two things, you know? So you let out, but we need to adjust. For our own sister and all that.
What about Oga?
You just be happy. No more request to do money. You just be happy. The people that's why I'm going to do. That's why I'm just thinking already there's no money, but I don't feel like that again. Just so happy. I swear.
No more give me money to make my head now.
And now, I'm not going to work if I make where they go.
Yeah, don't worry. It will soon pass. It will soon pass. Thank you very much. Good night. Yeah. We are going to pepper them. I did not say anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I'm waiting the place.
Okay, gang. No, Balenciaga gang. No, Wahala. I think she liked that song, gang. Okay. Should we squeeze in one more call before we bounce?
Oh, yeah.
That's that one. Hi. Anybody there?
Hello?
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Is that your time?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I can't just talk. That guy not in Nigeria.
First of all, first off, you've not given us our password, you've not given us your name, you've not told us where you're calling from.
Yes, okay, I will say it before my name I do people from England.
I do Sifo from here. Alright, give us our password now.
Password.
Just we didn't ask you to run away.
Okay, in case you're listening, our password is men's cave. So next time if you call into the men's cave, just say men's cave. Then we answer you and you're on.
That's all, man. We didn't chase you anyway. Anyway, man. Hi.
Hello, men's cave.
For the real man.
I am actually sorry. I decided to call back. I called one thing again that I would like to say that I need to know.
Okay.
Normally on weekends, I do go out for shows and my friends. We go to see keyboard for
Are you a performing artist or?
No, I'm a keyboardist. I play keyboard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, the big COVID-19 thing, man, everywhere goes dry because these are some of the ways we get tips to set ourselves.
Yeah.
The thing is, he's gone back, but I'm still here in Benin. So the place is just dry, honestly, and I really miss it. Seriously, it's just dry. Yeah.
I saw a picture this morning. I think I was sharing with Orlando. The picture showed 4 hungry-looking guys, very hungry. They were smiling, they were drinking, but they were looking malnourished. And and then on the caption was DJs, MCs, hype men. After the COVID-19 lockdown. Let me keep on.
People are mean. No, honestly, it was really bad to me. Honestly, like, I'm really feeling it right now.
Just hang in there. Okay?
I can imagine.
It's only getting better.
It's alright. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You know, Charles, I think some people are just mean with memes. As in,
I saw that picture this morning. I see Orlando started laughing. Okay, before that, this is what you hear. You hear stuff like this. This is what you hear. It's coming on. Not here. Not here. Bang. The hype man will take the mic. You know, in those clothes, I'll be like, he God, it's about to get down. One casket of champagne going to that table. Big money spender in the building. Ballers in the building.
Slave mamas.
Slave papa in the building.
Slave papas.
Oh God. It's going down this night. Now chairman we get money. Now boys the lawyer for. Clear road for the chairman. Oh God, what they do? Man, way too much. Big money. Oh God, it's nothing.
No level again. All that deep voice and everything they hype with in the club, I think they've lost it at this period.
Yeah.
They talk softly these days.
Yeah, everybody's humble now.
Everybody's humble.
Yeah.
Well, it's all good.
And then you that will be seeing, now everybody's equal. Before when you go to the club, you just you manage to buy one bottle of wine for yourself in one corner. And then someone will just be oppressing everybody with 5 caskets, 1 point something million.
From VIP.
They'll say, sorry, excuse me, are you here? Some people want to take this seat.
Now everybody sits on the VIP.
Now
everybody approaches the same ATM machine.
Everybody is in the same
everybody
place.
Goes to the same food market.
You're in your house, I'm in the same house.
Exactly.
You're in your house, I'm in my house.
Everybody's struck with the same.
We are all on lockdown together.
Well, that's
the world, I don't think the world will ever remain the same, with the whole.
It will never ever remain the same, definitely. I tell you.
I think this is where we'll bounce.
Yep.
Yeah, we got to bounce right now because it's been good, it's been wonderful, it's been fun.
And before we leave, shout out to all the guys. I want to say they're greatly missed on the cave.
Yes. Berry, Otumbalamba, Onigbege, Pastor Mike. Yeah, you guys.
Engineer Uche.
Engineer Uche did something wonderful yesterday, but he said I should not mention his name. I've mentioned his name, but I've not mentioned the thing he did. So no, we just know Engineer Uche did something wonderful yesterday. Yeah, so cool. It was cool. It was cool. It was wonderful. So guys, we gotta go right now, right? So you can follow me on Twitter at CharlesKUFM and on Instagram at CharlesUpperroom1.
All right. Follow me on Instagram, BGambino77, and on Twitter, Bugsy Gambino.
Chunk up the hood when I gang bang. 3 to 5 hoes in a hotel. If it go well, that's a gang bang. Said I want gang, 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 gang. Pepe them gang, gang. Happy gang, gang, gang. Just best friends. Said I want anywhere gang, gang. Bad mouth gang. Akube Balenciaga gang. 120 men gang. I'ma read contracts when you go sign. Make you no go end up with the wrong guys. Smoke loud in the Benz where you no buy. I'm a bros, no they do like that. Make sure you don't cross my path. That girl when they reply your chat. You don't say that me they slide up. Set I want bang, that gang. No cause we cannot hang. Don't grind, we cannot gang. And I only like girls in the melanin gang. Set I want gang, gang, gang. Pepe them gang. Happy gang, gang. Just best friends. Set I want anywhere gang. Bad mouth gang. Akube Balenciaga gang. 120 men gang. This gang is the most tight. Look, mess with the gang, you gon' know why. Low-key man, no be low guy. Terror for the babes, they blow die. Set that one shot down. Tell anyone, sit down. Feel free to be a two-faced. We go feature you when we get down. Distinction look bad day. Ebon yekpa lola day. Olari waju on my god. You wash my rashe. Should set that one dirty fool. Phone like you come my shit. Set that one lori lawa. You know king like any gorilla wa. Set that one gang, 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 gang. Pepe them gang, gang. Happy gang, gang, gang. Just best friends. Set that one anywhere gang, gang. Bad mouth gang. Akube Balenciaga gang. 120 men gang.
Set down one Twitter haters gang. Finish data gang. I get opinion, they must see me and I must feel I'm on gang. Set down one influencer gang. Any topic I must enter gang. All you music critic gang. FC Davido versus Whiskey gang. Set down one leaking news gang. She no longer wanna be with you man. All them keeping DM, screen grabbing, recording VN gang. Set down one, we get our own gang. OG before IG gang. Bachelor squad, no wifey gang. Fresh street boy for lifey gang. That's me, my gang, gang.
Holy Ghost. Set síwájú àwọn máṣẹ́ẹ̀tì ní sẹ́ẹ̀tì ẹ̀wà àwọn pantoshin gang.
92.7 KUFM.
You are listening to 92.7 KUFM Benin City.
I'm Benjamin Cattery, and you're listening to KU 92.7 FM, Benin City.
Lord Sky on the beat.
Me come around and then like they go.
Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Where did you go?
Till me come around and then like they go. Thinking of a master plan to blast a man. Evil can't touch me, he goes past a man. My energy's divine, I surpass a man. I assist, think Ozil, pass a man. My punchlines fly past a man. Jet over your head, reach past the man. Social media on fire, they catch the man. Getting ebony, BBC cast the man. See the masses, steady gawking. Politicians, steady robbing. Come still with me tonight. Teddy Rockspin, lazy you dancers, don't be watching ass shake. Hard working women, getting handshake. Hard twerking women, getting mad cake. Feel bad about it, get a band-aid. Can't enough to hustle, reprimand it. Can't get respect and demand it. Where he come from, where he go? Flow makes sense from head to toe. Rock through the block in a new vehicle. See me come around and then like they go. Where he come from, where he go? Flow makes sense from head to toe. Rock through the block in a new vehicle. See me come around and then like they go. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Where did you go? My motto, I can move it anytime, keep it proven many times, they regroup in many rhymes. Rhyme bender, time bender, mind bender, song bender, mic wrecker, style bender. In the depth of space I speak life, breathe life in the beings, moving a still life. Racing for the ovary, kill or be killed life. Survival of the fittest, outcome is the fittest. Cow dung is your littest, found slumped in the village. Victim of a pillage, red juice village. Sacred geometry is my image. Shoot you from a distance, I don't like scrimmage. Where he come from? Where he go? Flow makes sense from head to toe. Rock on the block in a new vehicle. See me come around and they like they go. Where he come from? Where he go? Flow makes sense from head to toe. Rock on the block in a new vehicle. See me come around and they like they go. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you go? Where did you go?